Welcome to the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. Way back in the year 1990, we had formed a small organization. A group of pyramid masters had come together to form the Kurnool Spiritual Society in the district town of Kurnool, in the state of Andhra Pradesh. That was in the year 1990. I was working in a fertilizer company called as Coromandel Fertilizers Limited. I was an assistant regional marketing officer. I had joined that company in the year 1975 and continued working in that company until the year 1992. In the first years, 1975 to 83, I was headquartered in Kurnool. Then again, from 83 to 89, I was working from Hyderabad, main office. Then back in 89, I was transferred back to Kurnool. So in the year 92, I resigned from the job to give my heart and my life out for everybody's spiritual development. So in the year 1990, the Kurnool Spiritual Society was registered and I was the secretary for that society. Sri N.G. Shauri, the great master, was the president of our society. That's how this Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement got started. During the year 1990, in a small room in the house of Sri N.G. Shauri, in the upstairs, we have put up a meditation center. We have fixed up a board called as Meditation and Enlightenment Center. And I was sitting there. Every evening, whenever I would be in town, I would be sitting there, waiting for people to see the board and come up the stairs and learn meditation and enlightenment. In the same year, we also wrote a small pamphlet, a flyer, defining what meditation is and what enlightenment is. And we used to distribute those flyers, and that's how the movement started way back in the year 1990 in the district town of Kurnool. In the year 1991, the Buddha Pyramid Kurnool was built in Kurnool with the great help of Sri B.V. Reddy Garu, a big industrialist in the town, and he came in contact and he was the main instrument in building the first magnificent meditational pyramid called as the Buddha Pyramid Meditation Center in Kurnool. On the river banks of the river Handri. Okay. So the year 1990 is the grand beginning of this Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. Now, in the year 2015, it has completed 25 years of magnificent work. The objective of the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement, the objectives are very clear. We have 4 objectives. The first is everybody has to become a vegetarian. Whether you are into spirituality or not, if as a human being you were to be in the field of humanness, then that humanness comes from being loving and compassionate to our younger brothers called as members of the animal kingdom, members of the bird kingdom, members of the fish kingdom. They're all our younger brothers, so we have to take care of them. They are in the process of evolution, and we are a little ahead in the process of evolution. So it is our duty, our bounden joy to take care of our younger brothers. From the mineral kingdom to the plant kingdom, from the plant kingdom to the animal kingdom, from the animal kingdom to the human kingdom, and from the human kingdom to the divine kingdom. Although everything is divine, there is nothing which is not divine. That in the process of evolution, it is our duty as members of the human kingdom to make 2 kinds of efforts. One is to take care of the animal kingdom, another is to take care of ourselves so that we promote ourselves into the divine kingdom. Taking care of the members of the animal kingdom, that's called as compassion, that is called as vegetarianism. If you are killing those animals, wonderful, beautiful animals, and eating them, you are not a human being. You also belong to that animal kingdom where might is right. No. If you are just a human being, human biology, eating animals because you are stronger than them, more intelligent, then you are a part of the animal kingdom, you are not a part of human kingdom. The stronger animals eat the smaller animal. So if you are doing such things, then you are also an animal. So you don't belong really to the human kingdom. If you are taking care of the animals, the bird, the fish, then you do belong to the human kingdom. And then, so vegetarianism chips in. It feels so very cruel to see animals massacred, tortured, to produce something which goes into the belly. It's a very heinous act. So the Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement is geared to help all meat-eating humanity to become a plant-eating humanity. That is the first charge in the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. And in the past 25 years, and much before that too, millions of people have become vegetarians. It feels very proud. We are very happy in doing a very, very great work. Had there been vegetarianism all over this planet Earth, Pyramid Masters wouldn't have come to this planet Earth. Because it's a heaven. So why do you come here? Only when it's a hell, we come here to transform the planet. So the very purpose of the Pyramid Masters being on this planet Earth is to make everybody a vegetarian by persuasion, by logic, by spirituality, by making them see things, by making them do meditation. Unless you do meditation, you can't really give expression to your innate compassion. The mind is so full of society opinions that you also tend to follow the society involuntarily. So, to become a vegetarian, it needs a lot of inner light. Unless you get that inner light, you will not become a vegetarian. You will not give expression to your compassion. So, it becomes incumbent for people to master their minds, to turn their focus into themselves, from the outside focus to inside focus, so that they can express all the truly universal qualities like compassion, taking care of your younger brothers. So meditation is a must for you, for anybody, to come out of negative life, a harming life, a killing life, to a non-killing, non-violent, and non-interferent life. Therefore, Pyramid Spiritual Society movement has taken up this job to go from person to person, home to home, village to village, town to town, city to city, country to country, to teach meditation. All the problems, human problems, 99% they're all karmic, and 1% from that polluted environment. As you sow, so you reap. That is the law of karma. You cause things in your life, and you are affected by those things in your life. So this cause and effect law, or the law of karma, okay, it has to be explained to each and every person. It has to be re-drilled into every human that they take several lifetimes. If you think yourself from one lifetime point of view, you are not a student of spirituality. You are not a student of spiritual science. But when you extend your vision to be able to think from several lifetimes point of view, you are spiritual. You automatically come to right viewpoints. So all the problems, they stem from the negative karma, heinous karma, dastardly karma, perpetrated over a number of lifetimes. On an average, say about 400 lifetimes are taken by an individualized human soul, from the first human body to the last human body. The first human body, you are just a human animal. In the final human body, you are a divine human being. So that transformation happens. It takes 400 lifetimes for you to experience everything, to be violent to others, then stop the violence, and then to be compassionate to others. In the first ways, you are just like a human animal. So, the stronger human animal, shooting animals, killing animals and eating. And in the middle, you desist from that. You understand that you have to become violent, non-violent. So you stop your violent activities. You become a vegetarian. And then you have to pay back for the karma. You have to pay back. So you are now compassionate. You take care of the animal kingdom. So my dear friends, vegetarianism is a must. That is the main purpose of pyramid masters being born on this planet this time around and becoming members of the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. And the next thing is to teach meditation to everybody, to make the mind cool so that you are able to think properly. The mind is heated because of the society's indoctrination. Okay, then the mind does not think properly and always finds wrong conclusions as solutions for the problems. The mind has to be cool, so meditation is a must. As we give rest to the body, physical body during sleep time, we give rest to the mind during meditation time. Then we understand our weak points. We also understand our strong points. We also understand our useless activities, and we also differentiate our useful activities, non-productive activities and productive activities. Then we rectify our mind, then rectify our life. Then when we teach meditation to others, then we are divine human beings. Highly. Teaching vegetarianism, teaching meditation, then comes teaching spiritual science. We have to teach the law of karma to people, which is creating or shaping the human lives. The more you understand the law of karma, the law of cause and effect, or as you sow, so you reap, the more we take responsibility for our own words, our own thoughts, our own deeds. We become more responsible, since we know that with every current act, we are creating a future situation for ourselves. Human events are formed according to the great principles of law of karma, law of cause and effect. If you are compassionate to others, then you will receive a lot of compassion from others. If you are violent to other beings, then you will also receive violence from other beings. It goes on ad infinitum until we break the chain of law, cause and effect by our intelligence, by our spiritual intelligence, by our meditation, by our service to others. So, Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement is geared to spread the tenets of spiritual science, the universal spiritual science, to each and every person. We teach them, hey guy, this is the truth. You are creating your own reality. The old age is defined by faith, but the new age is defined by science and reason and logic. Spiritual science, spiritual logic, and spiritual reason. Pyramid Spiritual Society movement is going to all the schools to teach the spiritual science to students, children. We have a Pyramid Spiritual Science Academy to bring out the facts of spiritual science, to teach the meditation to young children, to young students. The first main pillar of Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement is to spread vegetarianism. The second is Anapanasati meditation. Anapanasati means inhaling the breath and exhaling the breath and keeping our focus on that, observing that breath. The breath becomes the bottom line, the middle line, and the top line in the practice of Anapanasati meditation. The normal, natural, easy, soft, simple, tender, peaceful, tranquil breath. You have to be one with that breath. Instead of wasting time talking unnecessarily with those people whom you know that they are irrelevant to you, then we close our eyes to such persons. We become one with our own breath in a comfortable posture, in a chair, crossing your fingers, crossing your feet, closing your eyes, and observing the incoming and outgoing breath. All problems are solved with that Anapanasati meditation. Nothing else is required. You are required by yourself. You will fulfill yourself. You will treat yourself. You will heal yourself. You will help yourself. You teach yourself through the process of Anapanasati meditation. The Pyramid Spiritual Society movement is nothing but the ancient, ageless spiritual science taking a new form, where all that is redundant is kept out and all that is useful is kept in. Pyramid Spiritual Society movement, after vegetarianism, after meditation, after spiritual science, the fourth point is to build the pyramids everywhere. In the year 1982, I first read a book called as The Secret Power of Pyramids by two masters, Bill Schul and Ed Petty. So that small book came into my hands in the year 1982 when I was working in Coromandel Fertilizers Limited in Kurnool, place in Kurnool. I got that small book. When I read that book, it was a great revelation. Very strange, mystic energy existing in pyramids. The pyramids are a square base with the four walls angled at, become one at 52 degrees angle. Then strange power comes. When you put some vegetables, they are intact for a long time. Although there is a little desiccation, they do remain fresh. In a small pyramid I ordered from a carpenter in the year 1982, and he kept a small tomato there and one tomato outside the pyramid. The outside tomato started putrefying within 3-4 days. The inside tomato stayed fresh for 1 month. You can cut and eat it happily. Okay. In those days, I used to shave, and I used to keep those razors inside the pyramid. I used to get 30 to 40 shaves. All these things have been described in that small book. So that small book is really the beginning point for this Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement. That happened in the year 1982 by so many scientists and masters all over the world for the past many, many decades. In the great book Secret Search of Egypt by Dr. Paul Brunton, which in those days I read there, in the 1930s, Dr. Paul Brunton goes into the Great Pyramid and sits alone in the King's Chamber for the whole night. And wonderful spiritual experiences, out-of-body experiences, third eye experiences. He had written all of them in his great book, A Search in Secret Egypt by Dr. Paul Brunton. Everybody has to read that book. Magnificent experiences. And it's Dr. Paul Brunton who really brought out the greatness of Ramana Maharshi to the whole world. When he mentioned that his meeting with him in the book, A Secret Search in India. So, I am personally indebted to Dr. Paul Brunton because of his book, A Search in Secret Egypt. And I am also personally indebted to Bill Schul and Ed Petty, who wrote the book, The Secret Power of Pyramid. These are the two things from where the whole Pyramid Spiritual Society movement sprang up. So the main four focal points for the movement: spreading vegetarianism, spreading Anapanasati meditation, spreading basic tenets of spiritual science, and the fourth is pyramid energy. Pyramids can be built by any material. The most crucial point is the 52 degrees angle. Slightly less than 52 degrees. Okay. Now, any material can be used. In fact, only 4 poles are required to be able to generate that energy. A flat surface and the 4 poles at 52 degrees angle, you have that pyramid energy with you. The walls are required for you to, if you want to sit inside, to protect yourself from the sun and rain. You need the walls. So we build pyramids. Small pyramids where you can hang on your head, and big pyramids where hundreds of people can sit together. More than 10,000 pyramids have been built in more than 10,000 villages and towns in the state of the twin states of Telangana and Andhra Pradesh right now. And all over India, we have got pyramids. We should build pyramids for meditation. For meditation can be done anywhere. But to be able to harness and access cosmic energies and to be able to increase the intensity of meditation, pyramids are, of course, important. Pyramid Spiritual Society movement is therefore geared to transform the whole humanity into divine humanity from animal humanity. There is animal human kingdom, there is divine human kingdom. Animal human kingdom is meat eaters. They don't know spiritual science. They don't know what is meditation. They are always heated up, cruel to each other, killing each other, massacring each other. Where the jungle law prevails, that might is right. But no. From that animal human kingdom to divine human kingdom, this great transformation, that's where Pyramid Spiritual Society movement chips in. The animal human kingdom is defined by meat eating, killing, violence, interference, cruelty, all those devilish things that we can think of. Whereas the divine human kingdom is defined by all the divine qualities that we can think of. Non-killing, non-violence, non-interference, knowing the life before birth and after death, and helping, taking care of others. That is the main focus, the divine human kingdom, main differentiating character. So we invite all the people into the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement and any other like-minded movement where truth is one and the same truth is, lived. So that we together make this planet Earth a heavenly planet, not a hellish planet, a heavenly planet, and where the ecology is taken care of, where your younger brothers are taken care of, where your own future is taken care of by yourself. And there is one wonderful, beautiful human family, divine human family. It's also called as Vasudaika Kutumbakam. So, welcome to the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. Thank you. Well, something about myself. I was born to Hindu parents in the year 1947. Date of birth is 11th November. Place of birth is Shakkarnagar, Bodhan, Nizamabad district, Telangana state. So, I was born into a middle class Brahmin family with 2 sisters and 3 brothers. The early life was a nice life. Family problems and with also help from all the friends. It's a nice mix as it is so for any human being. So I was brought up in a sugar factory colony area. My father was working as a sugar technologist. My father was born and brought up in Gudivada, Andhra Pradesh. Then he did his graduation in Hyderabad Nizam College. Then he did specialization in sugar technology from Kanpur. Then he worked in various sugar factories and he settled in Bodhan Nizam Sugar Factory Limited. Right from 1939 to 1965 when he retired. So we were all brought up in that sugar factory colony area called as Shakkarnagar in the Taluk town of Bodhan, the district of Nizamabad, which is bordering between Telangana and Maharashtra. My schooling was done in Shakkarnagar, primary school Nagar. Then the middle school in Government High School, Bodhan, where we used to walk for a couple of miles and go to the school and come back every day. And then from the high school, we were put in Secunderabad city. I was studying at Mabu College High School. Then later on, I did my BSc in the Secunderabad Science College. Then joined the Agricultural College, Andhra Pradesh Agricultural University in Rajendra Nagar, where I did my graduation in agricultural science. Then later on, I studied postgraduate soil science for my MSc Agriculture. Then I did work as a research fellow in the Indian Council of Agricultural Research for 1 year in the same Rajendra Nagar. So this is my academic background. My elder brother is a great physical scientist. He's an engineer. He took his PhD from Manchester at the very young age of 32 years. My father was a very pure person, and but he was schizophrenic. So half of the period in a given year he would be in mental hospitals. So we would be shuttling between mental hospital and home, servicing my father by turns. So, and when he would come back to the home, there would be a lot of trouble. He is a schizophrenic patient, very severe schizophrenia. A lot of fights at home. And my mother was a great master, so she used to be the backbone for the whole family, very distressed family. But help came from all the sides. All my father's colleagues in the area, in the colony, they were all very helpful, greatly helpful. So my early life One of my neighbor is a Muslim, another neighbor is a Christian, another neighbor is a South Indian, another neighbor is a North Indian, one from Gujarati, one from Maharashtra. So all kinds of communities in India were represented by in our colony. So we used to go to every other house and eat and play. So it was a very a great community life and lot of helpful nature. And I grew up in such atmosphere. And there are a lot of music and dance in our family. My mother, a lot of music in her. Her passion was to make us musicians. Then we did become musicians. In the year 1963, in Secunderabad, my elder brother took me to his own guru, music guru, Carnatic music flute guru, Sri T.S. Chandrasekharanji. My pranams to him. It is there that I learned my flute. Although unwillingly in the beginning, but later on, I did pick up a lot of music. Music is a very great. It comes to you from past lives. All things come to you from past lives. And if they're not there in the past lifetimes, you have to struggle a lot to learn any craft or art in the current lifetime. So I must have done a lot of music in previous lifetime. So therefore, it came very easily to me. I thought I would become a musician, a professional musician, but that was not meant to be. However, my music later on started gaining great importance in my imparting meditation to others. After T.S. Chandrasekharanji, from 1960 to say 73, a decade I spent with my master, learning all the intricacies of flute music, Carnatic music. Later on in 1975, when I joined Coromandel Fertilizers Limited in Kurnool, I shifted from Hyderabad to Kurnool. I met a very great master, Dr. Sripada Pinakapani, he was a professor of medicine, he was a superintendent of Kurnool General Medical Hospital, and he was a great musician. He was a Padma Bhushan. He's a doyen of Carnatic music. All the great masters of Carnatic music, like Nedanuri Krishnamurti, and Srirangam Gopal Ratnam, Nukala Chinnasatnarayana, Vodeti Venkateshwarlu, they were all well trained by this very great master, Dr. Sripada Pinakapani, and it was my great fortune to be his disciple. A couple of years back, he left his body at the ripe age of more than 100 years. There, under Dr. Sripada Pinakapani, I learned greater intricacies of Carnatic music. By the way, I also started singing, and this singing is also, although I have never a trained vocalist in this current lifetime, I must have got my talent from many previous lifetimes. So the singing also came automatically. I sing and play in the meditation sessions. Music is disturbing to a very small percentage of people in the beginning, but it is helpful for 99.9% of people in enabling them to go into deeper meditation states and relaxing the worldly mind. Music relaxes the worldly mind. So when you do meditation with music, your meditation is thrice more powerful. While putting some music, I would recommend only instrumental music, nice violin or tabla, mridangam or shahnai or sitar or veena or flute, mandolin, any of the instruments. For meditation, Hindustani instrumental music is better than Carnatic music. That's what I found. And my music, my training in music helped me in my meditation. My elder brother, has a great scientific background, scientific bent of mind. It is he who put me into agriculture, science, and he said, you must go into science. So that's how this very scientific movement, called as the Pyramid Spiritual Movement, started with a very scientific base that I have had. I would read all the scientific books. Between the years 1971 and 74, I withdrew from my academic studies and concentrated on studying for Indian Administrative Service (IAS). So I used to go from morning to night libraries all over Hyderabad city and read every book. For 3-4 years, I read from morning to night and taking on so many competitive examinations. So increasing my general knowledge about everything, becoming very holistic. Every book from communist to Patanjali I would read in the libraries. I would read from anthropology, to ancient history, to geography, to astronomy, everything, every book. So that exhaustive reading helped me to balance all my worldly knowledge and spiritual knowledge. So finally, in the year 1975, one of my friends in my own company, EAD Parry Company, which is sister company, we in Coromandel Fertilizers and in EAD Parry, we work together. Our products are marketed by them. So one of the salesmen, my colleague, Sri Ramachandra Reddy, he was very close to me. I was very close to him in Kurnool. And how I came into meditation is that, Ramachandra Reddy, developed a lot of back pain. He used to go from doctor to doctor, hospital in search of cure and healing. Nothing would happen. Finally, some guy told him when he was traveling in a bus, hey, you do meditation, the back pain will go away. He didn't ask for meditation, what meditation is. There is a general feeling in India that for meditation, you should close your eyes and sit quietly. So he did that for some time. Within 2 or 3 nights, then the back pain vanished, which was giving him a lot of suffering for many, many months, years. So then one day, one guy came to his house. He said, I would sleep in your house. I said, please sleep in my house. It's all empty. So my friend Ramachandra Reddy, although his back pain had gone, he was accustomed to sitting throughout the night. It was very comfortable for him. So when next day morning, this guy asked Ramachandra Reddy, what were you doing in the night? No, I'm simply meditating. How do you meditate? Just close your eyes and sit. That's all. Then this great master said, you must observe your breathing. So that's the point. That's the first point where we got Anapanasati. Just observe the breath without any chanting any mantras. Then this master, his name is Ramadasappa, a businessman from Raidur in Anantapur district. Okay, he gave a Bhagavad Gita to him. He said, you read this Bhagavad Gita and in your meditation you observe your breathing. This happened somewhere in the year 1977 or so, I think so, 76, 77, yeah. So this friend, Mr. Ramachandra Reddy, started observing his breathing while he was sitting in meditation. He used to get a lot of visions. He used to give me a ring. Subhash, I saw this today, this today, this today. I was very happy. I used to tell him, okay, continue to meditation. See whatever you want to see. Whatever is this you are seeing. So I was the only person encouraging him. He was the only person doing meditation and revealing his experiences to me. This went on for a couple of years. I was very much well versed with so many books. I have read meditation books and yogis books so much. So I know many of the experiences, theoretical, from the books. And here is the practical person, my own friend, who is doing meditation, who is getting experiences. So I used to tell him, okay, this is what is there in the other books also. Others also have experiences, these visions, third eye visions. You go ahead. And one day he even told me the color of my shirt. He was in Anantapur, I was in Kurnool. So he was telling about what he was seeing in my home, my own house. That was the breaking point. That gave me all the faith for me to invest my life in meditation. Then I did start my own meditation very seriously. Then many things happened. By the year 1979, I realized my purpose of life. Well, not to stay in some fertilizer company, making some money, having a wife, a couple of kids, going for house and a normal life and retirement life, like my father or anybody else. It is not my destiny. In the year 1979, I realized in my destiny that I have to teach meditation to the whole of the world. In due course, of course. Since now I know the whole process, whole thing of what is called enlightenment, how to come out of dukkha, how to come out of suffering, how to heal yourself. Then, from 1917 onwards, I started reading exhaustively, specifically spiritual science books, spiritual books. From the period 1979 to right now, so this is 2015, I must have read all the spiritual masters and all the books of all the spiritual masters. Starting with Lobsang Rampa. His book, You Forever, opened my eyes wide to life after death, to astral travel, to other dimensions. So then started reading so many great masters like Ruth Montgomery, Shirley MacLaine, Annie Besant, Blavatsky, Leadbeater, Jina Rajadasa, Swami Rama, Yogananda Paramahansa, Osho, so many masters. From in the decade 1980 to 1990, 10 years, I would just buy books and read, go to the library and read spiritual books, spiritual science books. A small sprinkling of people used to come to me, used to teach meditation. But the movement got started in the year 1990 when we formed the Kurnool Spiritual Society. Now there are so many spiritual societies all over India, and every day one spiritual society is getting born. I belong to a middle class family, neither rich nor poor. I come from an intellectual family. I come from an artistic family. I come from a humanitarian, a vegetarian family. And there is no spiritual tradition in my family. So I was the first person to start this spiritual tradition in my family. Of course, many of my family members didn't like me going into spirituality. It was very strange for them. It was not acceptable norm in the family circles. So as I went deeper into spirituality, I was going away from my family members. Now only my wife, my children are with me. Well, my sister is on and off, my younger sister. Otherwise, all the other members of the family, they don't want spiritual. Now there's a vast pyramid family everywhere. Every village, every town, pyramid masters are there. More than 1 million pyramid masters are there right now, working day and night, happily working. So, very happy to belong to this great pyramid family where everybody is a Buddha, nothing less than a Buddha. Joyous human beings, who are divine human beings, who are no more animal human beings. They have eschewed their animal tendencies, they become divine through constant practice of meditation, studying very avidly all the books by all the great spiritual masters, right from Buddha, Patanjali to Deepak Chopra, Osho. Unless you do a lot of meditation, unless you do a lot of reading books, unless you hear from others' experiences, meditation experiences, unless you become a vegetarian, you are not going to become a divine human. Divine human being is not about constructing temples and churches and masjids. It is about doing meditation and experiencing the grand self in yourself. We are a multi-layered system. Physical body is one end of the spectrum. The cosmic self is another end of the spectrum. Between these ends of spectrum, there are the astral body, the causal body, the supracausal body, the etheric body. So many things are there. And there is great involution and there is great evolution. One must become a divine human being. It is done through a lot of meditation, a lot of svadhyaya, reading books, a lot of sajjana sangatya, that is listening to others' experiences of meditation. I must have listened to the experiences of meditators, say more than 10 million personally. This is my great joy. Push people into meditation and then wait for them to bring out their experiences. This is a little about myself. And my father left me in the year 1993. Then my mother left in the year 2006. And I have two daughters. The elder one staying in Hyderabad with her husband. Both are great spiritual masters. They do a lot of spiritual work. They are great pillars of Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. my elder daughter and my elder son-in-law. My younger daughter, my son-in-law, they are staying in New Jersey, USA. Both are enlightened masters and helping the society in their own way. Pay my respects, my great appreciation to Swarnamala Patriji, who has borne all the problems that she got from me because I'm spiritual. Then in the year 1985, she started doing meditation. She got all the experiences within 15 days, seeing all their past lives, talking to all the masters and learning many intricacies. Since then, she has been a great support to the Pyramid Spiritual Society movement. Thank her a lot, and the whole Pyramid Spiritual Society movement owes very much to her. And again, welcome to Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement.
Our PSUSM has started a new program called as SWAG. It means Save Water and Go Green. S for save, W for water, G for go, and another G for green. Save water and go green, my dear friends. We should not waste water. We should always be very, very careful in conserving our water resources. Let us not waste a drop of water. Every drop of water should be utilized properly. Every drop of water should be used for in the best possible way. If you are wasting water, then you are contributing to the poverty of the nation. If you are conserving water, every drop of water, you are conserving the nature and you are making the nature prosper. We have to conserve water. Whenever you are seeing an open tap, please close it. Let not the water go waste. This is called as save water. And then go green. Plant trees. Everybody should plant trees. That is the most important activity for a man, for a human being, to plant trees. We want a very green planet, not a dry planet. And for plants, water is required. If there is no water, there is no greenery, there are no plants. These are the two important activities for a human being. You have to save water and you must see that everything is green. You must plant trees. While we are enjoying the trees planted by others, we should also plant trees. Everybody is forgetting this point and they are not planting trees at all. Why can't you plant trees? Why are you not aware of that fact? That you must plant trees every day. And always every minute you must be aware of wasting water, and you must never waste water. Water is a very, very precious commodity. It is a divine commodity. And if you plant a tree, plant a seed, sow a seed, you are making it green. So, this is the movement called as swag. It means save water and go green. I like everybody to say save water, and go green. Please repeat. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Swag. What is swag? Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Again. Save water and go green. Like this. Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are the 2 points? Save water and go green. How many points? 2 points. What are those points? Save water and go green. ಎಲ್ಲರಿಗೂ ನಮಸ್ಕಾರ.
What is the next chapter of our evolving human story? Where have we come from, and where are we going as a species? To discover the truth of who we really are, we need to journey back through the mists of time. Were you here on the planet at the time when Earth was known as Tara? Do you carry within your soul the memory of an earlier epoch of Earth's history? This is the story of Tara and Mu, the motherland of humanity upon the Earth. We are now to be advanced in what it is to be a human being, but we must first go back to go forward. This is Ascension.
Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome our friends from across the seas to here, Mana Retreat Centre. We are a family of light and we have come together for this event, Ascension 2020, to anchor codes of light. Thank you for joining us tonight for this, the first session. This is our Alpha and Omega story.
Maki shalakasta na melakoya. Ekalisa de sabalako di stoniki. Ako lopiki se di se magolo shidakasa kolashtako. Emesea kushta with deep respect for the karakia and the welcome, the porphyry. With deep respect to all of you of this land. And with love and greetings to all of you, our soul family from around the world. As you join with us here at Mana Retreat Centre. Mana means purity. Na means strength. We are joining here together in the purity of the heart of which we are, that which we are, to regain our strength, our mana, our na aspect of the mana, so that we might go forth fortified, strengthened and activated by the light, by the 24 codes of light that will be coming through, transmitted with the support of Saint Germain and the spiritual hierarchy at this event over the next 3 days. I welcome you, kia ora, as we say here in New Zealand, Aotearoa, New Zealand. It's interesting that New Zealand, Zay is a Hebrew word actually that means polarized light. So here in New Zealand, the land of the new light, that we are welcoming you to for Ascension 2020. Because this year 2020 is the beginning of a very powerful process of change that will take place over the next 13 years. And 13 in itself is a very powerful number. It's not an unlucky number. It's a very powerful number of awakening. So as we begin this process here at Mana, also the place of Tara. Tara means tar of the DNA, of the genetics, of Ra, the infinite one, the God of all. So in this time of Tara, long ago, many of us, I feel, all of us possibly, were here in this place, on this planet called Tara at that time. Tara holds secrets. Tara holds mystery. Tara holds wisdom within its heart. And so we are gathered here to uncover what that wisdom at the heart of Tara might mean for us. Also, Tara is known in Buddhist teachings as the great mother goddess of the earth. So Tara represents the land, what is coming from within this land, not just New Zealand, this place where we are coming from tonight, but the land of the earth where all of us are a global family of man. And so we welcome you on behalf of Mana, on behalf of Tara, on behalf of New Zealand, Aotearoa. We welcome all of you, our global soul family, to this time together as we discover the story of Alpha Omega and what this might mean for our soul now and going forward into the future. Alpha, Omega, they're letters of the Greek alphabet. Alpha is the first letter. Omega is the last letter. So what we're really talking about tonight is a cycle of soul from the beginning to the end. But we're not ending, we're not going anywhere. This eternal cycle of soul never ends for us. But what is happening is that we are beginning with this ascension process, a new, very profound cycle of soul, where as both human beings, we are being activated to expand beyond what and who we have known ourselves to be. The true human DNA was created with a 12-stranded code. But until this time, human beings haven't been able to fully express and expand into this energy. What this really means for us now is that in order for us to step forward to do what we have been uniquely and individually called to do as part of this new time on earth, We need to go through a process of remembering, of resurrecting and bringing forward and clearing that which has limited us from past time. Maybe from the time of Tara, but certainly from the time of Mu. And then we need to be activated and strengthened by the light of the One, of the infinite all, to move forward into this new expression of our human selves. Because ascension really is about becoming a new type of human being. Same human that we're going to be. We're staying in these bodies, as Jesus Christ said. We're not taking them anywhere, but our bodies are changing. Our bodies are regenerating. Our bodies are becoming stronger, more vital, strengthened by the light. But it's not just our bodies that will change. Our mind will change. The way we can receive and interpret information coming from multidimensional realities is changing. And this is going to give us the capacity to bring forward technological advances, new insights, new ideas to help this planet move forward. Because I know that we will all agree it's in a bit of a sorry shape right now. Both the physical land, Papua New Guinea, with climate change and the way the land and the nature has been decimated and affected over many years. But we're also looking at the future of our world, the future of our earth, and the future for our children and our grandchildren and their grandchildren. And things need to change. And so this year of much change on our planet with COVID-19 is a year of a shaking up of what has been before, a sifting of the sands as we move into another era of the sands of time. See, the sands of time are shaking. We are moving into a new time. And in this new time ahead, this future of our earth, we want to leave good footprints on our land. And so the porphyry that Puawai so very ably expressed, her greeting, this is very sacred to the Maori people, to call you in, to call us all in, so that we might co-create together. The very word porphyry means a coming together into the light, a coming together into the void. And we know that the void is about creation. The void represents the waters of new creation. And so as we enter into this time, into the space here, we are entering the waters of new creation. Some of you will know that I speak languages of light. These are languages of God's new creation. So I'm going to begin now to bring to you with Saint Germain a sacred porphyry. This is a porphyry of the stars. And Puawai was bringing a porphyry of the earth and of the sacred lineage of the Maori people of this land and of Mu. So this porphyry is a porphyry, a welcome from the stars to all of you, because we are not alone and we never have been. And if you're at home watching this, maybe sitting by the fire, or if you're in the Northern Hemisphere, it's summer, just put your hand on your heart and feel. It's not about what I say as being truth. Feel within your heart what is your truth, because that's the important thing. So just feel your truth within you. Mikli kushlo sasabedokoya. Allah koisidi sadabidokola balashtokola sidi mokashtiasia. And so the words to this are, from the far-flung stars, from the furthest heavens, we greet you. And we're talking here about the 22 galaxies that together create a multi-galactic diamond-shaped grouping in the cosmos. This grouping is like a soul family in the heavens. And so these 22 galaxies together create a diamond-shaped grouping out there in the cosmos. The energy powerhouse or source for this group of 22 galaxies is God, infinite all that is, the energy of the divine creator. In the year 2013 or so, a stargate opened called the Stargate of Aldebaran, which allowed for this energy of a more expanded creative force to come into our galaxy, our Milky Way galaxy. It's this energy which has been the activating force for us as we've gone through, all of us I'm sure would agree, and all of you would agree, we've gone through many changes in the last few years. Put your hand up in this room if you've gone through many changes in the last few years. Yes, because you see, on one level, our soul is being called forth now, because it's the time for our soul to be called forth. And it's the time for all of you who are listening and watching tonight to be called forth, because it's time for us to step forward and be the true, authentic soul beings that we are really, and we know ourselves to be when we can get out of our own way and stop being afraid. So we want to go through this gateway, this portal into the new, so that we can integrate this strength, this mana strength, and stand in that energy through all time. Not just today, not just tomorrow, not just next week, but always through the next alpha to omega cycle of our soul, which is now beginning, you see? So this cycle began for us a very long time ago, in the time of Tara. It began when we, as children of light, came to this planet, not called Earth. And as the children of light, we were not in human bodies. We were more in light bodies form. But we came here to Tara to hold the light here, to hold our light here. But when we first came, we didn't really have to hold much light at all, because it was such a beautiful, lush, verdant, tropical sort of place. And we were just children of light, so we had a good time and we had fun. But over a long period of time, several hundred years, things began to change. Thousands of years, really. Things began to change. And others who rather liked the light of Tara wanted to come here too. But these beings who came here were not aligned with God, the law of one, the infinite all. They were created by the same creator that we were created by, because in God's house there are many mansions. That means that there are many mansion worlds throughout these 22 galaxies. And many of them have evolved life on. But as we know on Earth is a place of duality. There's the ones who evolve to the light, and there's the ones who evolve in the opposite direction. So some of the beings who came to Tara were not aligned with the true light of the infinite all. They were separated from that, or distanced from that. And in particular, I could talk here of the fallen angels or the fallen angelics, who really were not aligned with the oneness or the unity of all creation. We see this mirrored in people all over our planet, you see. And so what happened over this very long period of time is that the consciousness, the vibration of Tara gradually contracted and condensed. And this happened because of the mindset or the consciousness of those beings on Tara over many hundreds, probably thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of years, you see. Until the children of light looked up from their play and thought, hey, what's going on here? It doesn't feel like it used to feel. There's something happening to Tara. What can we do about it? They tried to hold the light then. They tried to hold to the memory of the truth. But really, it was too late at that time. The children of light could not stay on Tara. And Tara gradually contracted to become third-dimensional Earth. This was a great experiment by the divine forces, by the divine hierarchy. And they were very worried about what had happened to Earth, but there wasn't much they could do because the existing beings on Earth at that time had degenerated and descended and contracted, and they didn't have the required genetic code, the DNA, to be actually reached by forces of the light. You see, because we as humans, we have a little connection memory chip, if you like, and this is called the pineal gland in our brain. So we can receive divine information, we can receive divine light through this pineal gland. But the beings, and they weren't human, who existed on Tara all that long time ago, could not. And so there was like a retrogressive evolution. Evolution couldn't proceed in this linear line. Now, I'm not disputing Darwin's theory. Yes, that is completely true. Life on Earth evolved from the waters, you see, from the sea. But the life on Earth that evolved from the sea was after the children of light, who, remember, were not human. So there was another evolution of the Earth that began, no longer Tara. Around 200,000 years ago, give or take a few hundred thousands of years around that time, the Galactic Council of this Milky Way galaxy decided, hey, we're going to do something about this now. So they created a colony on Earth that they called Mu. Mu was a vast landmass in the South Pacific. Mu was actually 3 big areas of land. It was pretty flat. It had plains. It didn't have mountains. It just had hills, rolling hills, and it had beautiful vegetation. And it stretched probably a little bit north of Hawaii down to about Easter Island and Fiji in the Pacific Ocean. But there were 3 lands, and they were quite close together. And it was the Pleiadians from the star system of the Pleiades who were really instrumental in this, because remember, Earth was a third-dimensional planet at that time. It's just shifting now. And the Pleiadians, being fourth-dimensional, were closest in vibration to the Earth's vibration. And so they created colonies on Mu, the first star colonies here. Around 100,000 years ago, it was time to begin to do something to recreate the Earth and bring it back to this pristine energy of Tara that it had been in the time of Tara, but also to introduce a new species onto the Earth who could be reached by the forces of light, by the forces of divine light. And the species, it was decided, was to be called the human, because the word hue, the sound hue actually means of God. So the human beings were deliberately created. We are a deliberate creation. We didn't evolve like the fishes of the sea. We were deliberately created and seeded upon the earth for the sole reason to advance the earth and to advance ourselves, and in so doing so, to advance all of this galaxy and beyond, all of the 22. So this wonderful human creation is actually an avatar race. But because the earth was vibrating and is, and has just been up until really recently, vibrating in the slower vibrating third-dimensional pulsation rhythm, slower, the human creation couldn't be activated by Source, God, infinite light, into its full potential and ability. So within our DNA, there was a lot of space to move, and this is known as junk DNA. Doesn't really appear to have a reason for being, but it does. It's just that it hasn't been switched on to express yet. In this next 13-year time period, much more of our human DNA potential is going to be switched on to express. And the way it's been switched on to express is through the transmission of codes of light. The DNA is like a digital code itself. Digital just means that each letter of our DNA script and the DNA of human beings, our genetic alphabet, has 4 letters. These relate to the nucleic acid codes that then are translated by RNA into amino acids or proteins for the structure of the human body. So the nucleic acid codes are A for adenine, T for thymine, G for guanine, and C for cytosine. And they're arranged in 64 3-letter words called codons. This is what is known as the alphabet of the human species. But it's the alphabet of the human species as it has been until now. What Spirit tell me is that there is a new letter to be introduced into human DNA word sequencing, to bring our word sequencing, our number of combinations up to 72. Instead of having a 64 light letter grid, we're going to be having a 72 light letter grid. And so what this will mean for us is that our human bodies will change form and be more vitalized, but we will be different. And our mind power capacity will be different and switched on to express to a far greater capacity. This is what ascension really is all about. The switching on of this far greater capacity of who we truly are as the human race, as human people. And in so doing, we will be empowered to recreate our world, our earth, because we can't do it now. We don't have the tools that we need. But we're getting there. So this is why this 3 days here at Mana, the place of Tara in New Zealand, Aotearoa, I feel is so very important for all of us. And this is why we invited you to join us, our soul family from around the world, so that you too can be part of this process that is going to begin tomorrow with Saint Germain. Saint Germain, as I'm sure many of you will know, is the Kohan, the leader, if you like, of the 7th ray, the violet ray, the purple ray. So Saint Germain is the leader of this ascension process, bringing the energies, helping to support the changes that we are all going through. And Saint Germain is with me here. Some of you might see him, some of you may not. But you will feel within your heart the truth of what he says. He wants to address you now. Saint Germain has had a number of lifetimes on earth as Merlin, and considered to be Sir Francis Bacon. And in his final time on earth, as the Count Saint Germain, or the Comte de Saint Germain in France, and this was in the 18th century. He was known as the Wonder Man of Europe because he never seemed to age, and he just seemed to pop up and appear in place to place without seeming to have travelled there. So Saint Germain comes forth now. Aha! Welcome. I greet you. I am that I am. But remember, as I am, so too are you. Because you are of the oneness of creation, of the one who created, the God of all creation, the energy of all creation. In this time of new beginning, there are many who will come to you to teach you. But really, they are coming not to teach, but to remind you of what you may have forgotten. in this time of new becoming. There are those who may gainsay you. That means to tell you that's stupid, rubbish. But I say to you, do not trust the words, trust the heart and how it feels. You are entering a new time. And as you enter this new time, this portal or gateway to the new, many things about yourself will fade away, be shaken up to fade away. This time on earth that is a time of reset and change for all of the people of this planet is a time where many are thrown into discord, dismay, and chaos. But remember, out of the stirring comes renewal, because what needs to be released will come up for release. So trust this time. Know that you are supported in all ways. Know that you are not alone. Know that we, on all levels of being, this is multigalactic and multidimensional, all beings of light are more expanded than our level of light, is what he's saying. So just put your hand on your heart, he says, because the heart within the body is part of the four sacred forces of creation. In the beginning, with God, with energy of source of all, there is four aspects of creation, just as there are four seasons. There's the stage of the void that we entered into this afternoon here. There is the stage of the firing, the activation, the sparking of something that is to come. There is the stage of the balancing, the consolidation. And then there is the stage of ament, or the fourth stage, which is taking flight and moving into the new. So here today, it's the first day of this process. So we are in the stage or the stage of the void, the waters, where we have all the potentials within us, all the potentials that are to come forward over these next 3-4 days of this time together. But we are just sitting in the void of nothing, in a state of beingness and positive expectation, knowing that all is well and that we are being taken forward not by ourselves, not by me, not by Judy, but by forces beyond our ken, our understanding. So he's saying, feel my words, don't think my words. Feel within your heart and your own soul, the essence, and discern with your own intuitive inner truth whether that essence is truth for you. And if truth be of the highest, know that you are called. So Spirit, we're really talking here about the councils of light, the God source creation energies at the heart of this multidimensional diamond of 22 galaxies. We are being called now by them, by their unified voice. And all of these 22 galaxies has a specific tonal frequency that is combined together to create a unity, a oneness, just like we are creating a unity or a oneness with our global soul family today. So it's what you feel. It's all about what you feel and what your soul remembers and reconnects to. And whether it's the right time for you to reconnect to this aspect of your own soul's memory. And what you want to do in your personal human life now on the planet and in the years going forward. So they say they are bringing heaven to earth. And as we did earlier with Puruwai, we are bringing earth to the heavens. And we are in the middle. We are the conjunction between heaven and earth. You know, the Maori word for the land, Papatuanuku, it means literally the place of the standing rainbow. All of us with our chakra systems, we have a chakra system with the colours of our chakras. We are the standing rainbows. And we've come to this place of the standing rainbow. We remember that we are the standing rainbows, and that within our standing rainbows is the mana, the strength. And all that is required is to call this out of us, the kauranga. Call this out of us. And so the energy of the words that will be spoken over these next 4 days is to call this energy that we all innately have within our being out of us. And then we will be free to create as people, as individuals, and to co-create together a better future for our planet and Earth's people. That is the important thing. And to help our children and our grandchildren understand this process of change that they are going through, and they are going through it before us really, because they came in, our grandchildren, the little children of the earth, with this knowing and this energy. But they need to remember, they need to be taught the wisdom of Papatuanuku, of the earth, and the wisdom of the stars. And as the stars, the wisdom of the stars and that understanding, that multigalactic understanding of who we really are as God-created beings, needs to be merged with the understanding of safeguarding and husbanding and caring for our earth, our mother on which we live. And our children and our children's children need to be taught this now, this wisdom, because they are the guardians of the future. And as we come together now, and we are preparing ourselves for our own future, we gain a much wider perspective, a wider understanding of the importance of what Saint Germain and the spiritual hierarchy are bringing forth for us all in the anchoring of these 24 codes of light. Because over 3 days, we will be activated, strengthened, and changed so that we may go forth to start the next chapter of our soul and human journey. Saint Germain is with us. The entire spiritual hierarchy is with us. All the star beings are with us. The Council of Al So'om at the heart of the diamond, the heart of these 22 galaxies of the multigalactic diamond. They're with us. Lords of Amenti within the earth, the inner earth kingdoms, they're with us. The Devas and the nature spirits of this land, this earth on which we live, they are with us. And here in this place, the place of Tara in Aotearoa, New Zealand, the very special ancestral energies and the guardians of this land that have been here since the beginning of time, since that time of compression and contraction of Tara, they are here with us. And so there is no mistake. We are here at the divine right time. This date in Aotearoa, New Zealand today is the 31st of July, but this energy goes on. It is just the date of its anchoring. It is timeless, and people will come to this energy when they are ready. All of you are here with us today, and we greet you with much love, much araha from our heart. And for me, it's really significant that tomorrow here in New Zealand is the 1st of August. Number 1, new beginning. August 8, the 8th month. 8 is a very powerful and fortunate number. It's also the number of the infinity symbol. And the ultralight energies that are transmitted through the words that I speak are like a whole lot of figure eights on their side, all joined together. Like the DNA is like the DNA, really. And then 2020, the number 20, very auspicious, very important, very special number. So far this year, many of us have been on the planet. We're lucky in New Zealand, but many of us on the planet have been through a lot of challenge, and a lot of fear and anxiety has come up. As we move now in the next 2 to 3 years, these challenges will, in some places, settle down, and some places get worse. But remember that we are birthing the new. And as we all know, every woman knows that the birth process, and probably their partners as well, the birth process is a bit challenging. But what we get at the end of it is this incredibly beautiful new child. And so we are going through this birth process, a rebirth process, all of us, to give birth to this new child of ourselves, this more expanded version of ourselves, to be more than we have ever known ourselves to be. And this is truth. And I've seen this happen to me in the last few months with my own physical experience and with my own eyes and with my own feelings. And I have gone through this process, so I know what it's like. And it starts with a letting go of fear, anxiety, stress, worry. But sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes when we're letting go of that fear, anxiety, stress and worry, it comes up into our consciousness. We actually feel the energy, the emotion of that again, because it is energy in motion. It's not energy in motion making us worse than we've been before. It's energy in motion where all that stuff that we don't like, that has limited and sabotaged us, is leaving us. So that energy in motion at the first part of that change can come up to release. But they're telling me right now that I've done a lot of that transmutation for you. You're lucky you. So you don't have to go through it in the next few days, because I did it over 2 months and it wasn't that pleasant. So you don't have to go through this. We're going to be taken really quickly through this gateway, through this portal, and into the new aspect of ourselves, into, it's not the end of our new human beingness, it's not the end of those changes, it's the beginning of those changes in 2020. Remember, this process of change is going on particularly strongly over 13 years. So this is the 2020 version of how far we can get in 2020, but there's more to come. We have to do it step by step, you see, because we've been locked down into these old-fashioned sort of human bodies and old-fashioned ways of thinking, because we've taken into ourselves a great deal of what's called karmic miasmic patterning. This is past life experience, the energy residues of the traumatic, the very nasty, the not quite nice past life experiences that we've had in many lifetimes. Even though we've come into new bodies in this particular physical embodiment experience, we still bring in the energy residue memories, the karmic vibrations of this past time, these past times. And we don't necessarily remember the horrible stories that went with them, but when we go through change in particular, when we are called to step out, when we are called to do something that we don't feel that comfortable about, it's like when we're called to come out of our comfort zone, these old patterns of emotion and thought and belief about ourselves play again, you see, and they come up. But the good news is that I am told, that after these 4 days together, today and the next 3 days, we'll be through that. We won't be doing that anymore. We will just be in our new physical bodies and we won't be holding all that stress. And a few people have said to me already, you seem more relaxed. Like, even though you're talking to all these people around the world, you seem more relaxed this time. And I am. And it's quite amazing to me because I have been always a little bit of a stress cadet because I think I've had many, many lifetimes where I've tried to hold the light like all of you and something rather unpleasant's happened to me. And when I was going through the 2 months of physical and consciousness change that I've just been through, I had a really sore neck, and I'm quite sure it was because in some past life I had my head cut off. So all the fear that it was held in the cellular memory of that part of my body was actually releasing. Now I don't have a sore neck at all, and I feel really, really good. And my physical body feels really light, much lighter and more vital than it ever has, really. So I feel that this is what's in store for all of us as we release the old and step into the new. So if you are joining us tonight for this Alpha to Omega story, you're welcome to join us for this entire time together. I want to talk now in particular about what these codes of light actually mean. We talk about the anchoring of the codes of light. What is a code of light? The human species is being upgraded from its original form of creation. As defined by Spirit, a code of light is a sequence of energy, like a sentence or paragraph, that defines and determines a specific new outcome in body, mind, and soul. Anchoring a code of light is the imprinting of a divinely light-coded set of instructions that includes light, energy, tonal resonance, and vibration. This energy opens the time locks within DNA sequencing so that resequencing and a new upgraded form of expression can occur for body, mind, and soul. So these codes of light are delivered as these very fast energy words of new creation, and they're received at the level of the cellular template and the DNA. And the cells, we've got trillions of cells in our body, and within the nucleus of every cell there are 2 copies of DNA. We inherit one from our mother and one from our father. But we're all part of a trinity. So we have these 2 copies of DNA, physical DNA within the cells, but we also have an energetic component of that DNA, which I call soul DNA. So who we are is really determined by all 3 aspects of ourselves. It's determined by the ancestral line of the lineage DNA of our mother, and it's determined by the DNA from our father and our father's ancestral line, going back about 7 generations, particularly, strongly. And it's determined by all the experiences that we've had on a soul level. Now, what we, up until now, have been mainly tapping into and feeling is the negative experiences that we have had from a soul level. This is the karmic miasmic patterning that I'm talking about, the energy trauma that when we go through change or when we have certain experiences in our life gets triggered to vibrate. And when it gets triggered to vibrate, we feel the same energy that we might have felt, say, 500 years ago. We don't necessarily know the story attached to it, but we feel the energy of fear or loss or anxiety or sadness or whatever even more strongly. Who in this room and who of you at home Have you ever had a situation where your reaction to it was out of all context than it should have been? You know what I mean by that? Where you have a very strong reaction to something, more so than other people might have, and other people might even say to you, I don't know why you're reacting to that, it's not that bad. But to you, to us, it is. And it is because we've had that experience before in some other time, in some other place. But one of the reasons we attract that experience back to us is to release it from our repertoire of energy experiences, you see. Because the thing about these codes of light that we are bringing through over these next 4 days, the thing about these codes of light is that we can't adequately and properly receive these codes of light into the cellular template of the body and the DNA, right at the DNA, in the nucleus of the cells, if there was a whole lot of blocking of this light, this energy on the way through. And this is why most of us have been through, particularly in 2020, I would say, a lot of clearing, a lot of preparation, which affects us physically. How many of you had physical issues this year? Not pleasant ones. And it affects us emotionally, because our soul knows why we're here. Our soul knows that we are called to be here in this lifetime. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been born in this lifetime. And our soul knows what our mission or our purpose is in this lifetime, like what we've come to do. The thing is, we've brought in all this dross with us as people from these past lives. And this needs to be released from us so that we can fully integrate that light, that divine light that wants to come in us and through us now to trigger the change of us as human people into avatar humans. Because this is the divine right time, this is the time of ascension. And if we are not strong like Mana, if we are not heart-centered, loving, kind, compassionate, this energy can't work. So nothing changes. But we wouldn't be here if we were in that category. We're here listening to these words, being, I think, activated by these words, by this energy, because we are meant to be here. And at some time in our soul's past, and certainly before we came into this lifetime, we knew why we were here. We chose to be here. And I guess you could say that my role as Judy is to help all of us step forward to be who we really are, to take on the mantle of our own soul's authenticity, to take on the mantle of our own soul's truth and wisdom, so that we might all do what we have come to do and help each other co-create a new earth on which to live. So that's really why we're here. But we have to step up, we have to get ourselves ready for the task, which is what this program is all about, getting ourselves ready for the task. So to get us ready for the task, the divine hierarchy with Saint Germain want to bring through some energy to begin to prepare us. And you don't have to do anything, you just have to sit with your hand palm up and just be like a sponge and soak up the energy. Just sit with your hands palm up. Within the heart, there are 4 chambers within the heart. They're rather like the 4 seasons of earth, spring, summer, autumn, winter. And then the renewal of the spring, summer, autumn, winter. So to renew us, we're beginning first with the physical heart and then the heart chakra, the 4 chambers of the heart, with 4 sacred forces of new creation for our physical heart to strengthen. And then with our heart chakra expansion to open into love. Mesti kulo se de sar kulie. Ada kala bata kala sokadi. Ada kala bata kala bata ki lokadi zabata kadi. Akala bata kadi sitsi. Oza kala bata kadi sisi. Ada bata kala bata kala show jelaka. Isi de se ba logo di zabata kadi. Ada bata kala bata kadi. Ada kala bata ki. O grazie. O grazie, te codasso così, alla bata con la sacudi sacoia, alla cala bata che si, la bata che la bata so, alla calata con te, che la bata sacudi, alla coda che saculistaka. So this energy is about opening up the energy circuits of the body better so that we can receive these 24 codes of light. Miklisa kulish la casa la cosa di salaba la coia e la casa riesa bedi o lo codo grasse lo stanna balaka e colloquisa da badaka mati o colloquisa la kishra sokudi alla calabeda gola kisiti sia e kisiti kisiko sukulu sta sokudi alla colada kadogazabet Kadabati, O Kolako Sokodishtaka, Ikisa da Kadabati, a Klisa da Galasakoti, a Stasa Kodashtaka, Matia. So, what you might feel is a tingling, like a vibration all through your body. Who's feeling that now here? This is like a quickening. It's like everything's waking up within us for what is to come, like an awakening. Whether you're joining us for the entire event or not, Spirit want to bring through now a gift, a blessing. And this is a blessing of ease, of good things, of synchronicities happening, which are to your advantage, of good things happening, of divine support, like a blessing of divine support. So if it's been a bit rough for you right now, where you live, in your world, this blessing of divine support will shift away the roadblocks and open you to a much better time ahead. Mukali koshle sakolashtako. Ella kosa beta kosa de sanabadia. O kolako salakasakia. Eklika sadashtola badakasia. O kolakasia bishtakuya. O kolakasi kisa kasiki. O kolakasakia. O koko kisa la kasi de kosa de shranabelaka. Matia. These words, Matia, mean you are loved, you are blessed, and so it is. Because nobody should tell us who we are or where we're going or what is ahead. I'm not here to tell you. I'm just here to allow you to feel the truth within you. Feel that truth within you. To remember that life in the body is only a tiny little part of who we are. And when we leave this body, we go to our real home. And then we decide where we want to be after that, to come back to earth or not. But all of us here are here because at one time in our soul's past, we decided to come to earth for this very long cycle of time, whether we were on Tara, and I think most of us were, and we chose to come back to fulfill, to see this mission through to completion. And the mission is one of advancement. It's one of bringing the light of love back to this place that we all love so well. It's a very special place, whether there are human beings on it or not. The human beings were really created as a divine new guardian race species for this planet. Sadly, many of the human beings have forgotten this fact. But this planet is like a star, a special, beautiful place of Tara. And remember I said at the beginning, this is to do with DNA, it's to do with lineage, it's to do with the lineage of Ra, God, source, all that is, the infinite all. So there is something very magical and wonderful here, deep within the earth, that is for us to uncover and find and bring forth. Whether it's in the next few days, I'm not sure, but there is something that is very ancient here that we are the guardians of as the human race. So how vital and important it is then for us to look after this planet, not only because of climate change or other reasons of pollution, but we are looking after this planet because it is very special among the heavens. It's our home. And as the children of light, when we first came to this place called Tara, we now go back to becoming more expanded beings of light. So many blessings to you, all of you. So I'm to do a Alpha to Omega meditation now. This Alpha to Omega meditation, I will speak. Just shut your eyes. Trust in the process that unfolds. With every ending, there is always a new beginning, because the soul, the life of the soul is eternal. And as you are an eternal being, you can never die and fade away. The cycle of soul is the conclusion of an old program. But a new program awaits, which is of much greater joy, much greater light, much greater love, and much greater co-creation. To come together in community. The community of all of the aspects of our own physical selves functioning better together as a united being, but also the community of souls and beings coming together Omega means the end. But this new cycle that is beginning now and is to come forth with a new calling into the void will take you far. And they say, open to receive now, open to receive. So this is the calling into the new aspect of ourselves. It's like calling every part of us on a cellular, DNA, human, physical, energy level into a new aspect to express. Just be and relax. Mikli koshlo shadesi samalushlo shtashluko malashlo shalashana malushla malaguda stuklu soshti la shlu shashlo shru shadeshluko mushlu shoshti mushlu shoshetang shokoshi shokulu shikushi shokusolo shokulu shishi sholukushi kia Kulu she took his shoes I see. Kulu shoes. Mushula showed out shoulder shoulder steers so cool. Look usually soldiers I shall I looks to. This is a very ancient language I'm speaking now. This is the language of the children of light. If you resonate with language, this tongue, you were, still are a child of light. This is the language of Tara. Matia, 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 Matia. So the energy and the essence of these words is like an awakening. It's like a remembering. It's like a sparking of this new Alpha to Omega cycle of soul. Michelle Shalakabaki, Adabadalo Shishita Sukud, Adabadi Soshoki, Likolo Jidisa Lakoya, Abadagola Sabatatos Sukudish Tuku, Akadabadagola Sokulish Koshtiki, Atabadakoa, Liakolaki said Ilusion Jesi, Akos Sokodiaka, Matia, 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 Matia. You are loved. You are blessed, and so it is. They say, don't worry about the future. They say, we are in charge of Earth's future. All is well. The old has to break down before the new we can break through into the new. There has to be a breakdown. But the breakdown is not within us. The breakdown is within the fabric and the structure of the life and how it is structured on this planet because it does not work. So in order to move into a new way, there has to be a breakdown to break through. Thank you so much.
Namaskaram. A hearty greetings to great gathering on this auspicious day. I bow down with a deep respect to all the dear masters, the divine masters present here. I, Dr. Sushma, feeling very much blessed today to receive a call from the universe to share few spiritual words here. The topic is on the secret of happiness. There is a beautiful saying in Telugu, Santoshame Mahabhagyam and Santoshame Sagambalam. What it truly means. Yes, happiness, the highest riches in this world is happiness. And the person who is happy gets all the power in this world and becomes the most strong. So why is this? And we are in this world where we can create or invent anything what we want and get things into our hands within minutes. But are we able to get the happiness? Are we really happy? Let me tell, there are a very few number of people we can count on fingers who are really happy from core. Why is this so? What is the real secret of happiness? Today, before starting the topic, there is a sincere request from my side. I wish everyone to have a beautiful smile on your face till the session is over. Please be connected with me and keep a smile on your face. For this, I think I need to open this story with a beautiful joke. Today morning, while I am going through and preparing for the session, I came across a small joke. A man was very happy and he arranged for a party in the evening. All his friends gathered. They all enjoyed the whole night. They were jumping, dancing, playing and all with total excitement. One of the friends, like me, not knowing the reason for the party, went to the man and asked, "What is the reason for the party?" Then he, with full excitement and jumping, told to the man, "Today I met with an accident. My Mercedes got crashed into pieces." Then all were surprised. What is this? And why, when the Mercedes got crashed, why is that? So he is celebrating the occasion. Then he told, "The driver is safe and I am driving." He told, "Not even my little finger got hurt in the accident. Only my Mercedes is completely gone. I am alive today. I can buy 10 more Mercedes in this lifetime." So one should here learn to celebrate your blessings in your life. Though the story is funny, but still it carries a true message, an eye-opening message for you. Every person should count their blessings in their life. They should celebrate each and every blessing in their life for them to get more and more blessed and create more and more realities, manifest many good happy incidents in their life. Learn to count the blessings in your life. We are all blessed. We are all having many beautiful things in our life. Let's focus on the beauty. Now, coming to the next secret of happiness, I would like to ask a small question. Remember your yesterday. How many of you are happy and how many times you are happy from the core? Just recollect the moments at times where you felt very happy. There might be 5, 10, 15, 20. Yes, okay, more than 20. Very good. I appreciate that you have more than 20 happy moments. Yes, but there's one thing that has to be noticed here. You all might have observed small kids. If not, we will try to observe them keenly enough. How happy they are. Are they not happy the whole day? They are happy every moment. They cherish every moment. They jump for everything. They are happy for everything. Mark the point. Please, mark this. There is no reason for which they are happy. Truly, there is no reason for which they are happy, but still they are happy. There might be a reason that they are not happy due to the external reasons. Their favorite toy might be destroyed, or mommy might be scolding for some reason. So, in those moments, only then they will be unhappy. But unfortunately, we, after being grown up, so adult, we are in a situation where we are counting for our happy moments. Observe the kids. The kids are the real masters. They teach us many things. One can get easily enlightened or carry a great message for the lifetime just by observing the kids. The smile what they wear on their face is very innocent, filled with the pure love and innocence. We, after growing so old, we depend on the external factors to be happy. We are thinking of someone or something that can make us happy. We want some reason to be happy. This is a point that we all have to observe. Time for us to think, isn't it? So here there is one more beautiful point that we have to notice. How much time we are unhappy. With the same example of kids. If mommy scolds or if some favorite toy is destroyed, how much time they are unhappy. For 1 hour, they will cry more. I know they cry a lot. Ziddy kids are there, stubborn. They cry for 1 hour, 2 hours, they won't eat food. They keep crying for a day. Yes, 2 days, but after that, they totally forget about it. They are back into their normal life, happy life, bindas life, isn't it? But compare the same thing with adults. Ask your wife to break your iPhone and then see what happens. There are a series of emotions that carry into the incident, isn't it? First thing, we get a lot of anger. Why did she break my phone? Isn't it? And then you start shouting. You lose your temper. You start shouting, scold. You might even beat if you lose much temper. More than the sadness of losing that iPhone, anger takes over the sadness. It is very sad to know that we are not having control over our emotions. And then the ego creeps in. The words or the discussion or the fight may lead into the ego to pop into, where the discussion will lead up to divorce or a very big thing. So many days it gets carried, spoiling all the moment. Just a small thing that which can be forgotten in minutes has been carried to days and ruined the entire life. Is it really necessary? See the great difference between the kids and we grown-ups. Is there something that we have to understand and learn? Yes, I've seen a beautiful movie, a message-oriented movie, Thappad. I think you all might be familiar with the movie Thappad. Recently, I've seen through that. In that, the husband slaps the wife in a very big party, the full family gathering party, and that's the end. Though the husband gets realized by what is his mistake, he apologizes, but everything is lost. It has ruined the entire life. just with a single slap. The reasons, whatever, might be different in the movie, but when you lose control over your emotions, your wisdom is gone. It leads to only unhappy moments later. Your heart, mind, body, actions all become negative and weak. So, here the main point that you have to remember is gain control over your emotions. That will be your next secret of happiness, my dear friends. Here, this statement is supported by the words of Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita. Let me tell you the sloka, but with the permissions of all dear masters, if I chant something, any mistake in the sloka, kindly excuse me. The sloka here is Asochanan Vaschastvam Pragnavadancha Bhashase Gatashu Nagatashu Nanusochanti Panditaha. The Supreme Lord Krishna said, while you speak the words of wisdom, you are mourning for that which is not worthy of grief. The wise lament neither for the living nor for the dead. Here, these are the words spoken by Lord Krishna to Arjuna, where Arjuna has fallen weak, disturbed, and lost all his wisdom just by carrying the emotions and crying for the things or the persons that are impermanent. So, when you are in deep emotion, you will lose all your wisdom and it leads to only unhappiness. It increases the unhappiness. You will lose all the happiness in your life. So, learn to have control over your emotions. Master over your emotions. Okay, then coming to the next secret. One more question to you all. Why and what for we are all leading this life of rat race? From the morning when you wake up till the night, till the end of your day, it's all a rat race, isn't it? What for this is all? Earning, earning, earning. Yes, it is all for earning. Earning money. Earning your livelihood, isn't it? You are studying, you're building your career, you're building your business, your job, everything is for what? Is for earning. And this earning is for what? To get the things what you want, isn't it? You're buying a pizza or a gift to your girlfriend. For what? For happiness. You're buying a toy to your kid for happiness. You're buying a home or property for happiness of your family. You're buying something to you, a chocolate or something what you wish for, again is for happiness, isn't it? But is this all real happiness? My dear friends, think once and answer. Is this all real happiness? Are we really happy after earning so much money? After buying so many luxurious things in our life? Are we really happy? Then why are we running behind, earning to buy happiness? Isn't it? There are a few examples. We buy something for happiness. It doesn't give you happiness. Example, you feel the same happiness. Suppose you drink water is a thing. When you're thirsty, you drink water. But the same thirst can be even gone by drinking a cool drink. You are hungry, you can eat a normal chapati, or you can eat a pizza or your favorite recipe. If the same hunger or the same thirst is being satisfied by a normal food or normal water, then why are we aiming for the riches? If you just want to reach your destiny, why can't the cycle do that? And why? You want some other rich car. You have a cycle, you want scooty. If you have a scooty, you want a bike. If you want a bike, if you have a bike, car, next, more and more. Always, Edil mange more, isn't it? Yes. Nowadays, you can see the restaurants and the beauty parlors are the most richest business that's going on in the world, isn't it? Because Edil mange more. We want the pleasure out of it. We want, if someone says that you're beautiful today, your dress is beautiful, you're looking charming, you have a great car, you're not feeling happy. You're getting maza out of it. You're feeling so pleasure out of it. So for that pleasure you're getting it. It is not for the happiness. If it is only for satisfaction, then normal food can do the same as what a pizza does, isn't it? So giving pleasure to your mind, heart, your manasu is a thing that we are going behind. And also, one more example, the same thing what it gives a happiness today, you will not have the same thing later. Persons, a boy and a girl, love each other so deeply, so much, they get married. They are so much attached to each other, they cannot live without each other. And they get married. The same boy, the same girl, the same love. But are they happy after 2 years, 5 years, 10 years? No, the whole scenario changes. You know what happens, isn't it? And then, you bought a new car, you're very happy. Next day, you met with an accident. The same car with accident. You have lost all the happiness. You want to go and enjoy in a movie. With lot of excitement, you go to the movie. But when the movie is flop, when it does not meet your expectations, are you really happy then? The same thing is not giving you the happiness. It is dependent on something else. So more you are attached to something, the more you will get hurt. The more unhappiness it creates in you. So the concept of attachment should be understood here. To be happy, the more happiness, the less attached you should be. You should know the concept of detachment. Attachment with detachment. How to lead, how to satisfy yourself. Know the big story. The more the attachment, more problems. Example of Mahabharatam. Dhritarashtra, who is more attached to his son Duryodhana, he has lost all his wisdom. He has supported his son in all the sins. What is he doing? Which has led to the end of Kuruvamsa. Duryodhana, he became blind. He was just running behind. He got attached to the throne. And then he did not see his own destruction. It has invited a lot of unhappiness into their whole life. It ruins. So you should know how much you should get attached and how much you should encourage your senses. Again, there is a saying from the Bhagavad Gita, from chapter 2, verse 14. Matra sparshastu kaunteya shitoshna sukha dukkhada Agama Paino Nitya Tamstitiksha Swabharatha. O son of Kunti, the contact between the senses of objects gives rise to the fleeting perception of happiness and distress. These are non-permanent, comes and go like summer and winter. One must learn to tolerate them without being disturbed. Here, the meaning is the five senses: sight, smell, taste, touch, and hearing are in contact with the objects of perception, that is, your mind, your manasu, which gives you happiness and distress. You should not become a toy or a puppet or a pendulum played by these senses. You should know till where you have to encourage and where you should stop it. To be happy. That would be our next secret of happiness. Control your senses of mind. And next is control how much attached you are. You should know and realize yourself. We should now understand what is happiness. Happiness is not something that you can buy. Happiness cannot be earned. It cannot be traveled. We cannot travel to sky. Happiness cannot be consumed. We cannot eat. It cannot be worn. It is not that we get by buying clothes. It is purely a spiritual experience of living every minute with love, grace, and gratitude. Just by realizing your inner self, your emotions, your senses, and how attached you are to the things around you, relating to your senses, will really give your happiness. Nothing can destroy your happiness. Your real sense of being cannot be destroyed. There is one more saying in chapter 2, verse 15. Yam hina vyadhayam tyethe purusham purusharshabha samadukham sukham dhiram so mrutatvaya kalpate. What does that mean? Our happiness, our sadness should not be there at any time. It should not be over sadness or over happiness at any moment. Nothing should disturb your happiness or sadness. There should not be affected by the dualities of life, like good, bad, likes and dislikes, God and devil. Nothing. One should be or see everything and everything in the same sense of equality. One should be equiposed or balanced or in steady in any moment. Only that person is really eligible for liberation or moksha. So we should learn that sense of balance. There is this Bhagavad Gita gives you many lessons of life. Unfortunately, every home, if there is a Bhagavad Gita, we can find that in the puja room, mostly kept unopened, but the preachings are never taught to the kids. If one try to understand the deeper essence of the sayings in Gita, one will learn and handle every situation in the life. Not the happiness, they can get anything what they want in their life. Success, happiness, at the most, liberation, moksha. What else we need? Just open Bhagavad Gita and learn. Know the reality of life. Now, after knowing, understood what is affecting our happiness and how to create happiness, let me ask you one thing. Now, why are we all seeking happiness. Why do we want happiness? Why are we not satisfied when you are unhappy? When something bad goes, why are you getting so much disturbed? Why always want to be happy? Yes, because whatever we say, the God, different names, universe, nature, consciousness, the entire universe is a big ocean of infinite bliss, and our souls are apart from it, tiny parts from the infinite nature. Swami Vivekananda addresses people as, "O children of immortal bliss." Yes, just as a child is very much happy, anxious to go and meet his or her mother, we all the souls are very much anxious to get back to our nature, Mother Nature. Take rest, feel the happiness, bliss of our Mother Nature, isn't it? That is why we are all always behind the searching of happiness, but unfortunately forgetting the real meaning of happiness, getting involved in this physical world. We gave the definition of happiness in different terms. We seek happiness in the materialistic world. But still, after getting so many things, everything in the second into your hand, just by giving money or just by something, whatever you want, it just comes into your hand, but still you are not happy, because that seeking of happiness is coming from within. The soul is asking for the happiness, which is definitely not asking for the physical needs of this world. It is seeking the divine love, divine happiness, that is a real form of our Mother Nature. It has main 3 characteristics. What are those 3? It should be infinite, permanent, and ever fresh. Where do we find these 3? Infinite, permanent, and ever fresh. It's called Sachidanandam, Sat Chit Anandam. Yes, only Sachidanandam is infinite, permanent, and ever fresh. Anything else, any physical thing on this world is temporary. It is not, it is finite, temporary, and it is spoiled or destroyed with time. But the very existence of soul is happiness. Soul is always in an extreme state of happiness, blissful, the Brahmanandam Sthiti. Only when you destroy the Maya around you, the Maya, the big walls that you have created around you, when you destroy that and realize your inner self, only then the sense of satisfaction comes. That Brahmanandam, that Sachidanandam, what the soul is really searching for, you can taste it. You have to get deeply in connection with your soul and get back to our nature, Mother Nature, and feel that happiness. Take a deep breath, my dear masters. Wear a divine smile and determine today, now, today and now in this moment, that I am happy, I am happy, I am blissful now and forever. Transform yourself into a moving physical form of happiness in this physical world. Take the resolution today and gift yourself of attaining the ultimate bliss or happiness. Gift yourself this in this new year. Determine that you are going to be happy. Fight the Maya and reach your inner divine happiness. Last but not the least, remember, masters, there is a famous saying again: person who can smile is a bogi, is the owner of all riches. Bogi means the owner of all riches. And a person who cannot smile is a rogi. Person who can smile is a bhogi, and a person who cannot smile is a rogi. What is a rogi? Who is unhealthy, who is a diseased person. So smiling is a gift given by God. Have a beautiful smile on your face always, always. The day when you are unhappy, even a single drop of water coming out from your eyes because of some unhappy reason, the whole purpose of your life is gone, my dear masters. Yes, the whole purpose of life, the purpose of spreading smiles, the purpose of spreading the divine love, the purpose of spreading happiness is lost. So always keep smiling, dear masters. Always keep smiling. Let us all say it together. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Sarve jana sukhino bhavantu. Loka samastha sukhino bhavantu. Loka samastha sukhino bhavantu. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, dear masters. Always be happy, spreading smiles, love, the divine love and happiness. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Gopal Krishna. I am into this meditation and spiritual journey since last 24 years. I am from India. My journey has started when I am a medical student in Siddhartha Medical College, Vijayawada, in the year 1994. Initially, I was into my own kind of prayers and a lot of methods to praise God, which came from my family tradition. After entering into meditation, I realized that the pure meditation, that is observing natural breath, is the best technique to understand from cosmic energy to cosmos. The initial phase of meditation went along with my classmates, colleagues, and so many masters, both in meditation as well as physically. They guided me. Under the guidance of Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji, I learned a lot of spiritual skills to improve myself. The first 1 year of my spiritual journey is very fabulous, where I used to do intense meditations and lot of trekkings into nature, and I did lot of programs in rural India, and I spread meditation to rural masses. In the year 1999, when I am working as a duty medical officer in neurosurgery department, after attending a strenuous surgery along with my senior colleagues as a duty medical officer, almost I attended that surgery from morning 6 a.m. to night 11 a.m. So during that period, being a medical student and as a junior doctor, I got a doubt. See, just to remove a small tumor from the brain, the whole system, the doctors, the nurses, 10 lakh worth microscope, so many things are working, and having this much big strategy to remove a simple tumor, and if a saint, and of course Brahmarshi Patriji, if he says by just observing breath you can remove all your problems, being a medical personality, how can I rely on that? So that it is a big doubt for me, and on that day a kind of foolishness entered into me, and I have decided to stop all these practices, thinking that this is all just stupid science. But as a regular guidance, I woke up with a beautiful dream and its explanation at around late night 2 a.m. And then I realized, if Brahmarshi Patriji, founder of Pyramid Society movement, and the other senior masters like Paul Vijay Kumar, Dr. Newton, Yugandhar, they are very confidently telling that meditation is the real medicine. Any health problem from headache to cancer can be cured by just doing meditation and following the vegetarian diet and understanding the spiritual science. So they are all undoubtedly telling this science, means they might have known practically and theoretically, they might have researched, and of course they did. Now it is my turn to know about this. So with that intention, within few days I met Patri sir and I asked him, of course I am into meditation, I am doing lot of teaching sessions, but still somewhere or other I have the deep doubt. On his order, I went to Andaman Islands. There I worked as a medical officer for Jarwa tribes. Apart from that, I started doing my own way of internal quest, that intense meditation, and reading books and teaching meditation and practicing some dance to improve my internal skills, artistic skills. All those things like a multitasking I did. Sooner I got a great divine experience where I have experienced that bliss and the oneness and the totality. Those are the moments where I have completely absorbed into the totality and all my doubts were totally clarified. And then I came back to mainland India, and then in 2003 I have started my mission under the title Meditation Health Clinic. So being a medical doctor, apart from my medical practice, I started teaching meditation for the chronically ill patients. Whenever the chronically ill patients used to approach me, of course, I am supposed to give them the basic medicines, allopathic medicines. Apart from that, I used to teach them the value of vegetarian diet, the breath observation technique meditation, and then a bit of spiritual counseling to understand themselves. For this, we did a great trial with a complete structure where we have a group meditation hall with pyramids and a serious meditation chamber with 1000 pyramids inside, and then a spiritual books library, 2 spiritual counseling chambers, 1 health science classroom with 40 chairs and audio TV setup, and then music and dance learning center. Using all these things over a period of 1.5 years and 40 masters, it was slowly developed into 7 centers around Visakhapatnam city, and in all these centers around 1200 case sheets I have registered. Out of that, 750 cases were more than 90% success. Slowly they tapered their medicines and they came out of the medicines, and some people, they got great relief from their problems which are almost since more than 5 years or 10 years. So that gave me a great success. Being a medical graduate, if I am able to give them a great solution for their chronic illness, where they will be at ease, not having the disease, they are into ease with their meditation and spiritual journey, then it is a great success for me. Then a lot of serious illness cases started popping up. Then I took a 25-bedded rural hospital, and on the top floor, almost I kept it for spiritual kind of training, apart from the allopathic treatment. And most of the cases, they used to stay in that vegetarian zone with the help of the masters and medical treatment, almost from headache to cancer. So many cases I admitted, and I used to give them intense spiritual training. So there, in a period of 2.5 years, almost I have admitted around 280 cases. Out of that, 80 cases were a grand success. So that gave me a good confidence, and I understood, if I am able to give spiritual solutions in a great way, then why don't I continue the same thing? With the help of my parents and the family members, I took a decision to teach only meditation to give complete health for each and every individual in this world. So I came out of my conventional profession, and initially I started this meditation health centers in Uttarandhra states. In 3 districts initially I started, around 10 centers, and within 1 year these 10 centers developed into 40 centers. After that, in 3 years they developed into 110 centers across Southeast Asia. I used to travel a lot: Mumbai, Delhi, Kolkata, Hyderabad, Chennai, Mauritius, Singapore, Malaysia, Vietnam. All these countries I used to travel a lot, and the metro cities, and I used to teach meditation to a lot of people, and that spiritual counseling and inquiring into their meditation experiences and understanding the disease, not from the body perspective, from the soul perspective. Here, over a period of time, I am successful in giving the spiritual solutions in a beautiful manner. From the day one, I used to get different kinds of dream experiences and the day-to-day coincidences, the wisdom which I got from Brahmarshi Patriji and the other senior masters, and the wisdom I learned from the books, spiritual books. Altogether, they used to give me a beautiful spiritual solutions for each and every chronic illness as well as serious illness cases. So a triangle was established: the spiritual experiences part, the intellectual root cause, and the physical illness. For example, if you take the thyroid problem, it is related to the Vishuddha Chakra. So how they are working with their speech, whether they are into negative speech or a positive speech or miraculous speech. Slowly they have to develop their miraculous and positive speech. And if they are more talkative and unnecessarily, if they are talking, means we used to give them the silence tablet, the Mauna. That used to give them a great relief from their throat problems. And then there are some people, as a part of their purpose of life, they need to teach the spiritual science to a lot of people as a spiritual service. So once they realize and they start doing it, then they used to get a great relief. And then of course a lot of people will have passion towards music, but because of the environment or the situations may not allow them to learn music. After doing meditation, they used to realize that they have to work on their internal artistic skills. So once they are into music, that automatically cleanses the Vishuddha Chakra, and that itself is a great solution for all the throat related problems. So understanding the speech and molding the speech into like a spiritual subject and then learning music, these are the three basic intellectual steps to come out of all throat related problems and the thyroid problems. So being a medical doctor, apart from the thyroid medicines, I used to write them. You have to learn music, you have to observe the silence, and you have to teach meditation and spiritual science. You have to come out of the negative speech and you have to adopt the positive and miraculous speech. So this kind of spiritual prescriptions I used to deliver to my patients. Sooner or later, by intense meditation and understanding the spiritual wisdom and understanding the reason behind the illness in a spiritual manner, used to give them a great relief. Patri sir gave a great formula: the spiritual intellect is the root and physical health is the fruit. So here we have to understand that the spiritual intellect is the main base. Once we develop it in a great way by doing meditation and reading spiritual books and sharing our experiences with the co-masters, so these three basic things will help us in great way to understand the reason behind the illness. So during this period, I developed the basic 12 spiritual tablets. Here the tablets means they are not like a physical tablet, these are nothing but the wisdom capsules, which will work on our internal belief system, and all the rotten, wrong belief systems will be completely replaced with a brilliant scientific spiritual understandings that automatically change our wrong attitudes, and in turn our mind waves will be automatically will go in a beautiful fashion. If the mind waves are perfect, the body waves will be perfect. Based on this principle, I developed around 350 spiritual tablets. I am very fortunate that being a medical doctor, I worked with this body science. Apart from that, I understood the soul science. Initially, I applied it on my body. Whatever the recurrent pharyngitis, that cough I used to get, that I started curing it through meditation initially. After that, I understood the spiritual principles behind that. When I worked with my patients, I used to observe them very keenly, what kind of experiences they are getting, what kind of realization they are undergoing, and what is making them to come out of those problems. So that developed as a spiritual tablet science. Initially I started those centers, slowly I developed it into a 3-day spiritual tablets workshop and then 11-day spiritual tablets workshop. So far more than 300 masters were trained by me in the last 16 years, and more than 20,000 cases so far we have trained, and they got a great relief from their problems. Now all these masters, apart from the help of allopathy, homeopathy, Ayurveda, there are so many medical systems. So these medical systems has to be embedded with a spiritual science torchlight, a meditation torchlight. With the help of these soul level techniques, the spiritual intellectual level techniques, and apart from the existing systems, that gives a brilliant solution for any health problem. During this course, I have seen so many miraculous transformations. There is a patient from Bangalore who came with a deliberate weakness in the muscles with a myasthenia gravis complaint. Most of the doctors will know very well. He is almost on the bed for more than 6 months, and he tried to commit suicide as well, because he is useless for himself as well as for the family members, and there is no medicine for that. He went up to Chicago and then came back. Finally he landed with 80 mg of steroids. I got a call from him, then one of my senior students attended to him on the bed itself. We used to train him by phone. He started doing meditation in lying down posture. He started with half an hour, and slowly 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 6 hours per day he used to do meditation on the bed itself. Initially he used to fall, whenever he used to go to washroom, he used to fall a lot, and all his drooping eyelids and moon face because of the steroids usage. Lot of weakness, he can't even move out of the bed. From that situation he started walking, and slowly he developed the muscle power, and the steroids got reduced. And today, without any steroids, absolutely he is normal. He went to North India, he went to Europe trip, and so many activities he is doing, and he is teaching meditation to so many people. So a myasthenia gravis patient without any medicines, just with meditation and spiritual science, moving in the society is really a miracle. Similarly, cervical spondylitis, ulcerative colitis, Crohn's disease, and knee joint pains, polyarthralgias, some of the systemic illnesses, chronic asthma, and psychological complaints, so many problems. What are the problem it may be? Once they are into meditation, once they are into vegetarian diet, if they start using this pyramid energy, sooner or later they will cleanse their body, and then slowly they will understand the spiritual science. So being a medical doctor, because I am working with my patients in a spiritual manner, I developed these 350 spiritual tablets. So these spiritual tablets gained a lot of importance. I have traveled to more than 12 countries so far, and I started conducting my workshops with the spiritual tablets wisdom, and slowly we developed a website related to it, and this counseling and the workshops, and so many centers were started everywhere, working everywhere. And then today I am happy to announce that the spiritual tablets wisdom can give solution for any problem, and if they sincerely work with this wisdom, and if they do meditation, if they follow vegetarianism and understanding about their consciousness, then that definitely will give a great relief. So understanding the purpose of life, understanding the past life, understanding how to project themselves towards the future, and understanding the other dimensions. All these things are involved in this spiritual tablets wisdom. So being a medical doctor, initially as I came from rural India, in my childhood, I used to think there should be a medicine, it should be only one medicine which should give a complete solution for each and every problem without even a single pie. So today I am very happy that I landed in a great science where meditation and spiritual science is the only one path through breath observation meditation, and nobody will ask you even a single pie. Without even a penny, you can do your own meditation and you can get guidance from the masters and you can cure any health problem with your own efforts. So whatever I thought in my childhood, today I am doing the same thing, and I am fortunate that I got Brahmarshi Patriji, a great guru, and Paul Vijay Kumar and some of the senior masters who guided me in a great way, and my parents who gave me birth. And today, whatever the purpose I am supposed to deliver to the community, I am doing it in a great fashion. Now I am doing Masters in Public Health in UK. I am staying in Manchester, and we are teaching meditation across Europe. And through this Masters education, we want to develop a lot of research papers. There are so many research papers on that already. Apart from that, I want to add the spiritual tablets wisdom towards the health spectrum, and I request all the doctors and all the people who are working with the health system should understand the great fact that mind waves are body waves. So if we work on the mind, like we say the psychosomatic illness, more than 90% of the diseases are psychosomatic. Psycho means mind and somatic means body. So to understand the mind, to calm the mind, meditation is must. And to keep this body in a healthy position, plant-based diet is the best diet. So if all the medical personnel will understand this great science, and if they give chance to the people to go into this path by making facilities in their hospitals or in the environment, by keeping some pyramids and a group meditation hall and a spiritual book library and spiritual health counseling, if these facilities were made in the clinic or a hospital or in the public places, that automatically will take care the health of the people. Whatever I thought in my childhood to give happiness and health to the rural masses, today it is happening through these meditation health centers in the rural areas, and in future I want to develop a 1000-bedded holistic health center which will take care of most of the cancer sufferings and most of the illnesses which are non-curable, and people also will be into great fear and anxiety, and they are into a great turmoil. So all those things can be completely alleviated by just teaching meditation and keeping them under the pyramid and giving them plant-based diet. So being a medical doctor, I was into existing allopathic science, as well as in contrast I was into spiritual kind of training. In both the areas I realized the spiritual science method is a swift shortcut to come out of the illnesses, and it is the least effort. In fact, without any pain one can cure themselves. So today, through the digital media, most of the people are understanding the value of spiritual science and meditation, and I am fortunate that in this lifetime, as a medical doctor and a spiritual scientist, I am successful in giving a great spiritual solutions to thousands of people, and I trained so many masters into spiritual doctors, and today they are also working according to their own purpose. And I wish most of the doctors and the medical and paramedical staff and the government should understand the value of this meditation and spiritual science in giving a miraculous cure from headache to cancer, and then everyone should take part in this great movement so that we can see the global health in a great manner. Thank you very much for PMC English channel for giving me this great opportunity to share my views across the globe. Thank you, masters.
My greetings to all the viewers of this Pyramid Meditation channel. First of all, I congratulate the channel for doing so much of work for the last so many years. For the last so many years, Sri Patriji has been doing such a great work in popularizing the system of meditation, which is something which is unique to the Indian tradition. In fact, for all the schools of philosophy, not only for Vedanta, not only for the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, but even for all of the philosophies, for all other branches of knowledge, this yoga is something which has been popular, and yoga has now become totally neutral. Yoga is now, it does not belong to a particular group, it does not belong to a particular Vedanta school of philosophy, or it doesn't belong to only Patanjali school of philosophy, or it is not confined to something like Buddhism or Jainism. It has now become universal. So it only means that there are so many universal features which are there in this yoga. The Bhagavad Gita and the yoga, what Gita says about the yoga. And of course, Gita, we know that it is a subject, the subject is rather different. Gita, we know that generally all of us have some idea about the Gita. It was told by a warrior to another warrior in the battlefield. It is not something which is now, whenever we hear about Gita, immediately a mental picture comes to us. That is somebody, some Swamiji sitting, and then some sort of religious atmosphere, and some sort of bhajan, etc. also might be going on. So in such atmosphere, the Swamiji will be reciting some shloka, and he will be reciting some stories, etc. So that is the ambience which comes to our mind when we think of Gita. But then Gita it did not originate in that ambience. It originated in the battlefield, and it was told by one warrior, as I said, to another warrior who was having some type of doubt. He was in a sort of confusion. He was in a sort of moral dilemma about the battle itself. And a person who was about to get engaged in the battle, he himself had made all preparations for the battle, and he along with his people, he came, he mobilized the army, he mobilized many kings as their supporters, and then they all came. The entire armies were arrayed on both sides, and then at that time this gentleman wanted to have a look at who are there on the other side. And when he looked at the people on the other side, he found that there were so many relatives, so many elders whom he respected. So at that time he just collapsed in a sort of moral dilemma. So that was the context in which another warrior, his purpose was to tell about what is dharma, what is right. So what is right? That is the point. What is the right action? So that is the basic point in Gita. Gita has nothing to do with sannyasis, unfortunately, because there is nobody else who is teaching the Gita. Somebody, some sannyasi, some ashrama, there is some ashrama, it may be some Chinmayananda ashrama, Ramakrishna mission, or some such people. They do give some talk, and all our people, they think, oh, it is something belonging to Swamijis, we have nothing to do with that. But if we see the Gita as such, what happens in the Gita? In fact, to whom is it meant? If you want to see in Krishna's own words, it is actually intended for whom? It is intended for the kings. If you see the chapter number 4 actually starts with Krishna's words. So in that, the entire chapter 1, it tells about, or rather it describes the mental framework of Arjuna, the anguish which generates in Arjuna's mind on seeing all the relatives in front of him. And at that time, the Gandiva, the bow slips from his hands, and then he himself collapses. He can't even stand. So he collapses at the base of the chariot. So that is what we see there. And this starting from second chapter also after about 8-9 verses from Arjuna's side, then Krishna starts telling, "Arey, what is this? You are talking like a fool. You are talking," in fact, he uses a very strong word. Klaibyam asmagamah partha. Klaibyam. Don't talk like you are talking like an unmanly person. In fact, Kliba actually means a eunuch. Klaibyam is that state of impotence. Don't talk like an impotent person. So Krishna chides him, because Krishna and Arjuna, of course, they are so friendly. So Krishna chides him and tells him, yeah, what is it you are doing? Then he tells him, what is the duty? What is dharma? And while explaining what is dharma, he gives a very broad perspective, because Arjuna is a man who is also a learned person, not an ordinary person. Arjuna also is a Kshatriya, and in those days for all the Kshatriyas, in fact, the study of Vedas was very much prescribed. It was a syllabus. It was part of the syllabus for all the Kshatriyas to study the Vedas. Why? Because they are supposed to know what is dharma, what is right and what is wrong in various situations. Vedas are not about puja, and Vedas are not about mantras, etc. Vedas are about how a person has to conduct oneself in life, how a person has to achieve success in life, and also do it in such a way that his afterlife means after death, we all believe in there is something called heaven, etc. All religions, they do believe there is something called heaven. There is something called liberation, moksha, etc. So his afterlife should be happy. Whatever we do today, it has to give me happiness tomorrow. Suppose I am doing something today, and what I do today is something which is idiotic and which lands me in trouble tomorrow. It is something that is not to be done. So we have to conduct ourselves in the world in such a way, while achieving all success, while enjoying all things, while enjoying what all is permitted to be enjoyed. Not that we can enjoy anything and everything. There are certain things which are permitted by dharma. So whatever has been permitted by the dharma, we are permitted to enjoy, and then we are permitted to achieve success in the process of dharma, in a right manner. In a right manner, we are supposed to achieve things, not in a wrong manner. And then we are also all this work. If we are doing it in a perfect manner, it paves the way. It paves the way for higher thing. Higher thing means it may be either what we call heaven, or it may be what we call liberation. So this is the pattern in which it is. And as I said, how do kings come into the picture? It is for everybody. There is no doubt Gita is for everybody. Gita is not only for kings, but it was actually told to the kings in the initial days. Why Krishna says, in the very, as I said, the very fourth chapter, the very first shloka, he says, Imam vivasvate yogam proktavan hamavyayam. Vivaswan manave praha manu rikshvakave bravit. It goes on like that. 2-3 shlokas, they go on like that. And the meaning of the shloka is, Krishna, when he says I, in that Bhagavad Gita, wherever Krishna says I, he is not talking like some historical character called Krishna who was there some 5,000 years ago, the person who was born to Vasudeva and Devaki. We should not think like that. Krishna, when he says I in the Gita, in the context of Gita, he is talking as the spokesperson for what we call the highest reality or supreme reality, what we call in Vedanta we call it Brahman. So whatever we call God loosely, very loosely we can call it God also. So he is talking from the perspective of God. He is talking from the perspective of God, and he says, yes, I told it to the sun god. Okay, sun god, many people, we may not accept that it is a god and all that. Sun, moon, etc. They are all things which are great manifestations in this universe. So our tradition says that all the whole universe is pervaded by what is called consciousness, and that consciousness is something which is the only reality in the entire universe. The only reality is that consciousness, and that consciousness is only, that is what is manifested in this sun, the moon and everything. So he says, okay, leave alone sun right now, because that is another topic. So I told it to the sun god. He told it to Vivaswan Manave Praha. He told this to his son Manu. We often hear about what is called Manu, Manusmriti, Manu Dharma Shastra, etc., etc. He is that king. Manu is not actually a sage or a rishi or a Brahmin. Manu was a king. Manu hu Ikshvakave Bravit. Manu told his son Ikshvaku. And who is this Ikshvaku? We know that Rama belongs to that Ikshvaku clan. Ikshvaku Vamsha Prabhavo, we say. So Rama, that is the solar race. We believe that there is a whole race of kings started from the sun, and another whole race, a huge race started from the moon, etc. We believe. Not only we, of course, all ancient civilizations, they believed. Not only we. So anyway, so this thing was told by sun god to his son Manu, and Manu told his son Ikshvaku, and evam parampara proktam imam rajarshayo viduhu, says Krishna. So in that manner, parampara means from father to son, from father to son, from father to son. In that manner, the whole Gita was passed on down the generations. It was passed down the generations, and through whom? Through these Rajarshis. Rajarshi is at the same time a king and also a rishi. That means a saintly king. What Plato calls the philosopher king. We have heard about Plato's Republic. Plato, he wrote one book called Republic. It was actually an ideal. It is not something which was realized in practice in the entire Western world. Probably, it is quite, in fact, it is my view that probably Plato was also aware of the Indian philosophy. In those days, of course, they were very much aware, because they were also itinerant people. They used to travel a lot. And people from India could go to Greece, people from Greece could come to India. So naturally, Plato could have known something about our Upanishadic philosophy and this Vedanta, Vedic literature. So they were the Rajarshis, the philosopher king. So that concept called philosopher king, probably Plato could have seen here. So he, in that book called Republic, he says, a kingdom has to be ruled by a philosopher king. Only then there will be justice. So a king has to be a person who is so judicious, and he is a philosopher who has risen above all narrow identities and narrow notions of I and mine and my person and another person, likes and dislikes. The man has risen above all these things. So that is what Rajarshi is. So imam Rajarshayo viduhu, says Krishna. So this particular yoga, all this thing was known, and put into practice, not only known, it was put into practice by all these saintly kings, philosopher kings. For example, we get a list of that philosopher kings. For example, we hear the story of Janaka. Janaka is, from Ramayana, we see that Janaka is Sita's father-in-law of Rama. So Janaka, and like that, we have only heard about one famous name. There are many other kings, which are names are not so very popular. But then there are so many Rajarshis in that way. So what Krishna says there is that all these Rajarshis, they practiced this particular yoga, he says. Imam vivasvate yogam. And what is that yoga? And in the Gita, yoga not necessarily means Ashtanga yoga. In fact, the word yoga is in the context of Gita, it is a particular way, a particular strategy to purify oneself, to purify one's antahkarana. Antahkarana is the mind. To purify one's mind means what? I have to purify my mind means that I should get rid of what all this raga, dvesha, etc. Raga, dvesha means all my passions, my prejudices, my likes, my dislikes, and I have to rise above my limited identifying factors, that I belong to a particular religion, I belong to a particular caste, I belong to a particular ideology, let me say. So I have to rise above all these ideologies. I have to rise above religion. I have to rise above my clan. I have to rise above my whatever called patriotism or jingoism, whatever you say. So I have to rise above all these things. And then only we will be able to see the truth. So yoga is something, it is a process of purifying one's mind. A person with that purified mind, he will be fit for anything. He is fit to rule a kingdom, he is fit to fight, he is fit to do anything. So that is what we see. He is fit to do any job. A doctor who reads Gita, a doctor who reads what is called Karma Yoga, who reads what is called Dhyana Yoga or Atma Sanyama Yoga, so he will be a better doctor. A soldier will be a better soldier. A policeman will be a better policeman. A politician, a political leader can be a better political leader. So it basically, Gita is meant to bring about some sort of inner change, a sort of inner transformation in a person, so that a person rises above all the limitations of these identities, and then he does things, whatever he does, in a very, very perfect manner, and in accordance with what is called divine scheme. We see that there is what is called a divine scheme also, because the whole universe is something which is interdependent. Every minute we are dependent on the universe. That is, every minute I am breathing, every few hours or so I will be taking water, I will be taking food, and then every minute I am depending on the universe. Not only me, all the beings are dependent on the universe. And similarly, the universe also has to be taken care of by us. So if we destroy the universe, if we destroy the ecosystem, if we destroy the ecology, the human being does not survive. So the whole universe is something which is interdependent. Not only ecology, suppose I hurt the other person, naturally the other person also will hurt me. So that thing will go on, that chain will go on and on and on. The world will not have peace. So if the world has to have some peaceful existence, a person should rise above these things. So that is how it is. And Gita uses a particular word called the divine will, and working in tune with the divine will. Working in tune with the divine will means this only. That is, we have to understand the entire framework of the universe, how the whole society is interdependent. If you do your dharma, if you do your job in a righteous manner, then only the other person's justice is done to the other person. Suppose I sit in my office and some files come to me, and when I see the files, I have to do it in such a way that I should place myself in the position of God, and I have to see that there is a human being behind that file, and then I am supposed to do justice to him, and that is what is Karma Yoga. In other words, that is what is Karma Yoga. It is nothing more. Ishwararpana Buddhi. Ishwararpana Buddhi means Ishwara means the entire cosmos, the cosmic mind. My mind is in tune with that cosmic mind. So that is what is that Ishwararpana Buddhi. So these are certain great things which we find in the Gita. For example, Karma Yoga. Then again, there are various steps. Gita's objective is to tell a person what is the right thing in the life, in human life. That means doing the right thing and also achieve success. It is not as though a person is, by reading Gita, a person does not become a sannyasi. By reading Gita, a fighter will be a better fighter, as I said. So by reading Gita, a jnani will be a more perfect jnani. By reading Gita, a yogi will get more enlightened in the process of, in that path of yoga. So it is mainly to improve our capacity in any field. So coming to the yoga, let me talk about yoga. As I said, in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna tells about various ways of self-purification. Why does he say all that? Because basically Arjuna keeps on questioning. Arjuna, in the beginning, Krishna doesn't want to tell all those things. He merely tells about what is the duty of a person. He just tells about what is Karma Yoga. And then he tells about what is called the ultimate knowledge. What is that supreme reality? And keeping that supreme reality in mind, and then keeping that God's framework in mind, you have to do your job. So that is exactly what he tells. But Arjuna has some questions, then naturally Krishna has to give those answers. In fact, what all Krishna wanted to tell was over by the end of 3rd chapter, Karma Yoga. And after that, he again puts some questions. So that is how naturally it goes on and on and on. And Krishna also very leisurely talks about certain things. So all that, the whole conversation takes place for about roughly 2 hours. If we see the entire Gita, though the Gita appears to be a huge book. In fact, Gita is a very small book, in fact a book of this size only. If you see that original discussion, not in small print, even in ordinary print, it cannot be more than this. About 50 pages in this. So about 700 700 verses. So that is, the discussion goes on for about 2 to 2.5 hours maximum. So that 2 to 2.5 hours, discussion was going on in the battlefield. And of course, you may have a question, why all the people, they were ready to shoot, and then how can this discussion take place and all that. So there are people who do all that questioning also. But we have to we have to remind ourselves that they were the days of what is called Dharma Yuddha. Till the conches were blown, and then till the enemy also shot, they was ready to shoot, they were not shooting, they were not supposed to shoot. It is only when the enemy, when the opponent also has a bow and arrow in his hand, and when the opponent is shooting, then only you are supposed to shoot. So the Dharma Yuddha, it has got certain rules. So that process, that is how the discussion took place for about 2.5 hours. Don't think that it is something, Gita is something which is inserted by somebody, etc. If you see the whole structure of Bharatam, Srimad Mahabharatam, in the whole structure of Mahabharata, it exactly fits in, and then that is something which is a very, very important thing, very necessary thing also there, because that is something which also explained to the reader, to the later day reader, to the audience also, yes, about the judiciousness of the war, about what Arjuna did in the, not only Arjuna, what Pandavas did in the battlefield. So coming to, okay, anyway, we'll leave at that, and coming to what is called the yoga. This Gita has got a whole chapter on what is called Dhyana Yoga. Now I will try to tally, or rather I will try to compare with the Patanjali Yoga Sutras also, and we will see what the Gita also says. And of course, Patanjali Yoga Sutras, we are not sure whether Patanjali historically, according to say all the scholars, Gita is about 5,000 years old. And the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, maybe a couple of centuries prior to the present era, the modern era, that is Christian era, BCE, just about 2-3 centuries BCE. We are not very sure about it is not definitely older than say Mahabharatam. But then we see certain parallels. Why? Because in all Indian traditions, as I said, this yoga system is very much there. And what is this yoga? Yoga is simply, it is a question of purifying oneself. That is the only thing. In fact, the word, Sanskrit word yoga, it has got 2 etymologies. You know that what is etymology, how the word is derived. So according to one etymological meaning, yoga is something to unite. Yujir yoge, from one Sanskrit root called yujir. Yoga. Yoga means to unite. That is one meaning. That is uniting what with what? Uniting the Jiva with Brahman, uniting the lower self with that infinite self. So that is, I am shaking off all my limited identities and I am becoming one with that universal self. So that is one meaning of yoga. Then another yujir yoga is one, and yujir is another thing. The other meaning is it is an upaya. It is actually a strategy. It is actually a strategy to achieve something. So that is how in this Bhagavad Gita we see that yoga is used in two senses. Of course, in Patanjali Yoga Sutra, that is yoga union. In that sense only it is used. So in this yoga there are certain basic steps. What are these basic steps? Patanjali in fact has codified. In fact, more than all, in fact, though the system of yoga is there in all the Indian schools, it was Patanjali, we have to give credit to Patanjali for having properly in a very systematic manner. In a very systematic manner, he has brought out what are called the Yoga Sutras. And in those Yoga Sutras, we see various methods. In fact, various methods of controlling the mind. Why should we control the mind? Because it is the mind which thinks also. And if we want to think about, first thing we see here in Gita also, Gita and also anywhere in any yoga tradition, the mind has to be pure if it is trying to concentrate on a particular thing. That is needed for all fields. If you are a scientist also, if you are having some preconceived notions, and with all those preconceived notions, if you are trying to think on a subject, your objective will not be proper, your result will not be proper. A scientist has to think with a totally open mind. So similarly, a philosopher has to think with an open mind. Similarly, a seeker, here we are not talking about a philosopher, but we are talking about a seeker. A seeker has to think with an open mind. If the seeker is not having an open mind, and if he is having his own likes, dislikes, prejudices and whatnot, naturally he will not be getting the right result. In fact, I can tell a small story from one Upanishad. There is one Upanishad called Taittiriya Upanishad. In that Taittiriya Upanishad, one great teacher is there, and his son, he wants to know what is that highest reality. So the son goes to his father, "Oh father, teach me, what is that highest reality called Brahman?" Then father, he says, this is something which cannot be straight away told. Yeah, this is what is Brahman, this is what is this, etc. You have to think for yourself. And in order to think, what is it that you have? What is the equipment we have in order to think? The equipment we have is, apart from the body which the body cannot think, there are what we call indriya. 5 indriyas are there. Indriyas means sense organs. I am able to see, and whatever I am able to see, some object is put into my mind. I am able to hear something. I am able to smell something. I am able to taste something. So there are 5 senses. And what all sensory impressions that come to the mind is like a processor, and the mind processes. And the indriyas or the sense organs they are so structured that they are always outward bound. They are always seeing outward. They don't look inward. So that is the tragedy. So the father says, "Tapasa Brahma Vijijñāsasva." You realize the truth only by meditation. You realize the truth by thinking. Tapaha is meditation. Tapa alochane. In fact, the etymological meaning for the word tapas is tapa alochane. That is meditating. So you realize the truth by meditation. No other tradition says like this. If you go to a man of religion, he says, "No, my religion is the greatest religion. You have to jolly well believe." So religion is basically a belief system. You have to believe in this, otherwise I will kick you. That also is there. But then here in the Upanishads or in any Indian tradition, we see you think and realize. Tapasa Brahma Vijijñāsasva. And for that thinking, the laboratory, your mind is the laboratory. Annam, Pranam, Chakshushrotram, Mano, Vachamiti. So you have got the 5 sense organs, you have got the 5 motor organs like hands, feet, etc. and the mind. And with the help of the mind, you try to think, what is your nature? So that is actually our approach. And if we want to think, the mind has to be, as I said, the mind has to be pure, and all the dirt of the mind has to be cleaned. And for cleaning the dirt of the mind, Patanjali gives various steps. And it is called Ashtanga Yoga. Ashta, Anga. Ashta is 8, Anga is limb, and yoga, Ashtanga Yoga, 8 limbed yoga. Though it is called 8 limbs, etc., we can call them 8 steps, because one after the other, one after the other, one after the other, you have to ascend. You have to ascend the steps. So, in this very first step is controlling our external behavior, controlling our outward behavior. That is something which is very much possible. Basically, not hurting anybody, non-injury. The first word used by Patanjali is ahimsa. Ahimsa is non-injury to a person, not necessarily in a physical sense, even mentally. I am not supposed to insult a person. I am not supposed to make any sort of damaging or disparaging statement unnecessarily, cause mental hurt, because the mental hurt causes greater pain than a physical hurt. So this ahimsa, satya, then asteya, not taking away, not grabbing somebody else's property, and aparigraha, not accumulating wealth, etc. Whatever is needed, you have whatever, and don't accumulate more than what you need. So these are certain things. These are part of the external behavior, and that is what he calls it yama. There are various words like yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, pratyahara, dharana, dhyana, samadhi. These are the 8 steps. Yama is controlling our external behavior. And over a period of time, when we control the external behavior, naturally it also has an impact on the mind. In fact, one of the great points of yoga is that conscious habits influence the unconscious mind. It is some great principle. It is probably a very great discovery by our Indian thinkers. That is conscious habits. You consciously practice something over a period of time, and then it has an impact on the unconscious mind. So that is how this yama, or controlling the external behavior, becomes the very first step. And then controlling the mind. I may control my external behavior. Suppose I look at something, I want it very badly. And of course, my good sense tells me, no, it is not proper to go and grab it. I may be kicked. So I control my behavior. I behave like a good boy. But then my mind may still be wanting it. So controlling the mind is the very next step. Controlling the mind it can happen only by proper education. Controlling the mind happens by study of maybe good literature, good books, scriptures, etc. So in fact, all our books like Ramayana, Srimad Bhagavatam particularly, Bharatam, these are the books which give so many illustrations about, and in fact, by the time if you read these books, so many instances, so many case law, it is almost like case law, so many case laws about people done good, bad, how they have achieved things, etc. So this is what we see. So yama and niyama. Niyama is controlling the mind. When these two things are going on simultaneously also, it is not as though I have to practice yama and only then I have to go to niyama. They can be simultaneously practiced also. But basically one has to have mastery on the first one, so that you will also get mastery in the second one. If you don't have mastery in the first one, we will not have mastery in the other one. So this niyama. Then again, we sit for asana. And in fact, Gita also talks about that. Gita also says, Sushau deshe pratisthapya sthiramasana atmanah natyuchritam nati nicham shailajana kushottaram. So Krishna says, so what type of asana has to be there? And when we talk about yoga, modern people, usually yoga means only physical exercises that come to our mind. But in about, if you see the Patanjali Yoga Sutras, out of 196 Yoga Sutras, out of 196 or 95 Yoga Sutras, there is only one sutra which talks about asana. Yoga Sutras, it does not, they don't talk about, they don't have so many sutras about asana. And that sutra also is a very, very brief sutra saying sthira sukham asanam. And the asanam has to be such that it does not disturb you, it does not distract you. You are supposed, you should have a proper posture, so that the posture is something which facilitates your thinking or meditation. So that is asana. Then pranayama, as I said, is another something like conscious practice, unconscious mind, as I said. It is another great discovery by our ancients. That is control of breath is controlling the mind. This is something, it is, in fact, we see so much of modern psychology and whatnot. When did psychology start? If you take any book on psychology, you just take any book on psychology. And when did it start? Sometime in 18th century. So then, what about Patanjali and what about Bhagavad Gita, which talk about all this mind and then the process of the mind and then the thoughts which go on in the mind and how the thoughts have to be controlled and how the thoughts have to be focused on a particular thing. So this is under discussion. It has so many things, so many books were written for at least 3,000 to 4,000 years. So anyway, so asana and pranayama is regulation of breath. And regulation of breath is something which regulates the mind. If you control the breath, control the mind. So that is something, such a relationship. In fact, we can also know when I am angry, in fact, my breath will become very faster and then I will be panting. When I am very, very cool, breath also will be rather cool. And suppose I consciously practice this pranayama in a very measured manner. And for that pranayama also, there are certain systems. For example, I can do pranayama along with a particular mantra. I can do pranayama without a mantra. And if I am doing pranayama with a mantra, I can also meditate on that pranayama. Then next to pranayama comes another thing called withdrawal of senses from all the sensory objects. That is called pratyahara. Aharam is eating. Prati plus a plus pratyahara is withdrawing. Ahriyate iti ahara. Whatever we eat is ahara. Suppose I look at something, that also is ahara. I smell something, that also is ahara. Ahara not necessarily what we eat. Ahara is what I see, what I smell, what I want. All these are aharas. Something I touch. So all these are aharas. Pratyahara is a gradual withdrawal of mind from all these sense objects. Pratyahara. Now comes the most important point, the next 3 steps. The first 5 steps are mostly physical. Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama and pratyahara. The 5 steps are mostly physical. The next step is totally with the next 3 steps are with the mind. Dharana, dhyana and samadhi. Dharana, when we call dharana, then you are focusing your attention. You are focusing your mind on a particular object. And what should be the object of dharana? Anything can be the object of dharana. Basically, you have to, for practicing dharana, anything can be an object for dharana, and the mind is just focused on that. And focusing mind itself is not the ultimate objective. Suppose I focus my mind on a particular dot in front of me. What is it I am going to achieve? Okay, one great thing is controlling the mind itself is a very great thing. Suppose I am able to focus my mind on a particular dot in front of me, that is a great achievement. But even then, philosophically, what is it that I have achieved? Nothing much. So after that dharana, it has to take me to the next level, because dharana is very essential. Unless I have that ability to concentrate, I will not have the ability to think on particular lines. So the next step is what is called dhyana. That is where we are. Whether it is pyramid dhyana or whether it is some other type of dhyana, because various masters, for example, Patriji has evolved a particular, or he might have also seen from various scriptures, I am not very sure. So this is one type of meditation, and meditations can be various types. So in the meditation, dhyana, what is it we do? Dhyana is, mantra japa. We hear about what is called mantra japa. And what is this japam? Japa is to recall the meaning of that thing and of a mantra, and the entire, all the sequence of thoughts which flow along with that mantra. For example, a particular mantra. A mantra, for example, Gayatri mantra, let us say. Gayatri mantra says, Om Bhuhu, Om Bhuvaha, Om Savaha, Om Mahaha, Om Janaha, Om Tapaha, Om Satyam, Om Tatsaviturvareniyam, Vargo Devasya Dhimahi, Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat, Om Apo Jyoti Rasomritam Brahma, Bhurbhuvaswaram. This is the total, overall Gayatri mantra. In between Gayatri mantra is only Tatsaviturvareniyam, Vargo Devasya Dhimahi, Dhiyo Yona Prachodayat. But there is some introductory portion, there is a final ending portion also. So with all that, it becomes the whole Gayatri Mantra. And what is that? What is it talking about? It talks about that supreme reality called Om. And Om is not something which is something magical or anything. Om is a sort of abbreviation. In fact, that again requires half an hour. If I want to tell about Om, it requires a lot of time. It is a sort of, tentatively, let us accept that it is a sort of abbreviation to denote that universal reality which is there pervading the whole universe. It is there in it was there in past, present, and it will be there in the future, past, present, and future, and it will be there at all times. It is something which is never ending. It is something which is of the nature of consciousness, and which is also something which is in the nature of manifesting as the universe. Om Bhuhu Om Bhuvaha. So what Vedanta or what Upanishads say, even Sankhya Yoga, Sankhya philosophy also, there is one principle called consciousness, and that consciousness is something which is manifesting as the whole reality, as the whole external world. That is one school of thought. And there is another school of thought which says, yes, in addition to the consciousness, there is also what is called the external reality. So this is the problem with which even the modern physics is grappling. So modern physics also is not very sure. In fact, the modern physics, the one important question is matter independent of the mind, or is mind means consciousness, or is consciousness something which is appearing as the matter? So this is something which is a question which is bogging the minds of the scientists even today. So but then philosophers, they have taken some view. In India, this question was not there in the Western philosophy, but this question has been there right from the beginning, from the time of Upanishads in the Indian philosophy. So yoga, the Patanjali Yoga Sutra, they do accept that there is reality to the external world also. In that manner, okay, whatever may be the metaphysical say conclusion, the process of meditation is one and the same, whether it is yoga, Patanjali, whether it is yoga, Vedanta, whether it is Buddhism, or whether it is Jainism, or any school. Process of meditation is that a stream of continuous stream of thoughts, undisturbed by dissimilar thoughts. So that is the definition. A continuous stream of thoughts, tulya pratyaya santatihi. Tulya pratyaya santatihi, that is a stream of similar thoughts. Asankirna cha atat pratyayaihi, not disturbed by dissimilar thoughts. So that is what is the meaning of dhyana. That is, the mind is having so many thoughts coming to us. The moment I look at something, some thought comes to my mind. The next moment I shift my gaze and then look at some other object, some other thing comes to my mind. There are so many thoughts. So all these things have to be removed, and I have to choose whatever is my chosen topic. On that particular topic only, whatever relevant thoughts, that the thoughts which are relevant or with the thoughts which are in consonance with the subject which I am thinking, only those have to flow. We have all heard about the laser beam, all the light rays in the same frequency and the same intensity and in the same direction. They are all in the same direction and same intensity, etc. So like a laser beam, the thought flow has to be like a laser beam, and they have to go. The similar thoughts have to be in a stream. So when I am thinking about Gayatri Mantra, for example, Om Bhuhu, the whole universe, what we see as the Bhu, the solid matter, the whole whatever I see as the world, it is nothing but that Om, that supreme consciousness. When I say that supreme consciousness is infinite, even you and I, everybody is part of that infinite only. I am also that, not even part, we are that infinity. So that we see the presence of that divinity in everything. Vedanta, the beauty of the Gita, the beauty of even Patanjali Yoga Sutra, the beauty of Sankhya philosophy. The idea is to see divinity in all, to see oneness in everything, So dhyana involves in focusing the thought, where the stream of similar thoughts, Om Bhuhu, then again Om Bhuvaha, the whole surrounding, whatever surrounds the earth, the intermediate space as we call it, that again is what is called the same Brahman. What I call some other loka is Brahma. What I call some other loka is Brahma. So this is, and what is that intelligence which is activating the minds of all the living beings, of all beings, and that intelligence is my real nature, and that intelligence is what is called that supreme reality, what we call Brahman. So this is what is the thought, it has to, this thought frame or rather thought flow has to go on in my mind when I am doing meditation on Gayatri Mantra. When I am doing meditation on Gayatri Mantra, I have to get the whole picture of how the Brahman is defined in some Upanishads, how Brahman is defined in some other thing. So the whole thought process, the whole logic, because there is a lot of logical thinking also goes on. So all the logical thinking has to go on in the mind. So that is the stream of thoughts. And in fact, Shankaracharya gives the example of Taila Dharavat Tulya Pratyaya Santatihi, he says. Suppose you take some oil in some beaker type of thing. There you have a beaker, and in that beaker you take some thick oil, not very thin oil, very thick oil, and you slowly pour it. When you slowly pour it, then the entire oil falls like a big line, Taila Dhara. It is not broken into globules. If you pour water, it breaks into small globules because that viscosity is not there. So here that viscosity, because of that viscosity, it forms a long thin line. So Taila Dhara, he says. Taila Dharavat Tulya Pratyaya Santatihi, he says. So like that, the thought flow has to be like that. Only then you will be able to think on a particular, on any particular subject. And again we say, after this, what comes? After this, you have got two levels of what is called Samadhi. Samadhi is totally getting absorbed. Samadhi is not English some, S-O-M, not English S-O-M is some. Samskrita word Samyak adhiyate manaha iti samadhi. That is, the mind is properly put in that. The mind is properly fixed in that. The mind is properly absorbed in that. So that is a meditative absorption is what is called samadhi. So in this samadhi is again there are two particular levels. One level in which you are contemplating on a particular object, and that particular object is focus. It is in your focus. It is there present in your mind. That is one level of samadhi. There is another type of samadhi in which all the thoughts are totally removed. All the thought frames are totally removed. That is another type of samadhi. So, okay, whatever samadhi you want to have, you can have that samadhi. That higher level of samadhi is more difficult. That is absolutely eliminating all the thoughts and etc. The person, he remains as a conscious entity, nothing else, as pure consciousness he remains. So that is what yoga says, that is what Vedanta says. In fact, Vedanta says the ultimate objective of a yogi is to become that Brahma. To become that Brahma means, Brahma does not mean a person who is sitting somewhere. Brahma is conscious, pure Nirguna consciousness, which has no shape, they are a totally different, that is a different story. So what Buddhism says, you become a Buddha. Jainism says, you become a Jaina Mahavira, Arhan. So like that here it says, yes, you just identify that with that supreme reality. So in this thing, the mind becomes actually the mind again. How is the mind evolved? This is another beautiful thing in our Indian philosophy is, it tells how that the process of evolution it tells. In fact, you don't find it anywhere else. You don't find it in any religion or anywhere. You find it in Indian tradition. That is, the process of evolution is told. That is, that one reality which is called consciousness, from that there is what is called Prakriti, we say. And that Prakriti, that is the, what can we say, that is the material cause for the entire universe. Prakriti is the material cause which manifests in that consciousness. And from this material cause, the first evolute or the first thing that comes is what is called the cosmic mind. That in that cosmic mind, the notion of I comes. That is called Ahankara, the cosmic ego, the cosmic mind and the cosmic Ahankara. And from that, of course, what we call the Panchabhutas, that is the whole universe can be reduced into 5 entities called the solid matter, Prithvi, Apaha, that is water, and then again Teja, that is fire, and again what is called air, and then space. Apart from these five, what all you visualize either on the earth or in any planet or in any other galaxy, some interstellar space, all those places also you find only these five. Whatever is solid matter, then again some liquid, that is water, what we call water or liquid, then again what we call air, fire and space. So these, and from these only the five elements are derived. From these the five elements, how do we know? My I is something which is derived from, it is a transformation from the light which we have, the fire or light which is there outside. Because my eye can see only the light. Then again my body, the skin, the sense of touch, it can only have the sense of what is called heat. And similarly, but sense of taste, it can only taste, and it can't see things, my tongue cannot see things, my tongue cannot hear. Whereas my mind is a collective product of all the five. So in Vedanta, there is a big discussion about how this mind and the senses are evolved. Not only Vedanta, even in Patanjali's Yoga Sutra also, how the mind and the senses are evolved. So this is a wonderful thing. And when we say that yogis also attain some powers, we hear about some yogis attaining some spiritual powers, etc. How is that? It is not something which is magical. Of course, I don't, if you want me to demonstrate, I may not be, I am not able to I can't demonstrate. But we find that yogis who have perfected their minds, who have trained who have attained perfection in samadhi, who have attained perfection in that dhyana, meditation, etc., they are able to concentrate. They are able to concentrate to such an extent that they are able to shake off their limited identity. By that limited identity, I said, my limited identity is, I am so and so, my name is so and so Aravind Rao, I belong to a particular place, I belong to a particular caste, I belong to a particular religion, I belong to this, I belong to that, etc., etc. And I am a father, I am a son, I am this, that, etc. All this is my identity. So a seeker goes beyond all these things, and in that process of meditation, he identifies with the cosmic mind. The individual mind, when it becomes absolutely pure and rid of all what is called raga, dvesha, all what is called I, mine, and then my likes and dislikes and whatnot, then it becomes, what is it? It is equal to the cosmic mind. Because, for example, there is a sunlight. The sunlight which is falling on a surface, for example, there is a water surface. And the water is shaky, for example. Suppose the water is shaky and there is some sort of turbulence in the water, or the water, there is also some turbidity in the water. So the light which is coming, the sunlight which is falling on that, the image will not be perfect. The light will not be reflected properly. Unless there is no turbidity in that water, and that the turbulence, that movement also should not be there. It has to be a totally still place, totally still. It should be like a plain glass. So when the mind is so clean, absolutely no raga, dvesha, etc., then the light reflection also is very, very pure. So the mind is something which becomes one with the infinite mind, one with the cosmic mind, and that is how the yogi or the person who is meditating, he is also capable of getting some supernatural powers. Of course, this is not, I am not telling this, I am not telling this. Patanjali Yoga Sutras tell this. I am myself, I have seen some people, who display certain same skills, but then I have not achieved them. So I am not competent to talk on them. But Patanjali tells, and we also see so many examples of people who lived and then and their contemporaries, they have recorded all those powers, etc. So this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, in fact, the third Patanjali Yoga Sutras, it is in actually 4 parts. The first part is called what is called Samadhi Pada. How a person, what type of Samadhi, what is called Samadhi, and how a person has to attain that Samadhi, what is the process, etc. Then Sadhana. Sadhana is the second chapter, where the process of purifying the mind, it has to go on. Yama, niyama, asana, pranayama, etc. They all go on. And in the third part, it is called the Vibhuti, Vibhuti Pada. Vibhuti means all this supernatural. For us it appears supernatural. But then for the yogi, it is something which is natural. Because his mind is no longer the individuated mind, is no longer the individual mind confined to some body-mind complex. It is something which has unified, it has merged with the cosmic mind. When this individual mind has merged with the cosmic mind, then naturally what happens? Then naturally whatever the cosmic mind can do and whatever powers the cosmic mind has, this individual mind also automatically gets it. So that is what Patanjali says, and that is how he talks about what is called Sarva Bhuta Jnanam, and he talks about various, suppose a yogi, he will know what various animals are speaking. Some people, in fact, we hear about stories, we hear about all these stories like some Kathas Harit Sagaram, books like that if you see. So the king's son and the minister's son, they are walking, and the minister's son listens to the birds chirping, and then he says, oh, the birds are talking like that. So like that, we hear about so many things. And we also see that in history also, we hear accounts of people who had this. And Sarva Bhuta Ruta Jnanam. Similarly, now in psychology, modern psychology has taken lot many ideas from the yoga principles. For example, what we call the past life regression. Now, lot many experiments are going on regarding the past life regression. That is actually one sutra from Patanjali Yoga. Samskara Sakshatkarat. That is, if you concentrate on the latent, impressions which are there in the mind, then over a period of time, if you go back and back and back, recalling all those samskaras, then you will reach a stage where you will know what was your earlier birth. And if you are if you can concentrate, if you can focus more, you will get more. So it is the ability of mind is something which is phenomenal according to yoga philosophy. So that is what we see. And we are really fortunate that we belong to this type of this tradition. And in fact, unfortunately, in India, somehow this yoga tradition is confined to some physical exercises, and that too, thanks to people like Baba Ramdev, this yoga, at least physical exercises, some people are doing. But the actual yoga practices, yogic practices and attaining some siddhis, it is some people like Patriji, etc., they are doing something, they are trying to do something. And in fact, the Chinese, not Chinese Buddhists, the Tibetan Buddhists, they have done a lot of practice in this particular field. So this yoga is a wonderful tradition which is there in the Bhagavad Gita, that is in the Vedanta tradition, which is there in all the Indian traditions, and it is something which is universal in nature, because the human mind is same, whether you are born in India or in Australia or some Timbuktu or some other place or Alaska, anywhere, the human mind is same, the same sattva, rajas, tamo gunas, the constitution of the mind is same, the human nature is same. When the human nature and constitution is same, then naturally the yoga principles, they do apply. So that is how this yoga has become very, very powerful. And it is a very interesting subject which we are all supposed to know. So I will end with this talk, and my respects to Patriji for continuing such great job, and I also give my best wishes to the viewers. Thank you.
Namaste to PMC viewers. My name is Indrani Krishnamohan. I am from Tadipatri, Andhra Pradesh, India. Today I am here in front of you to share with you a wonderful topic named manifestation. So, before I start this topic, let me question you. Do you really believe that you can manifest things in your life? Do you? If yes, wow, that's so wonderful. If no, then listen to this video because you are going to know how we can create our own life, how we can manifest our own goals in our life. So what is this manifestation? So manifestation is creating the things that which we want in our life. How do we manifest things in our life? How that it happens? Is there any energetical force behind this manifestation, or the things which are going to happen was simply created as usual? What do you think? So let me share with you what is the secret behind this manifestation, how we are going to manifest things in our life, and I can give you some tips, I can give you some techniques through which you can use these techniques and you can fulfill your dreams, you can manifest things which you want in your life. So manifestation, how does we manifest things in our life? It's all because of due to our thoughts, words, belief that we have in ourselves and beliefs that we carry from our society and through our emotions. So it's all because of us that we are creating everything, we are manifesting everything in our life. So it's all because of law of attraction, where law of attraction states that that which is unto itself is drawn. Now, whatever you are facing, either it might be a positive situation, negative situation, or any event which happened in your life, is all because of you. It's all because of your thoughts, your words, the things you believe in yourself, in your life. It's all because of them that we are creating and we are manifesting in our day-to-day life. Up to now, you might be aware or unaware of the things which you are going to create, which you have already manifested. But now, if you are going to know about this, that we are creating our own reality and we manifest things in our life, do you want the negative situations or do you want your life to be happy? I think everyone wants their life to be happy and blissful and very enjoyable. So when you come to know about this, that when I come to know about this, that we create our own reality and we manifest things in our life, I started manifesting many things in my life which I have never imagined. So I started manifesting the things which I want through my thoughts, through my words, through my actions, through my belief systems, by changing all the belief that which do not support me to the beliefs which support me. There are many belief systems in us which supports us and which can lead us to disasters too. So here I'm going to share with you how these thoughts, words and our belief systems helps in manifesting our reality. So thoughts, when it comes to thoughts, we every day, each and every day, every individual release at most 50,000 of thoughts. Do you believe that? Of course, when I heard it at the first time, I did not believe it. But when I checked for myself, when I am aware for myself, I realized how many thoughts I am releasing. And those thoughts are full of wanted and unwanted things. Some are which are necessary for me, some are not at all necessary for me. So because of the thoughts that we release to the universe, and when we give energy, so when we go on thinking in that 50,000 of thoughts, maybe 20,000 of thoughts are related to something, and it might be positive or negative aspect in that. For example, when you take your life, you have many thoughts about your life. You feel sometimes that I can achieve anything in my life. Sometimes you feel that what? I can't do anything. I'm useless person who can only sit and waste my time. Or sometimes you think that I can do anything for myself. I can control myself. I can actually live my life very fully, very happily. So when we take one particular topic, we have so many kinds of thoughts. And here, how does this manifestation occurs from those 50,000 thoughts? It occurs through our energy, through our attention on where we give. So where our attention is there our energy goes. So on what you are paying attention, on positive or negative. We have many aspects in our life. So actually thoughts can be divided into 4 types: disaster thoughts, negative thoughts, positive thoughts, and miraculous thoughts. So disaster thought is all about we feel destructive for ourselves and also for the world. You feel that I am going to die. You feel like I am not at all a good enough. I am not loved. Even the world blames me. The world rejects me. You have all these kinds of thoughts for yourself which are not wanted actually. So then it comes to negative thought, it can be less, it shows less effect than the destructive thoughts. You feel negative for yourself that I can't do many things like this. So where is your attention? On disaster thoughts or negative thoughts? When it comes to positive, so you feel like you are very good enough and you can do many things in your life, you can succeed in your life. There is nothing that you can do in your life. You can stay healthy, you can stay happily, you can stay abundantly. So this is about positive. When it comes to miraculous thoughts, you feel that with my wisdom that I can share my happiness with all the world. You feel like you are present for yourself as well as for the world. You do many things which are impossible for others to do, but you still manage to do it. It's all because of your miraculous thoughts. So now, where are you? In what kind of thoughts you are? Do you have any disaster thoughts or negative thoughts or positive thoughts or miraculous thoughts? Where are you? What are you thinking? So we can know about these thoughts when we are aware of what we are thinking, what we are releasing. So we have to be very much aware of what kind of thoughts we are releasing, because all we need is a happy life. To manifest something good, we need to have some positive and miraculous thoughts. To manifest something which is very bad, we need some kind of negative and disaster thoughts. Here manifestation can bring us a good and bad. If you are praying for your own self, if you manifest for your own self and for others good, then the manifestation comes, and also with that manifestation you are going to feel that blissfulness and happiness surrounding you. And if you are going to think negative about yourself or others, remember that is going to take you to a very deeper level of negative situations, and you also attract very negative situations in your life, which you have to learn from that negative situations and change the situations, and you can come out of the situations by learning, and then you create a wonderful life. You can manifest many things in your life. So this is about thoughts. Then when it comes to words, these are very powerful. What we speak is very powerful. Now here I am speaking with you, I am sharing my experience with you, I am sharing how can we manifest things in your life. How does it happen? It's because of my words I speak. Through words I am expressing something which is helpful for me and also for the whole world. So words plays a very important role in each and every person, in each and every lives. So for example, so did you heard about Hitler, who created the World War II? So what did he do? Did he do anything? He did something. what did he do? It's just because of his words, people are manipulated. People are very sure that they want the world war. They were so much of manipulated by Hitler's words. It's all because of his words. And have you heard about Gandhiji, Mahatma Gandhi? Through his words of non-violence, that non-violence is the best thing in our life. Through non-violence we can achieve our independence. When he followed this, when he spoke about this, through his words, he has changed whole over India. He brought independence. He's one of the reason that our India is independent. So it's all because of his words. See, the word can make or destroy the society. So what do you choose? How are your words? Are you aligned with your life in a beautiful way? Do you speak very good about your life, or do you speak very bad about your life? Like, my life is so sad. I'm so sad. I can't do anything. Are you going to share these kind of words with your friends, with your colleagues, or for yourself? Or you are speaking for yourself like, I am abundant. I can create my life peacefully. I can manifest things which I want. So words are very important. These words plays a major role. Than thoughts, our words have so much of energy from where our attention pays. So we are paying attention of our words. Our words are so important. So be careful of what words you are using. When you want to manifest something in your life, so speak of that. When you manifest something good in your life, speak good for that. Believe that you can do it. Speak for yourself. Speak good for yourself. Speak good for the society. All we need to do is control our words. Be aware of what we are speaking. What are we doing with our words? Are we breaking the society or making the society? Are we breaking our relationships or making our relationships? Are we making our life better or not? What do you think? So this is about words. How do you speak? When it comes to belief systems, so we have many belief systems in ourselves which were believed. These belief systems are, we get all these beliefs from our society, from our surroundings, from the childhood, maybe from the past lives. So each and every belief system was deeply rooted in our subconscious mind. It's because of our belief, even though our words and our thoughts are well or positive, if you believe that it's not going to happen, then it's not. So belief is the main root cause where we lack in ourselves. So we need to dig deeper and deeper into our belief systems. What belief systems we have in our life? What do you believe in yourself? Do you have any belief systems which is opposite to the society or which can bring happy to yourself? So what kind of belief system do you have for yourself or for your surroundings or for your relationships? So what do you believe in yourself? Do you think you can do many things in your life? Do you think you are a failure? Do you think you are a successor? Do you think you cannot be safe? Do you think you are rejected by the world? Do you think you are safe in this universe? Do you think you are loved or you are not loved? Do you think you are deserved or you are not worthy? What do you think? What do you believe about yourself? What kind of belief system that you have towards the society? We have to dig deeper into our belief systems because they play a major role in our life. So when we know about what kind of belief systems we have, so how do we know that we have this belief? We question ourselves. So do I have any belief? So you recall the past memories. So you recall everything for yourself and you come to the point, you realize that you have these belief systems in you. So when you realize, question yourself, is this the belief system I wanted? Is it necessary for me? Is it very real? Is it the truth? You know, we have many belief systems in our life. Some might be true, some might be false. It's not the truth. For example, if you think you are not deserved, you are not worthy, you are not loved, that's not the truth. It's just the false belief we have for ourselves. The truth is you are always loved, you are always desirable, you are always a worthy being. The truth is that. So when you found the belief system, when you found the belief, you check for yourself. Is this belief true? Is this belief leading to me a better way? Is this belief helping me to manifest better things? Or it is dragging me down? What do you think? If your belief is dragging you down, then ask for yourself, is it really true? The belief which I have that I am not loved, is it really true? Ask for yourself. Then you feel that yes, of course, it is true. When you ask for yourself again, is it really, really, really true? Then recall the memories where you feel that you are loved. There are family members to you who loves you. There are some friends for you who loved. Up to now, up to this moment, is there any situation? There will be some situation where you feel you are very much loved. If you feel you are unhealthy always, remember the situation where you are healthy enough, where you don't need any medicines but you are very much healthy and you are very much stronger. What is that? So ask yourself, question yourself, is it really, really true? Recall the memories. If you remember that there is a memory in you where you are loved, where you are very strong, then the belief is not true because you have already experienced the love. So realize that when it is not true, when you remember, you recognize that there is something where I have loved, so now you have that power to shift the belief which you have in yourself. So now question yourself, ask yourself, does this belief helping me to create, to manifest a better life for me? The answer is no, if it is a negative belief system. So we have to shift the belief system into a very positive way, that you have to shift the entire belief system into positive. Where you feel you have belief that you are not loved, you are shifting that belief system to I am loved. So practice this. Remember, whenever you feel like no, I am not loved, remember the situations where you are loved. Remember those, the things which you want in your life. Because you are creating your own reality, then it's all in your hands to choose what to do and what not to. It's you who can do everything. It's you who can choose to believe or not to believe. Now decide for yourself, what do you believe? Is the belief helping me in any way? If no, just shift it. That's what we want. Shift the belief into a positive way which can lead you, which can make you to manifest wonderful things in your life. So this is about the belief system. And when it comes to emotions, emotions can be the bridge to our belief systems and our thoughts. So for example, if you are very positive about yourself that I can do many things, I can do this, but there is a belief in you that I can't do this, there your emotion plays a major role. You feel somewhat sad, you feel somewhat not worthy. Observe your emotions, how you feel. If you feel so happy enough, so your belief and your thought are very much aligned. If you don't feel like that, check for yourself. Check your emotions. Use the help of your emotions to make sure that your belief and the thought about you want to manifest is same. So you can take the guidance of these emotions to make changes in your life. You can use the emotions, you can take the help of these emotions to guide you in a beautiful way. So I have explained you about the law of attraction, how it works. It's all because of our thoughts, words, belief and our emotions. So I hope you all got an idea that we can manifest things in our life, and that too, it's not others who are manifesting it, it's us who are manifesting the things in our life. So how can we? So there are techniques which I have practiced which made me to manifest things in my life very easily. So I want to share these techniques with you. So one of the technique is visualization technique, creative visualization. This was known for me through my mother. So my mother explained me about this creative visualization by giving me a wonderful example. So that example really made me to believe in the creative visualization. So the example of Miracle Man. So Miracle Man, I want to share this. So it really made me to think that there is nothing that we can do for our life. Everything is possible. Each and everything is possible. There is nothing called impossible. Everything is possible. So this Miracle Man is a man. He got an accident when he was flying. So due to his accident, he was completely paralyzed, and the doctors declared that he will be dead in few days or weeks. So but this man, Miracle Man, know that he can actually repair his body. Whatever the body was paralyzed, he can actually make his body to walk. He can actually heal his body. He know this creative visualization, and he applied this creative visualization there. So he used it to imagine himself, even though the whole body is paralyzed, he can't breathe naturally. Everything was completely shut down, but his brain is working, his mind is working. He used to imagine each and every day, each and every second, that he is going out of the hospital by walking. He's going to walk, and he's going out of the hospital. He used to imagine this every second. He used to feel that he is going to achieve, he is going to manifest the things in his life, that he is going to walk. Do you believe completely paralyzed man walking? How is that possible? But he made it possible. He believed that he can do it, and within few days, you know what happened? He can breathe naturally, and within few weeks he got all his hands, all his legs working very good. And he said one date, on the date he walked away from hospital. This completely shifted my mindset that anything can happen if we wish for. So I use this creative visualization when I'm in 10th standard to score 10 by 10 points. So what is this creative visualization is that whatever we need to manifest, we have to set a goal. What is that goal? It can be of anything. It can be of your personal reasons. It can be of your in a business level or something. Just create a goal. What we need is a goal. Then what we have to do is we have to actually feel that we have already completed that goal in this present moment. We have manifested the goal which we want right at this present moment. Just feel that energies and vibrations. How do you feel if you manifest your goal right at this present moment? Feel it, have that energy, feel the vibration around you. How do you feel? How do you enjoy? How will be your surroundings? You have to really feel it, and you have to visualize everything. You have to imagine. Here we are using the power of imagination. In our day-to-day life, we do many things. We imagine many things. Here we are using our imagination for our own good to manifest the things which we want in our life. So you are going to imagine that you are going to achieve your goal. You are going to manifest your goal right at this present moment. Feeling that, imagining yourself being there, achieving your goal. Just close your eyes and visualize that. Visualize what can be the surroundings when you manifest the goal. What are the surroundings? Are there any people around you? Are there any people cheering you? Are there people congratulating you? Just imagine, visualize yourself there and feel that you have actually manifested that goal right at this present moment. So you can use this visualization technique when we go to bed. While we are going to sleep, you just visualize yourself that you are going to manifest your goal right at this present moment. You take your time, you feel it completely, bring all those vibrations right at this present moment, because this present moment has so much of power to create our future. So right at this present moment, as I said, our thoughts, our words and our belief systems are going to play a major role in this. All our thoughts, the whole complete 15 to 20 minutes or 10 minutes, you are only focusing on the thoughts which you want, where you are manifesting. You are bringing all your senses right at this present moment. You are paying much and much more amount of energy. You are using your words, you are using your thoughts, you are using your belief systems and using your emotions. So there it creates some energy grid in yourself which can make you to reach your goal, which can make you to manifest the goal which you want in your life. All the situations, when you send something to the universe, it returns back to you. Definitely. So you have to believe that, you have to feel that, you have to visualize that. When it comes to thoughts, you have to always think of in a positive way that you are going to manifest your goal. Always think of the goal in a positive way. If you feel like you are having some negative thoughts, stop there. Stop there itself. Change those negative thoughts into positive thoughts. For example, if you have a negative thought, we can shift the energy of that negative thought into a positive one. Don't worry that, oh my god, I'm having so many negative thoughts. What do I have to do that I attract these negative situations? Wait here. We have solution. We have to focus our energy on negative to positive. We have to shift our energy. How do we shift? It's all because of, we have to change our thoughts from negative to positive. We have to shift. We have to replace our negative thought with 3 positive thoughts. For example, if you feel that you are not happy, you have to feel that you have to replace that negative thought to, I am happy, I am wonderful, I am abundant, I am so blessed, I am so grateful, I am so gratitude. So you have many positive thoughts. You just have to replace that negative thought with a positive thought. And when it comes to words, you have to speak very good of you about your intention of manifestation. What do you want to manifest? Speak in align with it. Don't say that I can't do it. Even if you feel that if I say that I can do it with my words, someone might think that, oh god, what is he or she doing? He she doing something which she want to make us jealous. Leave that every kind of thoughts, because I have observed this kind of things around me. So they don't want to express themselves which they want to succeed in their life, which they want to manifest in their life. Speak good of it. There is nothing to worry. Speak good. Be confident that you are going to achieve. You are going to manifest the things in your life. After this, when you speak very good about your manifestation, there you are releasing some amount of energy, wonderful energy, which brings back to you wonderful situations in your life. So when it comes to you have to believe that you can do it. So right while doing this, there create some intention, create some intent, where that intent or affirmation which we can place for ourselves, like affirmations are nothing but a positive sentence, positive present sentence. So I am achieving it. So it's all positive. I am loved. I am loved. I am grateful. I am worthy. So it's all right at this present moment. Its affirmations are a present sentence, positive present sentence. So here, by using the affirmation that you are going to get it, by intending that you are going to get it, so you are actually creating the situations which you want in your life. So with this help of visualization technique, where you visualize yourself that you are really going to achieve it. And at last, we need to be thankful, because gratitude is the most important thing that we need to have in our life. Gratitude brings us abundance in our life. We have to be gratitude. We have to be grateful for what we are achieving in our life. So be grateful that you are achieving it. You are manifesting the things in your life. With the help of this creative visualization, by affirming yourself that you are going to get it, there will be situations which are very much perfect for you, which are very useful for you. The situations and everything goes very well. There are no disturbances. If there are disturbances, then you have to recheck yourself. Where am I lacking? So where am I lacking? In your thoughts, in your words, in your belief systems. So recheck yourself, reframe yourself, shift your energy from negative to positive. Believe that you can do it. Imagine that you have already completed right at this present moment. Feel that energy, and at last, by affirming, by being grateful, by being thankful to this universe, you are manifesting your reality. You are manifesting the things in your life. So this is the topic which I wanted to share with you. Thank you for having me. Thank you for listening to this conversation. I hope you all manifest the things in your life in a beautiful way, and you live a happy, wonderful, loving life. Thank you.
Hello friends, my name is Ganesh Kohli, and I am grateful for the opportunity to share with you my entrepreneurial and business journey, and to share with you some mantras and sutras that will allow you to manifest your own business goals, your own entrepreneurial goals, or for that matter, any of your life goals. I studied engineering and I lived a very, very simple life. I graduated and I had 2,000 rupees in my pocket. I knew I did not want to do a job, and I wanted to be, an entrepreneur. And I started with that. I started teaching and counseling, but I struggled, like most people at that time would imagine. Teaching was not a very lucrative profession. Even though I was being entrepreneurial, there were a lot of challenges, and I went through this whole phase of about 8 years where I worked extremely hard and always was seeking work-life balance. It was almost like you are dead at work and you are alive at home, always trying to find that balance between work and life. And at that moment, I did not understand or realize the fundamental flaw in this kind of thinking, where at work work became punishment, and the balance was when you got home and got some rest. I used to work 14-hour days, 16-hour days, and was struggling for this balance. Later on in life, I realized that there is no such thing as work-life balance. It's an absolute myth that work is also life and life after work is also life. So as I began this journey and as I evolved on this path of entrepreneurship, the concept of work-life balance became a myth. Every day became a joyous experience. And I'd like to share with you some of my learnings through this period. So, dear friends, there are two ways, we often hear about the laws of business and the laws of nature. We always say that the laws of business are the tax laws and the legal framework and, how you do business. We always learned that the laws of business are different and the laws of nature. Nature has different seasons and, there is gravity, which is a law of nature. There are so many other laws of nature that we learn. And we've always treated these separately. My profound realization over many years, my 23-year journey as an entrepreneur, was that they profoundly intersect. And I will share with you how and share some mantras with you. Essentially, what started for me as a struggle was, I worked really, really hard. I spent a lot of time working 14-hour, 16-hour days, traveling a lot. But I made only so much progress. I made some progress, but it was all hard work. It was physical work. And from 97 to 2006, there was only so much progress that I could make. But then something very magical happened. I actually got married about 3 years before 2006. And my wife had been telling me to meditate for 3.5 years. And like most stubborn husbands, I did not listen to my wife. But I eventually listened to her. And in 2006, June, I started, some practices with meditation. I went to a camp, I started to meditate. And I felt, at that time, meditation was such a waste of time. In life, you have to be a go-getter. You have to go and work hard and shake everything up and, and that's exactly what I was doing. And I was making progress. But I had no idea what magical outcomes could be possible until I began to meditate. Therein began, after June 2007, began the next phase of my evolution, which was for 7 years. From this about 8-year phase to a 7-year phase, where I went from hard work, which is what my focus was, hard work, physical. I was trying to create everything physically. I went to what I would call smart work. I was creating deliberately. I was intending certain things. And, I went from just being 1 or 2 people in my organization to a few more people. But I went from hard work to smart work. I went from physically creating to deliberately, now making the choices and creating deliberately. But then came another evolution. If I were to actually compare physical creation and deliberate creation, physical creation is where, you're doing really lot of hard work. You're swimming against the tide of the river. And in smart work or deliberate creation, you're swimming with the tide of the river. The next phase is what came to me after I met with my teacher, Dr. Newton Kondavati and Dr. Lakshmi of Quantum Life University in Hyderabad. I started to learn with them in 2013. In November was when I first started to learn with them. And at that time, I had no idea there was another level. So from hard work to smart work, I actually ended up with no work. I was now in a state of co-creation. So it was no longer about, all the lessons I was learning with Dr. Newton and Dr. Lakshmi, I went from hard work to smart work to no work. What I did was I started to share, my interests in all my organizations. The team began to expand. And while I was sitting at home and meditating and doing nothing, all of the companies were growing dramatically. I was only focusing on something that was happening inside of me. And that was very, very beautiful, friends. So as an entrepreneur, I always felt as a business person that it's, you have to go out in the open and struggle and fight and, have really, push everybody and, really go for it, etc. And I lived that life in phase 1, which then in phase 2 became smarter. I was setting goals. I was having a better plan. I felt calmer. One of the things that really, really changed for me after I began meditation is I became calmer. Those decisions were not coming in a haste. They were not coming out of just achieving something. They were coming out of so much more clarity. And then when I had deeper insights in phase 3, I realized that everything that I was creating was actually not just mine. It was actually belonging to all of us. I started to, really expand the team and started to co-create. The self-importance, my dear friends, started to go down. There was too much importance that I gave myself as an entrepreneur in the early years. And then I gave myself a little less important, and then I dropped that importance after a certain point. The more you chop the ego as an entrepreneur, the more we can grow as entrepreneurs. And so I would say this is a magical form of existence, and it is possible to actually follow the laws of nature, follow certain key principles that the universe has in business. Most people think that spirituality and physical creation have to be separated, that in business you cannot get goodness, etc. That is completely false, my dear friends. In my experience, I have in fact experienced the exact opposite. The more I move into this zone of deliberate and co-creation, the more things became beautiful in my life. And in this space, my dear friends, we essentially our intentions change. The intention was not, I have to make money. The intention is, I want to feel freedom. I should not have to sit in my office or my shop or my in India, a lot of businesses, it's only in the family that they share. There is no freedom. They don't take holidays also so many times because they feel, and they want to have a son or a family member, a brother will look after the business. We are actually, if you think about our lives in India, the way entrepreneurship has happened traditionally, it has all been family run, family owned. To the point I'm reminded during my college days, I used to actually, have this vada pav. All of you would have had a vada pav. It is a patty with potato and the bread around it. And I saw that area where we used to have vada pav, the great grandfather used to sell vada pav, then the grandfather was selling, then the father was selling, now the son is selling. For centuries they were selling, or for decades they were selling vada pav. But think about it. It was all because it was controlled. There was so much control. There was no freedom. Every day somebody had to be there. But think about the American vada pav. McDonald's is selling everywhere in the world. That is also vada pav. But the fact is, there is co-creation there. There was a model of co-creation where you don't need to be in every shop, in every office that you go to. And so I learned about this. I learned that entrepreneurship was not about controlling things. Entrepreneurship was not about generating money. It was about generating, it was about experiencing freedom. It was about experiencing joy, growth. Those are the main intentions. That, we are free. that we are joyous, that we are growth, when that became my intention, that is when a lot of things started to shift, my dear friends. And what happened was, I was in the beginning, I was baking a 1 kg cake and I was eating it all myself. When I became smart, I, baked a 1 kg cake or a 2 kg cake, and I actually shared like very little, 100 grams with someone, with a few people. But then eventually, what I realized with Crow Creation was, I just basically gave away the baking of the cake and there were many people, tens of people together baking the cake. The cake was so huge that even at the end, if I got 50% of that cake, that was large enough. So earlier I was eating the full 1 kg cake. But then when we started to co-create, we created a 500 kg cake. Now if I only got 50% of that cake, I only got half. That is still 250 kgs. This is huge, too much for me to eat. Still had to share further. So very, very powerful that we go beyond this controlling nature when we are trying to create. And we have to I also realized that I did not have to prove anything to anybody after a certain time. That really, my beliefs got altered as I got in touch with my real nature, and I let the law of creation, the nature's law is you have to sow the seed and then the tree will come, and I let some of nature's laws take shape in my life. And really, prosperity manifested for me as an outcome of wisdom, my dear friends. So from what I got from, Dr. Newton is a student of Patriji and he such great masters. There is a lot of wisdom flowing through all of these great beings. And prosperity can follow wisdom. Prosperity is not the first step necessarily always that brings peace in our lives. So I experienced, my journey was, I had been successful, but I really understood what magic is possible in our lives when I let the wisdom flow in, the wisdom of all these masters, learned about meditation, learned to work on my own self. And from there, my dear friends, I created these 7 Aha Sutras. And I will share with you, actually this is a co-creation also, I should not say I created. It's a co-creation of the Aha movement. We created these 7 sutras, which I would like to share with you for an awakened entrepreneur. If you really want to, it is possible to be an awakened CEO, an awakened entrepreneur, an awakened leader, an awakened conscious leader, an awakened employee, but we have these 7 sutras that we can look at. First sutra, the Aha Sutra, is abundance and growth are a direct outcome of inner peace. All that I was able to manifest was because I was starting to become more and more peaceful within myself. Every day morning, 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, I was getting up, working on the inside. The Buddha reacted responded very differently to being abused as compared to the normal person, because the Buddha never reacted with anger because there was no anger inside, there was only compassion. And so many times, whatever is inside us comes outside. If there is anger inside, anger will come out. If there is sadness, sadness will come out. If there is greed, greed will come out. If we really want to be successful entrepreneurs, peaceful, joyous, it is so important to work on the inside. The same situation comes in business, the same tax matter will come, the same conflict situation will come. But because something within us has shifted, we respond differently. I had many challenges before and after in phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. The way I dealt with these friends was very different. I focused on inner peace. How is it affecting me? I did not say, you are wrong, that this person who is doing this to me is wrong, the government system is only wrong, they are corrupt people, etc. No, yes,
There may be whatever problems outside, but the focus was never outside. Now, when I pointed one finger there, I realized 3 fingers were pointing towards me. I started to work on the inside, and I realized that abundance and growth were a direct outcome of inner peace. That is the first sutra, my dear friends. The second sutra, the Aha Sutra for an awakened entrepreneur, is manifesting happens only through collaboration. Today, the work which I started as a lone wolf, as an individual, today that work has reached 80 plus countries. We have employees, we have so many co-owners of the enterprises that I had, I envisioned. All my creation became co-creation. Every vision that we saw, there are volunteers, there are people are resonating greatly. And so, friends, very important that manifestation happens, or manifesting, Sutra number 2 says manifesting happens only through collaboration. It's so important for us to collaborate. We were taught in school, from early stages, we were taught to compare and to compete. In first standard, second standard, third standard, fourth standard, school has destroyed our nature law. In nature, there is no competition. Actually, everything is so self-sufficient. We never had to compete for oxygen. You go out, everybody will get enough oxygen to breathe. There is abundance for everyone. But it is so important not to compare, not to get into conflict and competition. People think about business as a place to compete. Actually, business and entrepreneurship is a place to collaborate, is to come together. It is not a place, my dear friends, to compete. And that is very important for us to know. So that is our second sutra, which is manifesting happens only through collaboration. The third sutra is shared ownership leads to organic growth. This is a personal experience. The more you share, it is not one of our fundamental issues in the world today is we are trying to make something, one thing has to become great and the other is okay, whatever happens. There has to be a basic level of inclusion and equity. There has to be a basic level of sharing. And when we share, I realized that I vested out of my organizations. I started to give my shares. I started to give my holdings to people. And the more I shared, the more we grew. To be honest, in the last 7 years, we have grown dramatically. Not because I am the only owner. I am one of many owners of everything that I do or I am involved in. And it's a very beautiful way of existing, my dear friends. So shared ownership leads to organic growth. That is the third sutra. The fourth sutra, using the heart is as important as using the head. So friends, so many times in business, we just use the head. You have the Excel sheet, profit and loss, you are always kind of looking at things like that. I would really, share my experiences very different. Using the head, is basically marinating in certain thoughts. When you think a thought repeatedly, it becomes a belief. And you could actually manifest just from your head. You could actually manifest just from the head. That's possible. But there is another way of manifesting a reality, which is by combining the head and the heart. Using the heart is as important because from the head, the beliefs can come. Your repeated thoughts will become beliefs and you will manifest some of your beliefs. But the heart is where, you have energy. Because heart is where you have emotion. Emotion is nothing but energy in motion. If you are doing business, with what energy, with what emotion are you doing business? Are you doing business out of fear, out of anxiety, out of competition, out of malice? Those emotions are not nurturing emotions, my dear friends. If you are doing business out of love, out of compassion, people think it's not possible to do business out of love. That they have to be ruthless. This is completely false. This is a wrong notion of business. any entrepreneurial venture, there is no need whatsoever to be ruthless. Having elevated emotions, having emotions of compassion, collaboration, love, joy, all of these things are very important. And when you have these emotions, you are using your heart, which is as important as using your head. So a combination of your heart, which is your energy, or your emotions, energy in motion, which is your emotions, and your head, which is your belief. Both of these, using the heart is as important as using the head. That's the fourth sutra, my dear friends. The fifth sutra, my dear friends, is profit, well-being, service, and spirituality converge for an awakened entrepreneur. So, it is so many times spiritual people think profit is a bad thing. That is not a good place to stand. After all, the same spiritual world, we need money also. Profit is not a bad thing. It is not an ugly word. Actually, it converges. Well-being, profit. Well-being also. We are feeling well. When we are feeling well, we do well. If we do well, we don't always feel well. So profit, well-being, feeling well, service. We have to serve. Any business that is contrary to nature's law, that involves, destroying nature, that involves destroying the environment, destroying the animal habitat, hurting any species, that involves, creating addictions in society. Any business that is not aligned with nature is not always going to bring peace. But when there is service at the core of a business, then you will see that it will grow, and you could be serving people in different ways. So profit, well-being, service, and spirituality. There is no contradiction, my friends, between spirituality and business. It is very much intersecting. I have grown my businesses purely by pursuing the spiritual path. And the more I've progressed on the spiritual path, the more the business grew in the physical plane. So that's your fifth sutra: profit, well-being, service, and spirituality converge for an awakened entrepreneur. The sixth one is beautiful. It's one of my favorite sutras that we have created. Love and let go bring results. I talked about working from the heart. Actually letting go, not carrying the history or the baggage from the history with us. We learn from the past and move on in business. But I see constantly, so many times, people are still living in the same fear. There was a time when people used to not rent their houses or their offices because there was so much distrust. If somebody came in the house, then they will not leave. They will occupy it forever. But today things have changed. Today we don't need to just have a son or a daughter in our house to run a business. We can collaborate, my dear friends. And we can let go of this old beliefs of distrust, of, only competition and bitter competition is the way, etc. It is possible to actually love and let go, and they will bring results. And of course, we practice these things. So that is your sixth sutra. And the seventh sutra, which I already shared with you, with no work. Effortlessness is the nature of all work. I shared with you earlier, where we are co-creating. Then it doesn't feel burdensome. It doesn't feel like every day I'm under pressure or whatever, I have to do, etc. So those are the seven sutras. The last one being effortlessness is the nature of all work. My dear friends, what I have shared with you is actually experiences. This is something that has manifested. My gratitude to Brahma Rishi Pitama Patriji and to my master, Dr. Newton Kondawati, and Dr. Lakshmi, who have really allowed me to reach this point in my life. Otherwise, I was a brash, angry person who was trying to just conquer the world. But I realized that as I conquered myself, the world was available to me in whichever form. And the more I worked on my inside, the more I was able to manifest things on the outside. So I encourage you to follow this path of an awakened entrepreneur, to do businesses, to lead with consciousness. And I do a lot of work in this area, and I'm seeing magical results. All the programs that I have done, all the work around awakened entrepreneurship, there are some magical results. So I invite all of our friends to pursue this path. Thank you very much for listening in. Thank you, dear friends.
Firstly, thank you to everyone who gave me this opportunity to talk on this platform. My heartfelt salutations to Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji and Swarnamala Patri Madam for starting this amazing movement of PSSM, Pyramid Spiritual Society's movement, and changing number of lives each day. My name is Aishwarya. I live in Alberta, Canada. My interest towards spirituality started at a very young age through my father. He used to watch all sort of films and serials related to epics and Puranas. That's how my interest started, and it continuously increased. But I never really gave time to find out answers for my many unanswered questions. Past few years, I gave some time to know about those answers. I felt like they are correct, but something is missing, especially when coming to Ramayana. We all know and we all agree that Sita Devi is a form of goddess Lakshmi. And if that is so, then how can Ravana take Sita Devi to Lanka without her consent? So I used to have such a similar questions, and they remained unanswered until some time before. Okay, before I talk about my self-experience, I would love to share about the miracles happened in my mother's health, which I saw in life. Since I was born, there were a few challenges in my family, and I was the third girl child in a lower middle class family. So, and most of my families and relatives were against that. So there were many challenges for my mother in all the ways. So she kind of entered into a phase of stress unknowingly. Because my father tried many business and nothing really worked out, and we were financially also broken at that time. So unknowingly, my mother is in stress for some years of time. She used to have one-sided headache, migraine. Usually, anyone's money purse consists of money, bells, or coins during those times. But in my mother's purse, the mandatory thing is Vicks Action 500 tablet. Whenever she used to feel headache, she just take the tablets. She didn't even go to doctors and the specialized doctors to get it treated well because of the not sufficient money during those times. And slowly the infection or whatever that it is, it spread and affected my mother's ears also. So she started using ear drops for her ear pain. So she continued her ear drops and Vicfaction 500 for her headache, and it went like few years. After that, she learned from her doctor that her ear pain and migraine is a lifetime and lifelong thing, and she can do nothing about it other than taking medicines as long as she's alive. So there are many such things, and if I continue, it goes on for some more time. So I want to say that slowly our finances got better, and very soon my mother was introduced to meditation through one of our close relatives. Within a year or two, she completely got rid of her health complaints by 90%. That was a really amazing thing happened. Even now, if we look back at my mother's few years ago, not few years ago, 10 to 12 years ago, she's entirely different from what she is today. So thanks to meditation, it changed her life a lot. Not only hers, but also ours together. It's been years now. She took any tablet. She didn't took any tablet for her headache and ear drops for her ear pain, and she's completely fine with good health. And also a lot of changes can be seen in her confidence and thinking patterns after she started meditation. This is my mother's experience, and I am really glad to share this on this platform. Thank you for the opportunity once again. And coming to me, since 2010, my parents were into pyramid meditation. But I was not very interested and very serious into meditation until 2020 February. I just used to do on and off for some time, sometimes skipping, just for the sake of parents, to be frank, to be honest with you all. Yeah, so, but somehow, because of my mother's influence, I seriously started doing meditation from February 2020. Within a month, I saw a video through my mother in which Saroja Gullapalli madam was talking about Omni 4 principles of creation, which provoked the power of thinking in me through that. I was really amazed at the topic because until that time, all I was taught and learned was entirely different. Like many limited thoughts, we should fight to win something in our life, we should compete with our friends or anyone. I mean, related to studies or a job at workplace for the excellence or something like that. We always need to comparing with others, competing with others, and beliefs like nothing in life comes easy. We need to struggle a lot. There were many such limited thoughts which were fed into my mind since childhood. But this concept of Omni 4 principles of creation was really interesting and amazing. So I continued watching madam's whole interview, and I really loved the madam's interview and how the madam's life changed after meditation, especially in terms of bliss and ultimate happiness. After that, through PMC YouTube channel, I watched many interviews of pyramid masters sharing their experiences before and after meditation and how their life changed. I also want to convey my heartfelt thanks to PMC YouTube channel through this platform. I started reading books like Ram Dass White Book, Power of Subconscious Mind, to know more about the mind's power. And especially through Sitainam sessions conducted by Saroja Gullapalli madam, I believe most of my questions related to Ramayana were undoubtedly clarified, not only to me, but also I believe it got clarified to many as well. Very soon after my journey started with the meditation, I enrolled in a workshop conducted by Prabodh Achyut Master to train mind and how to master sleep. Under Prabodh sir's guidance, I got introduced to Pranahita madam's platform of Divine Feminine Sangha, through which almost a U-turn took place in my life. especially in terms of importance and acceptance of divine femininity, and how simply many challenges faced by most of the women these days can be solved through this wonderful wisdom. That is one of the best things happened in my life. I was always interested in volunteering, but was a bit inferior. And I maybe I should thank COVID, which gave me an opportunity to virtual volunteering. I did active volunteer participation in Inner Child workshop under Saroja Madam's guidance and Navaratri Akhanda Dhyan under Pranahita Madam's guidance. Both the volunteering experiences gave me an amazing knowledge and great experience as well. Through Inner Child workshop, I have learned that most of our fears and blockages can be released effectively once we got connected to our inner child and release all the emotions. And through Navaratri Akhanda Dhyan, I feel so privileged to know more about many masters like Dr. Nalini Madam and DNS Vanalata Madam. I attended almost all of their live sessions and gained wonderful knowledge and wisdom through them. Actually, I feel so blessed to see Pitamaha Patriji and Swarnamala Patri Madam in Zoom live session through these workshops which I have volunteered for. Thank you for everything. I attended few other workshops like Law of Attraction under Saroja Madam's guidance, in which Madam explained in detail how our thinking and thoughts are having impact on our lives. And the relationship between law of karma and law of attraction was also clearly explained. Especially each and every word we use in our daily life is impacting our life, knowingly or unknowingly. That helped me a lot to focus on my words, which I used to speak with everyone and also especially with me. I also attended Ramdas workshop under the guidance of Allah Bakshu Master for 10 days. This workshop is really a life-changing one. The science behind the positive thinking and neuroplasticity was very clearly explained by the master. All thanks to him. My life and my thinking were very limited before I got to know about all these. I got more stabilized emotionally. I started thinking always about the possibility of things. I am very much involved in this wisdom and doing my best to share it with my friends and family. When I shared this wisdom with my own sister, regarding the acceptance of divine femininity and positive thinking, she initially, it took some time for her to accept this, but once she started accepting and practicing in her life, there were many changes, very many positive changes, and she was really impressed, and she is continuing this journey towards positivity and accepting the divine femininity. I have many amazing experiences with my niece in terms of my change in thoughts and thinking. I always talk to her in the possibility, I always talk to her about the possibility of things like what could be done. And she easily adapts to that. That's how I realized the younger the age, the more careful the words should be used with them. Because if we use wrong statements and improper statements or improper communication with them at a very young age, that's gonna affect in a long run. So it's better very careful with the very young kids when using any kind of words. I feel very blessed that all my family is in meditation and inclining towards positive thinking. All of us very well utilized the work from home opportunity and increased our time to spend together with the family and towards meditation and satsang. I never really experienced any miracles in meditation so far, but my lifestyle changed after I started meditation. It got a lot better now. Actually, I'm also a vegan now. Throughout my journey of meditation and knowledge gained from all the masters, all I understood is one thing. A thought is everything. I'm once again repeating, a thought is everything. If we can think every single thought with whole awareness and consciousness, we can create our own destiny. This is what I understood, and this is what my opinion. And this is my journey. Once again, thanks to everyone for this opportunity and all the masters from whom I have learned this amazing wisdom and knowledge. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Namaste, everyone. Namaste. Thank you for inviting me for the Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram. And before I start off sharing my experiences, I would like to offer my gentle pranams at the feet of Brahmarshi Pitama Patriji and Swarnamala Patri ma'am, and also to the PM's English channel. Thank you for giving me this opportunity and inviting me on this occasion. Thank you, everyone. So yes, before I talk about my experiences, I would like to introduce myself. I am Sri Lakshmi Marni, currently living in Telford, UK, and working as a product delivery manager in an IT consultancy firm here. And my journey into meditation happened 2013, 7-8 years ago now. And just to tell you briefly what brought me into meditation. So at that time, I was a mother. I had a child who was around a year to 2 years between. And he was going through a lot of, not a lot, probably a few health issues at that time. And being a new mother and bringing a child up in a Western culture, and you know, my parents were telling me what I should do with the child. My friends here, who are quite a few English friends here, would tell me how to bring children up in the English way or in a different way that's being done here. So having been, you know, there was a lot of pull and push between the two, between the Indian culture and the Western culture. And I really, as a new mother, really didn't know what was right, what was wrong. I was doubting a lot of the things I was doing. For his health conditions, I was blaming myself. I think there was a lot of things and the additional responsibility of a new mother here, along with being a full-time working parent and juggling all that. It was getting very, very stressful and led to a lot of arguments at home as well. And I was losing that internal peace that and I was looking for it at that time, and I didn't know how to get it or what I needed to do. There was a lot of internal turmoil going around me. I was feeling guilty. There was a lot of internal sadness filled within me, and that's the point I actually came across Pranahita and Kiran at a family event here in the year 2013 through a common friend, Rajshekhar. And yes, since then, there has been no looking back. So this was an event where I met them, and there was a meditation sessions over the 2 nights that we were there, a short introduction into meditation, and we did a guided meditation that Pranahita led us into. And after that, I really wanted to know more about it. I talked to her one-to-one and tried to understand, you know, how her journey into meditation was, what she gained through it. And it really inspired me at that point. And I did that for over the 2 days at that event, came back home, and, you know, ironically, even though I knew how important it was, but everything else became a priority in my life again. And I couldn't devote the time I needed to do meditation. Everything else, my child, you know, all his duties, all my family duties, my work duties became important to me. And it was, again, finding that elusive time to do meditation. And at that time I suggested, could we do it? Because we were all in different parts of UK and we couldn't physically come together and do meditation every day. And so we started doing meditation over Skype in 2013 at a fixed time. It used to be 9 o'clock every night. So I could do all my chores, put my son to sleep. And it was really, I did that continuously for a number of months, and I could see a lot of transformation that was happening. And when I say my transformation, I don't have anything external to describe it, because even before meditation, I had a lovely family. I had all the things, you know, that you need to live a happy life, technically. All the materialistic things. I had everything. I had a secure job. I had lovely friends, lovely family, very supportive parents. I had everything even before that. So there's nothing materialistically that's changed after coming into meditation. Not a lot, but a lot has changed internally. I mean, I just feel like this is a new me that has been born since coming on this path. So for me to describe anything that has happened to me, in words is very difficult because it's a lot internal that's changed to me. So I wouldn't say I had a lot of third eye experiences or astral travels. None of those have really, come in my experience. But what I can tell you is living in the present moment, enjoying what you have at that point of time, not getting worried about the future or regretting about the past. I think those were really the changes that have happened. So I'll talk about it more as I tell you through my journey. But in that year, 2013, after doing regular meditation, the first book I read was You Can Heal Your Life. That was the one that was recommended by Kiran, and I read that. And I always used to love reading. When I was a child, I used to read a lot of Robin Cook, Agatha Christie novels. And but coming into family life, I couldn't devote that time. So I was really glad to get a book that was recommended to me, and I really loved it. It was very inspirational as well. And after that, the book that really changed me, that I picked up next, was The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. The first time I read that book, I really didn't understand it. I was just like trying to read and see, it might make sense, But the first time I read it really didn't make much of a sense to me. And I think the second time I read that book, I was in the year 2014, I was pregnant with my second child. That year is just blissful. I meditated regularly. I was reading Power of Now. I was reading Richard Bach. There was a lot of things I was doing, very mindful. I was juggling a lot of things still. I was obviously taking care of my first child. I was pregnant with my second one. I was working full time. I was going up for a promotion, so I was taking on more additional responsibilities at work as well. But none of those stressed me. I mean, I couldn't believe myself. I was just able to absorb a lot of things without reaching that point of stress. And I think now looking back, all that was thanks to meditation. It really tipped me off. Even though I was torn in different directions, I could manage myself really well and also look after myself, because while I was pregnant, that was very important for me. And having my child in my tummy, and I would say was the best year of my life. It really was. It was just so blissful again. Indescribable through words. And at that time, I also attended a session by Ayappa Pindi sir, and that was the time where he was spreading the message of Mahavtar Babaji, and Rajshekhar had arranged that session one of the evenings on a Friday. Before that, I never had heard about Mahavtar Babaji. I didn't know who he was. And actually, I had an appointment that evening to meet a friend. So I initially didn't think I would make that session up as well. But during the daytime at work, I just Googled who Mahavtar Babaji was, and it really touched me in some way. So I made time to attend that session. And again, I tell you, friends, that's one of the most wonderful meditation sessions I've attended. That you reach that state of no mind, no place. I reached that. Until date, again, I probably haven't managed to achieve the similar state again. But looking back, that was just so peaceful. And I went to meet my friend. There was a party, and everybody was saying I was glowing. They thought I was glowing because I was pregnant, but I knew why I was glowing. It was just that internal immense joy I felt in that session, and it's stuck in my head ever since. And I've told this to Ayappa sir as well. It's never left me since that day. And then I had my child, and this time, none of those, the mother stresses. I didn't feel that with my second child. I enjoyed every minute of my motherhood, and even being pregnant, I enjoyed every minute of it. And after having my baby, even though there were lots of sleepless nights, he was a very, very high energy, very cranky at times. I still enjoyed every minute of that. And that transformation again has happened only through meditation for me. So that's been my journey through the initial years, and all through helping me as a new mom to balance the various aspects of my life and bring up my children in a more meaningful way, in the sense where I could spend that quality time with them. And since then, I have continued meditation. There have been days on and off a bit. I wouldn't say I'm very, very, very regular. There have been times when I have missed them, and what I've learned is I don't regret it. You know, sometimes I just go with the flow, and it's always there. I think what meditation a lot of people think is sitting down and closing your eyes and spending that half an hour with yourself, which is very good, but carrying that through the day, that mindfulness through the day, is even more important, because how you react to situations outside of that meditation hour, how you control your emotions or how you express your emotions, how you talk to people, how do you express your empathy towards people, towards situations. And those all things are equally important. And again, meditation changes you in the way you react. You stop reacting, you start responding to things. I probably would say I'm quite a patient person, and that's come through me from my mom. She's immensely patient. But there are times which I can get a bit short-tempered. I had some issues where I couldn't control sometimes my emotions. And, sometimes where I felt in a group of people, sometimes there were times where I have a lot of friends. I am very good at making friends, but sometimes I'm driven a lot by them rather than what I want. So if somebody asks me to do something, even though I didn't want to do it, I'll be inclined to do it because I didn't want to upset them or I didn't want to lose that friendship. That's how I ended up doing a lot of things which I really didn't want to do. Again, through meditation, I have learned to say no. If I didn't want to do something, there's a nice way to say no. And it doesn't affect that friendship at the end. It doesn't affect. What I've learned is it's okay to say no, and people who really understand you would still continue that friendship with you. It's not a point about hurting them. And you get your priorities right because you don't drain your energy doing things which you really didn't want to do. And that's another thing I have learned through meditation and trying to implement that in my life. So yes, so a lot of transformations that way, which is all very individualistic to me. The other thing I would mention is I started taking meditation sessions at my workplace as well. One day I just mentioned it to, we have a gym here, and the lady who runs the gym is very nice, and I have a really good rapport with her. And I mentioned to her, because we do a lot of things for our physical health. So the gym obviously has a lot of equipment. It does a lot of classes on maintaining our physical health, but there was nothing at the workplace which was addressing mental health of people. And we all know now how important mental health is to the well-being of the employees, which then results to the well-being of the company. So there was so she was very recipient to it, and a lot of people who needed to sponsor that event were very receptive to it. And that's how I started taking meditation sessions at work. And they have been very well received at workplace as well. And it's become like more of not just a meditation session, but also a support group where we can talk about things that we don't usually talk about to our colleagues. Any stresses at home, any internal feelings that you don't feel like sharing it to outside world. We became a support group where we can easily do that. In that environment and be there for each other, not just in the happy times, but in times where we needed each other as well. And that's how the workplace meditation sessions started increasing over through lockdown, because we have all been working from home since March, and I continue taking them online as well. But there's a little bit pause because the workload has just at the minute become unmanageable. So I have paused them for the minute, but I'll restart them again in the new year. So that's how I have connected to a lot of people in the workplace as well through meditation and all the mindfulness exercises I do there. And the other thing recently after lockdown, I've been involved with Chandra Sir's Buddha CEO as well. And I was involved with their Cognizant program early in the year, and then recently supporting their various batches of 40-day sessions. And again, I look towards Chandra sir as a mentor of mine, and I have shared a lot of things that have helped me in my professional development as well. And again, that's given me, the experiences that I shared in those sessions by people from across the globe is again very inspirational. And again, it just opens your views out to say that there's so much you don't know. And once you're willing to learn, all that can come to you automatically. You just need to be open to that learning. And that's happened to me in this lockdown period. And the other thing that I am keen on through meditation is taking it to schools and young children, because I really believe in the quote that the Dalai Lama said, that if every 7-year-old in the world meditates, then we can eradicate violence in the world in 1 generation. And that's something that I really, really believe in, because, teaching elders is one thing, but if we can start inculcating this practice of mindfulness, this practice of meditation from a young age itself, it'll stick with them through the life. They have a tool. They have a tool where when they can't control their emotions or can't control how things are going in their life, they have something to fall back on. And that's for the emotional intelligence, that's really key. I think a lot of schools focus on IQ, but I think it's the EQ which is very important to get these children to develop, because, by reading books, we can get our IQ, we can increase it pretty easily. And we have seen that the way we all have been brought up is, we have been asked to just learn books and give that out in the exams. And that's how we have learned things. And that is okay. That is okay to get a job. That is okay to, earn your living. But I think more important with that, or equally important to that, is developing your EQ as well, your emotional intelligence, where you know how you can deal with situations in life which are not under your control, how you can interact with people, how you can control your own emotions, how you can say things and express them in a way that people can understand. All that is equally important. Those life skills, yes, they are equally important. And I don't think schools teach that. And this is where I am really interested in taking these sessions to schools, to young children. And over here in Telford, I do volunteering at schools, where I do teach them meditation as a mindfulness activity in those sessions as well. And during the lockdown, along with the Sri Lakshmi here in Bristol, we did a lot of sessions for young children as well, and they were very well received. And we could see, listening to their experiences, it was amazing, because those innocent souls, how they take this on is just brilliant. I think a lot of us adults have a lot of lessons to learn from those little ones there. So yes, I think what I would say is it's my journey in meditation has given me a rebirth. I feel like I was reborn through this process. The new me is just internally at peace. I just feel at peace all the time. There are times I do get angry still. I do express my emotions. I do still enjoy all my worldly things. I love the good things in life still. I push myself at work. I am still doing all that. But what I have changed internally is being at peace with whatever it is, accepting things. Okay, things may not work out, because there's a bigger plan to it, which you may not know. And another thing I have learned through Chandra sir's sessions is creating your own reality. I'm a firm believer of that. And really, it has worked so many times in my life that your thoughts create your reality. So earlier, I used to think that changing situations around me would make me happy. And I would do that. Like, I would probably go and look after materialistic things to keep me happy, that piece of jewelry or that car. And I used to get them. And I used to get that happiness as well, but it was very momentary. After a few days, I was looking after the next thing to keep me happy. And that cycle would just go on, go on, go on. But through meditation, it's what I found, that you can still go behind those things, but they don't give you everlasting happiness. Everlasting happiness is within you. And that's been the biggest transformation in me through meditation. So yes, thank you, friends, again. Thank you very much for welcoming me in this session. And I'm really grateful. Thank you.
Hello friends, Namaste. I'm Gayatri from Spital, United Kingdom. Firstly, I would like to thank our Guruji, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji and Swarnamala Patri Madam before we begin our program. I would like to introduce myself first. I have completed Master's degree in Information and Communication Technology. I have got total 10 plus years of experience in software industry. I'm currently holding the position of Senior Manager in MNC IT firm. I'm married and I've got one 2-year-old baby. Today I'm here to share with you all my journey into PSSM family and how meditation is transforming my life completely. Since childhood, I had undergone lots of stress as I was very competitive in my school and college. And also at around the age of 12, I started getting out of body experiences which were very fearful because of the lack of right knowledge or right wisdom related to it. So it's like I've spent almost 19 to 20 years of my time fearing that some spooky things are happening with me. It was as if fear became comfort zone for my mind. Out of nowhere, my mind used to pick up negative and disastrous thoughts from which fear used to get generated. So this was the situation that I was in. Also, I had so many questions in my mind, because of these experiences, that what's exactly happening with me? Am I really going to die? If I die, where will I go? Where did I come from? All kind of questions I have had. Couple of years ago, when I conceived, I wanted to give right knowledge to the baby inside. So I started listening to the spiritual talks of great gurus in YouTube channels. One day, under recommendations, I came across Brahmarshi Dr. Newton Kundaviti sir's wisdom sharing videos on Die Before You Die, Life After Death, Near-Death Experiences, Past Life Regression, many more videos. While watching those videos, I really felt very happy and I felt I got liberated because I got all the questions that I have since my childhood all of them are answered. And you know, I was movie addict at that time. I used to watch at least one movie a day. While watching these videos, I naturally lost the interest in movies, because these videos, they are more interesting, more exciting than movies. So the, you know, the movie addiction is long gone. These videos, they have inspired me and they have motivated me a lot. Through these videos only, I got to know about Pyramid Spiritual Societies movement. Thank you so much, Brahmarshi Dr. Newton and Brahma Vidvarista Dr. Lakshmi. Thank you so much, sir and ma'am, for all the wisdom sharing. These videos, they really have changed my life forever. Thank you. At around 8 months ago, I have had one situation in my family. My parents were not happy. I was looking for some solution. By that time, I was already watching all the programs in PMC Online TV YouTube channel. So deep inside, I knew that only a pyramid master can give solution to the problem. So I went to pssmovement.org website. I got in touch with one of the great and compassionate master, Sri Lakshmi. She very patiently listened to my problem, and she told me that meditation is a solution for all the problems. Why don't you start meditating? I am starting this 40-day meditation challenge program. You can join, she told me. I thought I will give it a try, and I took up the challenge. So that's how my journey into meditation has started. Thank you so much, Sri Lakshmi. Thank you for introducing me to this great Anapanasati meditation. Thank you. Though this Anapanasati meditation, it's a simple breathing technique. Initial few days, I found it really very difficult to meditate, because I was getting so many thoughts when I sit into meditation. I used to think that, you know, maybe meditation is not for me. I'm getting so many thoughts. I'm flooded with so many thoughts. I'm getting more thoughts when I sit into meditation than the other times. So maybe it's not for me. I used to think like that. I asked the same question to the other pyramid masters. So what they said is, see, basically the thoughts, they are already there. When you are sitting in meditation, when you are closing eyes, they are just coming to the surface. Let them come and let them go. You focus on your breath, they said. I started following the same. And after 40 days, I started feeling a bit better, and I decided to continue my meditation journey. Connecting with energies, it was my first ever spiritual workshop, which was conducted by Prabodh Master. He geniusly designed the techniques and Yoga Nidra in such a way that just by practicing them for a few days, we will really be able to feel the electromagnetic field or the energy field around us. I have also felt that I was surrounded by cocoon of energy. And the most amazing and surprising thing that has happened to me is my sleep quality, it has increased, and my sleep quantity, it has decreased drastically. I used to sleep only for 3 to 3.5 hours a day. I'm a working woman, and I was also taking care of my baby, but I never got tired throughout the day. It is such an amazing experience. I used to use my rest of my sleep time for meditation and for listening to the wisdom sharings of other masters. Thank you so much, Prabodh Master. Thank you for coming up with such a great workshop. Thank you. After doing meditation regularly for a few months, I have realized that I am in a state of emotionally balanced. Earlier, before meditation, I used to adopt the emotions of the other person. If the other person is angry, I used to get angry. If the other person is irritated, I used to get irritated. It was like that. This state of emotionally being balanced, it came very naturally to me. It's not like now that I am meditating, I have to, set some standards for myself. It's not like that. It just came very natural. And also this state of emotionally being balanced, it helped me to gain control over situations, around me, both in my personal life and in my professional life. I was also a stressor at workplace. I had stress and anxiety related issues. Thanks to Paripatri, thank you for introducing me to heart science and teaching me heart coherence techniques. Paripatri is an award-winning executive empowerment coach. She is light worker, energy healer, she is meditation coach and speaker. She is really a very powerful lady, and I always look up to her. In this 4-week heart science workshop, she taught me about heart facts, that heart is more intelligent than brain, and heart sends more signal to the brain than brain sends to the heart. And also I've learned that heart has 40,000 sensory neurites, which are brain like cells which acts as little brain in the heart. And also heart has got heart's electromagnetic field, it's 5,000 times stronger than brain's electromagnetic field. All these hard facts that I have learned, they are being backed by scientific experiments which are proven in the laboratories. I have also learned about heart coherence. What is heart coherence? Why it is very important to be in coherent state throughout the day. And also I have learned the amazing techniques to be in coherent state. I must say, these techniques, they really help me to overcome my stress and anxiety related issues in short time. Thank you so much, Paripatri. Thank you for helping me. Also, I have attended one astral travel workshop. When I started my meditation journey initially, I used to think that, if I'll be able to do one astral travel, one conscious astral travel in this lifetime, that'll be more than enough. I don't think I'll be able to do more than that. I used to think, because I was getting so many thoughts. But thanks to Santosh Master and Prabodh Master, with their guidance, I have done many astral travels now. And also this particular workshop, it has helped me to overcome my fear of darkness completely. I also had fear of failure. I didn't know how to deal with a failure. I always stressed myself at my workplace to succeed. All the projects that I have handled so far are successful. It's not because I was an effective team player, I was doing good team lead job. It's not like that. It's like I didn't know how to accept a failure, so I stressed too much to succeed. One day, when I was going through an interview given by Patriji sir, the interviewer asked, "Sir, you are taking up many new initiatives. You are launching new programs, which I think are risk-taking. Are you not afraid?" he asked. For that, Patriji sir simply said, "Why to afraid? Either I get succeed or I get fail. It's simple. Why to get afraid?" he said. That somehow made an impact on me. That made me think why I had been stressing myself too much. If not this project, there will be another project. If not this company, there will be another company. Now I'm in a state that I'm ready to accept my failures. I'm ready to learn from them, and I'm ready to let go of them. Also, in another wisdom sharing, Patriji sir said, "There is no happiness, there is no sadness, there is only learning. We all are gods. We have come onto this earth plane for learning," he said. I can say this one sentence, it has changed my perspective towards life completely. Earlier, I used to think that why certain people are behaving certain ways with me, why they are making me angry, why they are making me sad. I used to think like that. Now, I have realized that it does not matter, how I learn. All that matters to me now is whether I am learning or not. Whether I learn from good circumstances or from bad circumstances, that's okay with me. As long as I'm learning, I'm happy. Basically, all the wisdom that comes from Patriji sir, it really is helping me in many other ways in my life. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Also, thanks to Pranahita. She is an enlightened master and my good friend. She channels light language and she is a gifted clairvoyant. She is certified life and mindfulness coach. She wanted to create a compassionate listening space for all the women across the globe. So she created Divine Feminine Sangha platform for this purpose. Through this platform, I met many women across the globe. I shared my experiences. I listened to their experiences. I feel so good connecting with all of them. We basically support each other in this group. It's like we are there for one another. It's a wonderful feeling, friends. It's really a wonderful feeling. Thank you, Pranahita. Thank you for coming up with such a great platform. Thank you. Through her guided meditations and wisdom sharings, I have learned self-love. I have started practicing self-love. I started, accepting my divine feminine qualities more. I started connecting more with Mother Earth, Mother Nature, and Mother Water. I have also seen thousands of women healing their physical and menstrual issues with her guided meditations. Thank you so much, Pranahita. Thank you for making the difference. I am also active volunteer in Divine Feminine Sangha platform, and I am also volunteer in Pyramid Call Services UK team. Through these voluntary works, I am meeting great masters and I am learning new things every day. I strongly believe that contribution or the service, it's the shortcut for enlightenment. So I decided to spend 5% time of my weekdays and 10% time of my weekends for these voluntary works. I do flyers, sometimes I host a meeting, sometimes I do the anchoring, or I give live, something or the other. I have decided to contribute my time for my own learning purpose and for my own growth purpose. I am continuing my journey accordingly. Also thanks to Shreyans Daga Master, Varun Daga Master and team for conducting breathwork sessions. These breathwork sessions, they are really helping me a lot. I am able to release all my toxic emotions. How I feel during these breathwork sessions, I cannot put it in words. I will say it's once in a lifetime experience. I feel that everybody should try at least once in their life. Also, they say that if you do breathwork sessions regularly, as a side effect, you will lose your weight. Good side effect, isn't it? I have also lost almost 9.5 kgs of my weight already by doing these breathwork sessions. Thank you, masters. I don't read much books, so I sincerely follow G. Srinivas Reddy sir's wisdom sharings and spiritual talks. He's the founder of Swadhyaya Yoga. He basically picks up one book or one spiritual topic and he explains the topics or the concepts very clearly that anybody can understand. And these wisdom sharings, they really are helping me a lot as I don't read much books. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for coming up with such a great initiative. It's very useful. Thank you. Also, friends, I would like to share with you my experience during Digital Meditation Summit UK. During these DMS UK preparations, I got a chance to meet all the great masters in UK, and also I got the opportunity to talk to Patriji sir once. During that meeting, Patriji sir said, conducting summits are nothing but conducting yagnas. Whosoever work for the summit, they get the same result as that of conducting yagna, he said. The next day, DMS UK, it was super successful event. Thanks to Dr. GK sir, Gopalakrishna sir, for his presence, guidance and support. Thanks to Ravi Kiran and team for giving me the opportunity to be able to do anchoring for some time. Thank you so much. It's a lifetime memory for me. Thank you. The next day after DMS UK preparations, when I sat into meditation, I have seen one past life vision. I have seen a man having very sharp knife in his hands. He just cut the legs of an elephant, just above its knees. After coming out of meditation, I thought, why would I see such vision? Maybe it's not related to me. I did not think much about it. But I would want to tell you that I have had pain just above my knees from past 9 to 10 years. I didn't know, first of all, I didn't know why I got that pain. Sometimes it was very severe. So, but I was not much of a sports person, but I didn't know why I got that pain. So it was like that. Whenever I get the pain, I used to massage and somehow it used to come down. So it was continuously, it was like that. So one day, after a few days, when I was listening to wisdom sharings of Bhimineni Vamsikiran sir's videos on law of karma and the method to overcome it. In that video, he clearly explained that in meditation, we see the visions of past life, and he explained the method how to overcome. At that time, it struck me that, oh, maybe the vision that I have seen in my meditation a few days ago, maybe it's related to my past life experience. So I sat into meditation and I followed the method. I basically said sorry for the elephant. I apologized from the bottom of my heart for hurting the elephant so badly. I also promised that I will never ever hurt any animal ever again in my life. I just did this for 3 to 4 days, and to my surprise, 5th day the pain is gone. It's totally gone and it has never returned. So friends, it's been more than 8 months since I have started my meditation journey. I have learned that meditation is new normal. The more we make our mind empty, the more capability we get to utilize our mind to the fullest. Meditation has redefined the success for me. It has increased my intuition power. It's so easy to live in dreams, but meditation teaches you to live in the present moment. It teaches us the mindfulness. Now I cannot imagine my life without meditation. It has become my lifestyle. Thank you so much, Brahmarshi Pitamaha Patriji sir. Thank you, Madhu, for your love and compassion. Thank you, Pradeep Vijay and Navneet Kaur, for conducting these 40-day meditation sessions. I'm currently taking part in it. I feel really so good. Thank you so much. Thanks to each and every Pyramid Master. Thanks to Mahila Dhyana Mahachakram team. Thanks to PMC English team. Thanks to my parents for not only giving me the birth, but also giving me the life. Thanks to my family for supporting me. Thanks to my PMC UK and Divine Feminine Sangha family.
da re re ni da re ga re re da ni ba ma ba ni da re ba ni ba re da re ga re da ni da re ma ba ni ba ma re ba ma re ni ba da ni ba re ni ba ba ma ga re ga re ga re ga re ga re re da na ma ba re ga re ga ni ba ni da re ga na ma ba ma re ga re da ni ma da 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 re 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 da re re da 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 re ma re ma 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 re 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 da 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 ba pa da 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 re da 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 re da re da da re re na 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 mama baba da 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 ma da da ma ba re da ma ba re re mama re re da da re da re da 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 re da re da 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 re da da re da re 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 da 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 ba ba da ba ma ba da da ba ma re re da da ba ba da ba ma ba ma re ma re ma ba ba ma ba da ba da da ba da 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 re re da re ma ma ba ba da dom de dom de dom de dom de dom de dom de 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 dom de de dom de de na 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 de mare de pa mare Dari ma ba da ma re ಬಂಟು ರೀತಿ ಕೊಲುವು ಇಯವಯ್ಯ ರಾಮ. ನಿದರೆ ಪಮ ಬಮ ರೇ ರೇ ಮಾರೇ ಬಂಟು ರೀತಿ ಕೊಲುವು 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 ಬಂಡೂರೇತಿ ಕೊಲುಗೋ ಹಿಯವಯ್ಯ ರಾಮ ಬಂಡೂರೇತಿ ಕೊಲುಗೋ ಹಿಯವಯ್ಯ ರಾಮ ಬಂಡೂರೇತಿ ಕೊಲುಗೋ ಹಿಯವಯ್ಯ ರಾಮ ಬಂಡೂರೇತಿ ಕೊಲುಗೋ ಹಿಯವಯ್ಯ ರಾಮ ಬಂಡೂರೇತಿ ಕೊಲುಗೋ ಹಿಯವಯ್ಯ mama re da re da ni mama ba ba re re mama da da re re ni ni da da pa ba ma re re da da pa ma ba ma re da re da ni da ni ba ba ma re da ni da ma ba ni da re ma ba ni da re ma ba ma ba 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 ma ba ba ma ba ba re re ma ma re re ma ma re re ba ba ma ma ni ni ma ma ni ni ba ba ni ni ma ma ba ba re re ma ma da da re re ni ni da 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 dom da da dom da da dom da dom da 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 dom da dom da ba ni ni ma ba ba ni da ga ba ba ni ni ma ma ba ba re re ma ma da da re re ni da re da ni da ni ba ma ba re da ni da da seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Slowly remove your hands and you may open your eyes. అందరికీ నమస్కారములు. I request our Master Tansen ji to give his message. ఈ గొప్ప మాస్టర్ గారికి గట్టిగా చెప్పలు కొడదాం.
सभी ध्यानी को परमपिता के शरणागत, गुरु के शरणागत, भक्तजनों को, संगीत को शरणागत, नाद को शरणागत, परमात्मा को शरणागत, व्यक्तित्व को प्रणाम करता हूँ गुरु के चरणों में. ध्यान में मुझे ऐसा लगता है दूसरों के मैसेज से ज़्यादा अपनी आत्मा का मैसेज ज़्यादा पावरफुल होता है, क्योंकि आप जो भी रिसीव कर रहे हैं ये ठीक मोबाइल की तरह रिसीव कर रहे हैं मेन टावर से, और मेन टावर BSNL के थ्रू इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे कनेक्टेड होता है. गुरु आपको उस टावर के साथ कनेक्ट होना सिखाते हैं. धर्म के आधार पे, धर्म मतलब हिंदू मुस्लिम सिख ईसाई नहीं कह रहा हूं मैं, धर्म अर्थात एक जीवन का अस्तित्व जो जीने की कला है. और अगर आप देखिए गुरु के शरण में तो सब जाते हैं, दुखी आदमी ज्यादा जाता है, जाके वो सब कुछ उनका पॉजिटिविटी लेके अपना खाता पीता रहता है, मस्त रहता है, आशीर्वाद 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 चिल्ला रहा होता है, बस गुरु का आशीर्वाद गुरु का. अरे भाई गुरु को आशीर्वाद ले तो लिया, उसको चुकाएगा कैसे? गुरु का आशीर्वाद ले लेना ना, तो गुरु तो सदगुरु है, वो तो दे देंगे आपको. मैंने उस दिन लास्ट टाइम जैकेट मांगी, तुरंत उतार के दे दिए. खाना मांगोगे खाना दे देंगे. मेरे को यहां पे चोट लग रही है तो उसके प्रेयर कर देंगे. आप क्या दोगे? आप तो हमेशा स्वार्थ के लिए ही ध्यान कर रहे हो. मेरा परिवार, मेरी पत्नी, मेरा बच्चा, मेरा बेटा बिल्डिंग बन जाए, पिरामिड बन जाए बहुत बड़ा, वो भी एक बहुत बड़ी आध्यात्म की बात है. मंदिर बन जाए, मठ बन जाए, तबला वादक बन जाऊं, संगीत कला केंद्र खोल दूं, स्टेज बना दूं बहुत बड़ा, ये सब स्वार्थ है, क्योंकि मैं चाहता हूं. गुरु क्या चाहता है? गुरु क्या चाहता है? किसी ने पूछा गुरु से? एक एक को तो जवाब नहीं देंगे गुरु, एक एक के पास, लेकिन एक एक के पास रोज जाते हैं, रोज जाते हैं. जब भी आप ध्यान करते हैं, गुरुर ब्रह्मा गुरुर विष्णु गुरुर देव महेश्वरा गुरुर साक्षात, श्लोक बोल देते हैं हम, बड़े आसानी से बोलते, गुरुर साक्षात परम ब्रह्म तस्मै. उसको अलग अलग राग में गा देंगे, अलग अलग आध्यात्म के उसमें प्रवचन दे देंगे बड़े बड़े, उसमें बड़ी बड़ी बातें कहेंगे. लेकिन गुरु के सानिध्य में चलना, प्रतिदिन के कर्म करना और गुरु के आस्था को कायम रखना कि उनके बिना मेरा कोई हो ही नहीं सकता, क्योंकि परमात्मा का एक परम आदर्श आत्म स्वरूप है. कल गुरु के बारे में बात चल रही थी. गुरुजी रोज बोलते हैं, बोलने के लिए तो बहुत कुछ है मेरे पास, लेकिन वही है ना, आध्यात्म में दूसरे का बोलना काम का नहीं है. मैं आपको सिर्फ ये बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं, मैं कोई प्रवचन नहीं कर रहा हूं. जैसे संगीत में हम तबला बजाने के लिए संगीत के साउंड को निकालना सीखते हैं, तो एक साउंड निकालने के लिए आपको अपना संगीत कैसे अच्छा लगे वो बताने की कोशिश कर रहा हूं मैं. आई एम नॉट गॉड, मैं गॉड का कोई ऐसा दूत नहीं है. गुरु के सामने तो कुछ भी नहीं हूं. गुरु ने आज्ञा दी है तो मैं बता रहा हूं आपको, वरना तो मौन रहना ज्यादा अच्छा है. क्योंकि गुरु का, हमारे गुरु जी जो मैं पहले जहां से शुरुआत हुई मेरी, वो तो कहते हैं बेटा मेरा भी गुणगान मत गा, तू अपने आप को ही खुश रख ले, मैं अपने आप को खुश रख ले, सबको पता चल जाए कि तू मेरा गुरु, मेरा शागिर्द है, क्योंकि मैं तुझे भी गुरु बनाना चाहता हूं. तू भी एक गुरु है। मैं स्टूडेंट्स को बताता हूं कई बार, क्योंकि मैं एज ए गुरु मैं भी सिखाता हूं, तो वो मेरे को आके पैर छूते हैं, मेरे लिए गिफ्ट लाते हैं, गुरु पूर्णिमा मनाते हैं। तो मैं बोलता हूं बेटा, एक गुरु जो है ना यहां नहीं है। तुम जो आध्यात्म सोच रहे हो मेरे बारे में कि तानसेन जी के पास जाके मैं तबला सीखूं, वो इस लायक है, तुम्हारी वो भावना गुरु है, ना कि मैं गुरु हूं। आपके अंदर जो भावना है गुरु के प्रति, वो गुरु है, वो गुरु को उच्च बनाती है। बात बहुत छोटी है, लेकिन वही है ना, मेरी बिल्डिंग बने, मेरे बच्चे पढ़ ले, उसमें ये समझ में नहीं आती है, क्योंकि हम तो उधर सब्जेक्टिव होकर सोच रहे हैं ना सब चीज, आत्मस्वरूप में नहीं जा रहे हैं। अपने आत्मस्वरूप में जाते हैं तो बताता है वो आत्मा कि तेरे लिए वही गुरु का अध्यात्म ही सबसे बड़ा है, सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है। तो मैं ध्यान की बात कर रहा, मैं बोल सकता हूं और भी कुछ मेरे ध्यान में आया था, क्योंकि मुझे याद, मैं जब ध्यान कर रहा था, प्रतिदिन करता हूं, तो आपसे बहुत डरता हूं मैं कि कई बार ना तानसेन बोलेंगे करके कुछ भी, मैं एकदम पका जाता हूं, क्योंकि मैं तो कुछ बोलने के लिए हूं ही नहीं एक्चुअली, देखा जाए तो मेरी कोई मतलब एक कुछ भी नहीं हूं, मैं मिट्टी हूं। लेकिन गुरु की आज्ञा होती है, तो अगर आप नहीं कर पा रहे हो, वो भी एक नेगेटिविटी है। गुरु ने बोला तबला बजान, कल किंगी जी से मैं झगड़ा किया बहुत, मैं सच सच बोलता हूं, अपनी आत्मा से बोलता हूं, आपको बुरा लगे तो मुझे गालियां दे देना। तो वो मुझे बोल रहे थे बजाता क्यों नहीं है, ये वाला ताल क्यों नहीं बजाता, वो वाला क्यों नहीं बजाता। मैं उनको गुरु समझता हूं, संगीत के गुरु। तो मैंने कहा गुरु जी, मैं अभी इस लायक शायद नहीं हुआ हूं, तो मैं आपको रियाज करके आपके ठीक से सीख के बजाऊंगा। तो मेरे को बहुत डांट पड़ी, तो ऐसे ही बोलता रहता है बजा, लेकिन गुरुजी मैं उस लायक अभी बन रहा हूं, मैं कोशिश कर रहा हूं, मैंने बोला। तो ऐसे करके गुरु की तो आस्था बहुत बड़ी है। आप डांट खा रहे हो, मार खा रहे हो, सब आसान काम है, लेकिन गुरु के रास्ते पे चलना, गुरु बोल, अब कईयों से मैं ये भी सुनता हूं कि गुरु ने चप्पल फेंक के मारी, गुरु ने पत्थर फेंक के मारा और उसको लग गया, गुरु का घाव, गुरु का पत्थर मारा हुआ घाव भर गया, बस वहीं तक सीमित है कि अरे गुरु के पत्थर मारने से मेरे को आशीर्वाद में। अरे उसके आगे क्या, उसके आगे भी तो कुछ है। तू क्यों नहीं गुरु बनने लायक काम कर रहा है। लेकिन बात यह है कि गुरु बनने लायक काम करना और गुरु के साथ रहना, वो जो बीच का जो डिस्टेंस है, जैसे कल किंगी जी से मैं बात करता हूं, वो डिस्टेंस समझ में आना चाहिए मेरे को कि मैं किस लायक हूं अभी इस समय। कई बार पता चला गुरु ने आपको दिया, तो पता चला गुरु ने आपको सर पे बिठा था, आपने उसे बाली नोच के उसको नीचे बिठा दिया, बोले मैं ही गुरु हूं। ये भी होता है, मैंने हमारे संगीत जगत में बहुत होता है। गुरु आपको हाथ रखना सिखाता है, उसके बाद आप उसी के पे चढ़ के बैठ जाते हो, उसी के प्रोग्राम खाने लगते हैं, उसी का सब कुछ। फिर पता चला एक और नया गुरु आ गया आपके जीवन में, उसको पकड़ के बैठ गए कि ये भी मेरा गुरु है, ये भी मेरा गुरु है। जहां फायदा मिला, जहां मकान बनाने को मिला, जहां नोट मिला, वहां मेरा गुरु है। अरे गुरु के पास जाने से तो कुछ नहीं मिलता भाई, देना पड़ेगा रोज का 3-4 घंटे फ्री में। फ्री शब्द भी उसके लिए कुछ नहीं है, उसी का दिया हुआ ये धड़क रहा है। अब वो आपकी भावना, आपके अंदर का वो आध्यात्म पहले से था कि आप उस शरण में, जैसे मैं यहां बजाने बैठा हूं, इनके बुलाने से पहले जो मेरा डिसाइडेड है परमात्मा के थ्रू कि ये गुरु के माध्यम से तुझे तबला बजाना है स्टेज पे, वो मैं कर रहा हूं।
थैंक यू स्वामी जी।
एक बात और बोलनी थी दादू,
हम सब गुरु बनेंगे आपके द्वारा।
आप तो एक छोटी सी मैं बात, मैं एक D9 करके एक मैंने चैप्टर बनाया है, D9 चैप्टर मतलब विटामिन डी लेते हैं हम सूर्य से। सूर्य परमात्मा का स्वरूप है, गुरु भी परमात्मा का स्वरूप है। तो D9 का चैप्टर में कुछ चीजें ऐसी है जो हम बहुत सारी पुस्तकें तो पढ़ते हैं, लेकिन क्या होता है उस D9 में सिर्फ डी से रिलेटेड सारी चीजें। पहला तो मैंने उसको ध्यान में रखा, ध्यान के लिए धर्म। अब धर्म कौन सा, हिंदू, मुस्लिम, सिख, ईसाई, कौन सा? सबसे बड़ी बात है, गुरु का तो कोई धर्म होता ही नहीं है, और गुरु वही होता है जो धर्म से परे। तो गुरु का जो धर्म है, जो गुरु की जो एक दिनचर्या है, उसको फॉलो करना, उसको धर्म बनाना। दूसरा है धारणा, धारण, डी है। तो गुरु ने अगर मुझे कोई चीज दिया है तो उसको धारण करना आत्मस्वरूप में। तीसरा ध्येय, मुझे क्या करना है। गुरु के पास आ तो गया मैं, मकान बनाना है, बिल्डिंग बनानी, क्या करना है। चौथा नंबर धान्य, अब गुरु के शरण में रहने के लिए जो ध्यान करना है, उसके लिए धान्य कितना खाना है। 1 महीने का रखना है, 1 साल का रखना है, 1 सदी का रखना है, या रोज भीख मांग कर खाना है, जो पोषण देता है, क्योंकि ज्यादा खा लेने से ध्यान नहीं होगा। पांचवा धीरज, धीरज मतलब पेशेंस, कि परमात्मा के गुरु के द्वारा, मंत्रों द्वारा मैं उसको प्राप्त करूं, उसके आनंद को लूं। और धन, नोट पानी कितना रखना है। खाली जेब रखने वाला शायद ज्यादा अच्छा ध्यान करता है। जब ध्यान के लिए जेब में ज्यादा पैसे होते तो ध्यान नहीं होता है, फिर वो ध्यान उसका होता है, कौन सा मंदिर बनाना है, कौन सा घर बनाना है, कितना बड़ा क्या बनाना है, चैप्टर बनाना है। धुनी, धुनी होना, आप धुन लगा के कोई ध्यान करते हैं। धुन मतलब जैसे हम संगीत का धुन लगाते हैं, एक धुनी होता है, इसमें भी धुनी, जय राम श्री राम, जय राम श्री राम। धुनी मतलब उसमें आनंद लेना, आनंदित रहना। ध्वज, ध्वज मतलब जीतना अपने आप को, ध्वजित होना, कि अपने आप को प्रतिदिन मापदंडों में रखना कि आज मेरे ध्यान में क्या सीखा मैंने, और क्या सीखा उसको ध्वज के रूप में अपने अंदर संचालित करना। और धुरी, केंद्रीकरण, अपने आप को केंद्रित करना। सब कुछ मिल जाने के बाद, 9 ऊपर की सारी चीजें समझ में आने के बाद, जब मैं धुरीकरण में अपने आप को जब ध्यान के लिए एक जगह स्थापित करता हूं, तब मुझे उस ध्यान का सही आनंद, शून्य का आनंद प्राप्त होता है। शून्यता की ओर, धुरी मतलब शून्य। आप देखना सेंटर में जो पॉइंट होता है वो शून्य होता है, वहां से सारी गिनती शुरू होती है। तो धुरी, तो इस तरीके से 9 चीजें मैंने सोच रहा था कि मेरे अंदर क्या क्या कमी है, जिसको मुझे इसको धीरे 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 धीरे, पहले तो ज्ञान होना चाहिए क्या हुए। तो आपका ध्यान करता हूं रोज, सबसे पहले आप ही होते हैं। तो
और एक बार कहिए, पहला क्या है? डी, फर्स्ट डी,
फर्स्ट डी धर्म,
धर्म। फिर दूसरा
धारण, धारणा, ध्येय, धान्य, धीरज, धन, धुनी, ध्वज, धुरी।
थैंक यू बाबा। My dear friends, my dear masters and my dear gods, ధర్మము, ధ్యానము, దానము, ధ్యేయము, మనం ఏం చేయాలో అది చేయాలి. ధర్మం, స్వధర్మము. ధర్మం ఒక్కొక్కరికి ఒక్కొక్క విధంగా ఉంటుంది, ధ్యానం అందరికీ ఒకటే. దానము, ఎవరి దానం వాళ్ళది. కొంతమందికి సమయ దానము, కొంతమందికి బుద్ధి దానము, కొంతమందికి ధన దానము, కొంతమందికి ధాన్య దానము, ద్రవ్య దానము. ధర్మము అందరికీ వేరే వేరుగా ఉంటుంది, ధ్యానం అందరికీ ఒకటిగా ఉంటుంది, దానం అందరికీ వేరే వేరేగా ఉంటుంది. వీళ్ళందరూ మనకి సంగీత దానం చేస్తారు. వాళ్ళ దగ్గర సంగీతం పుష్కలంగా ఉంది, ఆ పుష్కలమైన సంగీతాన్ని మనకి దానం చేస్తారు. వాళ్ళు చేస్తున్నారు, పొద్దునుంచి చేస్తున్నారు. మన ధర్మంలో కుటుంబ ధర్మము, శరీర ధర్మము, సంఘ ధర్మం 3 ధర్మాలు ఉన్నాయి. శరీరం పట్ల ధర్మము, ఏం చేయాలి, నేను ఆకలిస్తే తినాలి, అలసిపోతే నిద్రపోవాలి. శరీర ధర్మము. కుటుంబ ధర్మము, ప్రతి ఒక్కరు ఒక కుటుంబంలో పుట్టారు, ఆ కుటుంబాన్ని బాగా చూసుకోవాలి. కుటుంబాన్ని వదిలి ఎక్కడికి సన్యాసం తీసుకోకూడదు. నో సన్యాసం ఇన్ పిరమిడ్ స్పిరిచువల్ సొసైటీ మూమెంట్. తల్లిదండ్రులను బాగా చూసుకోవాలి, పిల్లల్ని బాగా చూసుకోవాలి. ఏ ఇంట్లో అయితే పుట్టామో, ఏ కుటుంబంలో పుట్టి పెరిగామో ఆ కుటుంబాన్ని చూసుకోవాలి. కుటుంబ ధర్మం. తర్వాత సంఘ ధర్మము, ప్రతి ఊరికి వెళ్ళి ధ్యానం చెప్పాలి. 3 రకాల ధర్మాలు ఉన్నాయి: శారీరక ధర్మము, కుటుంబ ధర్మము, సంఘ ధర్మము. త్రయీ ధర్మం అన్నాడు భగవద్గీతలో. తేత్వం భూక్త్వా స్వర్గలోకం విశాలం క్షీణే పుణ్యే మర్త్యలోకం విశంతి ఏవం త్రయీ ధర్మం అనుప్రపన్న గతాగతం కామ కామా లభంతే. త్రయీ ధర్మం, 3 రకాల ధర్మాలు. శరీరం పట్ల ధర్మం. శరీరంలో ఉన్నాం మనం, శరీరాన్ని బాగా చూసుకోవాలి. శరీరంలోకి ఎక్కువ భోజనం పెట్టకూడదు, తక్కువ పెట్టకూడదు. ఎక్కువ నిద్రపోయి ఇవ్వకూడదు, తక్కువ నిద్ర ఇవ్వకూడదు. శరీరానికి ఎక్కువ కష్టపెట్టకూడదు, తక్కువ కష్టపెట్టకూడదు. సమపాళ్ళలో శరీరాన్ని చూసుకోవాలి, హాయిగా చూసుకోవాలి. శరీరం పట్ల ధర్మం. కుటుంబ ధర్మం. ఆ కుటుంబం లేకపోతే మనం పుట్టుండే వాళ్ళం కాదు. మన తల్లి మనల్ని పుట్టించి ఎంత కష్టపడిందో, జీవితాంతం ఆ తల్లికి సేవలు చేయాలి. ఆ తల్లిని వదిలిపెట్టి సన్యాసం తీసుకోవడం కాదు. ఆది శంకరాచార్యులు తల్లిని వదిలిపెట్టి సన్యాసం తీసుకుంటాం. మనం సన్యాసం తీసుకుంటా, సన్యాసం వదిలిపెట్టి తల్లిని చూసుకుంటాం మనం. వీఆర్ బెటర్ దెన్ ఆది శంకరాచార్య. శంకరాచార్యులు తల్లిని వదిలిపెట్టేశారు, సన్యాసం తీసుకున్నారు. మనం సన్యాసాన్ని వదిలిపెట్టేసి తల్లిని చూసుకుంటాం మనం. అన్నిటికన్నా గొప్పది పిరమిడ్ స్పిరిచువల్ సొసైటీ మూమెంట్. మనం శరీరాన్ని బాగా చూసుకుంటాము, కుటుంబాన్ని బాగా చూసుకుంటాము, సంఘాన్ని బాగా చూసుకుంటాము. మన ధర్మాన్ని పర్ఫెక్ట్గా మనం చేస్తున్నాం. నేను ఎంతో తిరిగాను, కానీ ఈ పిరమిడ్ స్పిరిచువల్ సొసైటీ కన్నా గొప్ప మూమెంట్ని ఎక్కడా చూడలేదు నేను. అందుకే ఇక్కడ జాయిన్ అయిపోయాను నేను. Come to the front.
सबको मेरा प्रणाम. Namaste. This is Parinita Patri, welcoming you all again to Mahila Dhyanama Chakram Part 2. ఎంత బాగుంది కదండి సంగీతం ఇవాళ, అందరు ఎంజాయ్ చేశారు కదా, ఇంకా గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు, ఇంకా గట్టిగా.
ఓకే,
ఇప్పుడు నేను ఒక మాస్టర్ని పిలవబోతున్నాను. ఐఎమ్ అబౌట్ టు కాల్ అ గ్రేట్ మాస్టర్ ఫ్రమ్ జపాన్. హిస్ నేమ్ ఇస్ సుహాస్ కాల్వే. I would like to request Mr. Suhas Kalve to please come onto the stage, wherever he is. Mr. Suhas Kalve represents a religious and spiritual organization called Happy Science, and they have been serving in more than 120 countries till now. और उनके मास्टर हैं Ryuho Okawa. And I would like to speak a few sentences about the master Ryuho Okawa. Ryuho Okawa was born on July 7th, 1956 in Tokushima, Japan. After graduating from the University of Tokyo with a law degree, he joined a Tokyo-based trading house. While working at its New York headquarters, he studied international finance at the Graduate Center of the University of New York. In 1981, he attained great enlightenment and became aware that he is El Cantare with a mission to bring salvation to all of humankind. In 1986, he established Happy Science. It now has members in over 100 countries across the world, with more than 700 local branches and temples, as well as 10,000 missionary houses around the world. So I introduce you, my dear friends, to Mr. Suhas Kalve.
आपकी आज्ञा हो तो शुरू कर दो. नमस्ते सबको. मेरा नाम सुहास काल्वे है. मैं हैप्पी साइंस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बिलोंग करता हूँ. हैप्पी साइंस एक स्पिरिचुअल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है, रिलीजियस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है जापान में. जैसे कि अभी मैम ने बताया कि इसके फाउंडर है मास्टर रिहो ओकावा. ही इज अ स्पिरिचुअल गुरु इन जापान एंड ही इज वर्किंग, ही स्प्रेडिंग हिज एक्टिविटीज इन मोर देन 100 कंट्रीज ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड. एंड हिज मैसेज इज बी अ ह्यूमन. दैट्स हिज मेन message, and he wants to create utopia on this world. So today, by the permission of our Guruji, please can you introduce his few books. मैं हिंदी में बोलूँ या
हिंदी?
ये कुछ किताबें हैप्पी साइंस के जो कि मास्टर रिहो ओकावा ने पब्लिश किए. मास्टर रिहो ओकावा के जो प्रिंसिपल्स है हैप्पीनेस के, वो 4 प्रिंसिपल्स है. अगर आपको लाइफ में हैप्पीनेस रहना है तो 4 प्रिंसिपल्स है. फर्स्ट इज लव, करुणा. आप जितना दूसरों को प्रेम दोगे, आदर दोगे, सम्मान दोगे, उतना आपके लिए अच्छा है और दूसरों के लिए अच्छा है. जितना आप प्राणी जन पे करुणा करोगे, जैसे कि पत्री जी हमेशा बोलते हैं कि प्राणी मात्रा पे करुणा कीजिए, तो करुणा हमारे लाइफ में बहुत जरूरी चीज है. दूसरी चीज है ज्ञान. जब आप ज्ञान हासिल करोगे, जब आप स्टडीज करोगे, तब आपको पता चलेगा कि अपने लिए क्या अच्छी चीज है और क्या बुरी चीज है. तो ज्ञान बहुत जरूरी चीज है इंसान के लिए. तीसरी है ध्यान. जब आप ध्यान करोगे तभी आप आपको जानोगे कि आप कौन हो और आप क्या चाहते हो. और चौथा है उन्नति. जब आप उन्नति करोगे तभी आप आगे बढ़ पाओगे, तभी आप खुश रह पाओगे. तो ये सब 4 पॉइंट्स मैं यहाँ पे बताना चाहूँगा. और मैं पिरामिड स्पिरिचुअल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हो कि इन्होंने मास्टर रिहो ओकावा के बुक्स पब्लिश किए. पत्री जी औरंगाबाद भी आए थे लास्ट ईयर 2019 में, तब भी उन्होंने काफ़ी अच्छा प्रवचन दिया था। हमारे औरंगाबाद में भी इनके काफ़ी सारे अनुयायी है जो इन्हें फॉलो करते, कि मैं पत्री जी से रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि हमारे गुरु मास्टर योकावा, इनका काफ़ी जापान में काफ़ी एरिया में प्रवचन होता है, तो आप भी जापान आने का मैं आपको इन्विटेशन देता हूं सबके सामने, प्लीज़।
मैं सभी लोगों का परमिशन चाहता हूँ।
आपकी परमिशन है जापान मास्टर योकावा के लेक्चर को आने के लिए, गुरु जी के लिए? थैंक यू, आप सबका धन्यवाद।
నన్ను జపాన్ వెళ్ళమంటారా వద్దంటారా? మీ అందరి పర్మిషన్ ఉంటే వెళ్తాను.
శాకాహార్ జపాన్ పత్రిజీ అడుగుతో ప్రారంభమవుతుంది. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టుకుందాం. నవ్ ఐ రిక్వెస్ట్ ఉమ్మడి మహబూబ్ నగర్ జిల్లా మాస్టర్స్ శ్రీ వేణుగుప్తా గారు, ప్రేమనాథ్ గుప్తా గారు బృందం అంతా వేదిక మీదకి రావాలి. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొట్టుకుందాం.
సీడీ దిఖావ్.
ఈ కార్యక్రమం అయిన వెంటనే జపాన్ మాస్టర్ తాలూకా సీడీ వీడియో సినిమాని మన స్క్రీన్స్ మీద చూడొచ్చు ఒక్క 10 నిమిషాల్లో. ప్లీజ్ కమ్. వేణుగుప్తా గారు, ప్రేమనాథ్ గారు, ప్రేమయ్య గారు వస్తున్నారు.
ఈ జపాన్ మాస్టర్కి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం మనం.
प्लीज
आपने ओंकारेश्वर मौका दिया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। हमारे दिल्ली के शास्त्री जी, उनका भी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। और पत्री महाराज आपका फिर से एक बार बहुत धन्यवाद। प्लीज आप औरंगाबाद आइए.
నాతో పాటు మీరందరూ రావాలి జపాన్కి. ये सभी लोग आएंगे.
सभी लोग आइए. आप
जय.
हमारे मास्टर योग का जिन्हें हम एलकांतारे बोलते हैं, तो मेरे साथ आप एक बार बोलिए. नहीं, मैं आपके सामने नहीं बैठ सकता. मैं आप सबको रिक्वेस्ट करता हूं कि मेरे साथ आप सब बोलिए जय एलकांतारे, जय एलकांतारे, जय एलकांतारे.
थैंक यू.
పూజనీయులు మనందరి ఆరాధ్య దైవం డాక్టర్ పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారి పాద పద్మాలకు పాలమూరు ఉమ్మడి జిల్లా మొత్తం పాద నమస్కారం చేస్తుంది. ఈరోజు మాకు ఈ అవకాశం ఇచ్చినటువంటి గురువర్యులకు నేను ప్రత్యేకంగా నమస్కరిస్తున్నాను శిరస్సు వంచి. వారు మొన్నటి దినాన మరి డాక్టరేట్ పొందినారంటే ఎంత గొప్ప విషయం అంటే ఇట్ ఈస్ రియల్లీ గ్రేట్. అయితే గురువుగారు అన్నారు నా ఒక్కని కాదు ఈ డాక్టరేట్, ప్రతి పిరమిడ్ మాస్టర్ కూడా డాక్టరేట్ అన్నారు. మరి ఎంత అదృష్టం మనం. కాబట్టి శ్రీ ఓంకారేశ్వర అష్టాదశ పిరమిడ్ శక్తి మహాక్షేత్రం నుండి వైడి గుప్తా గారు చీఫ్ ప్యాట్రన్గా, చైర్మన్గా, అంత మాత్రమే కాకుండా పాలమూరు ఉమ్మడి జిల్లాలకి చీఫ్ ప్యాట్రన్గా ఉంటూ మరి ఈరోజు ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని తలపెట్టడం జరిగింది. మరి మా జిల్లాలో పరిణత పత్రి మేడం కూడా మహిళా చీఫ్ ప్యాట్రన్గా ఉన్నారు దాదాపు 2 సంవత్సరాల నుంచి. వారిని కూడా వేదిక మీదకి రావాలని, అలాగే చంద్రమ్మ గారు చైర్మన్గా, మహిళా చైర్మన్గా ఉన్నారు. అలాగే కొల్లాపూర్ జయశ్రీ గారు సెక్రటరీగా ఉన్నారు, వారు కూడా ఇక్కడ ఉండాలి. మరి వారితో పాటు వీరేశం ఉమ్మడి జిల్లాల సెక్రటరీ, మరి నేను ప్రెసిడెంట్, చీఫ్ ప్యాట్రన్ వైడి గుప్తా గారు. ఈ సందర్భంలో వారికి మేము జిల్లా తరఫున సన్మానించాలని, ఒక మెమోంట్ ఇవ్వాలని అనుకున్నాం. దాని ప్రకారంగా వైడి గుప్తా గారు 2 మాటలు మాట్లాడతారు. అమ్మ చంద్రమ్మ గారు.
మా పూజ గురువులు డాక్టర్ బ్రహ్మశ్రీ పితామహ పత్రిజీ గారికి పాదాభివందనములు. తెలంగాణ, ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్, ఇండియా కాకుండా కొన్ని వేల కిలోమీటర్ల దూరంలో ఉన్న అమెరికా దేశంలో సంస్థ వారు మన పూజ గురువు వారికి డాక్టరేట్ ఇచ్చిన సందర్భంలో మా మహబూబ్నగర్ జిల్లా నుంచి వారికి సన్మానిస్తున్నాము. ఇది ఎంతో సంతోషమైన విషయము. ఎందుకంటే ప్రపంచంలోని అగ్రదేశమైన అమెరికా దేశం వాళ్ళు మన గురువుగారికి డాక్టరేట్ ఇవ్వడం అంటే మామూలు విషయం కాదు. చాలా సంతోషం. మన ప్రతి ఒక్క ధ్యానం కూడా చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. ఆ సందర్భాన్ని పురస్కరించుకొని వారికి చిన్న సన్మానం చేస్తున్నాం సార్. అంతే. థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్.
ఓకే, తొందరగా ఇచ్చేసి.
ఇప్పుడు చంద్రమ్మ గారు, జయశ్రీ గారు
చాలా సంతోషం అనిపిస్తుంది. సార్కు మరి డాక్టరేట్ బిరుదు ఇచ్చినందుకు మన ప్రపంచమంతా కూడా అందరూ కూడా గర్వించదగిన విషయం ఇది. ఎంతో ఎంతో సంతోషంగా ఉంది. ఈ మన గురువు గారు మనకు దొరికినందుకు జన్మ జన్మల పుణ్య ఫలం ఇది. మనం ఎంత అదృష్టవంతులమో. ఈరోజు మరి ఈ ధ్యానం మనకు ఇంత శక్తినిచ్చింది. ఏదైనా సరే ధ్యానం ద్వారా సాధించగలము. ప్రతి ఒక్కటి కూడా ధ్యానం ఉంటే ఇంకా ఏమీ అవసరం లేదనిపిస్తుంది. చాలా చాలా సంతోషంగా ఉంది. ధన్యవాదాలు. మరి ఈరోజు సార్కు ప్రత్యేకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు చెప్పుకుంటున్నాను. చాలా హ్యాపీగా ఉంది.
మ్యూజిక్ ప్లీజ్.
పాలమూరు అష్టాదశ ఓంకారేశ్వర పిరమిడ్ ధ్యాన కేంద్రం సభ్యులందరూ పితామహ పత్రిజీకి గౌరవ డాక్టరేట్ పితామహ పత్రిజీ అయిన సందర్భంగా రామయ్య గారు, వేడి గుప్తా గారి ఆధ్వర్యంలో చేసుకుంటున్నటువంటి పౌర సత్కారం ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం. గట్టిగా. వారికి శాలువాతో సత్కరిస్తున్నారు మన గౌరవ అష్టాదశ ఓంకార సభ్యులందరూ. ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం. పత్రిజీ గారికి మెమోంటో ఇవ్వాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నాం. మెమోంటో పత్రిజీకి మెమోంటో ఇవ్వండి. మెమోంటో షీల్డ్ సగర్వంగా అందిస్తున్నటువంటి మెమోంటో ఒకసారి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం. బ్రహ్మయ్య గారికి, వేడి గుప్తా గారికి, చంద్రమ్మ గారికి, శ్రీనివాసరెడ్డి గారికి, అష్టాదశ ఓంకార పిరమిడ్కి, అచ్చంపేట మాస్టర్స్ కి, మహబూబ్నగర్ మాస్టర్స్ కి, వనపర్తి మాస్టర్స్ కి, నారాయణపేట మాస్టర్స్ కి, నర్మా మాస్టర్స్ కి, ఈస్పల్ మాస్టర్స్ కి, ఈపనగడ్ల మాస్టర్స్ కి, శ్రీనివాసరెడ్డి గారు, కల్వరాల మాస్టర్స్ కి, నెల్లిపల్లి మాస్టర్స్ కి, నారాయణపేట మాస్టర్స్ కి, జోగులాంబకి, శాకాహార మహబూబ్నగర్ తీర్చిదిద్దుతున్న మాస్టర్స్ అందరికీ గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడతాం. పత్రిజీ ఆత్మీయ మిత్రులు వేడి గుప్తా గారికి, ధన్వాడ మాస్టర్స్ కి అందరికీ గట్టిగా, శ్రీనివాసరెడ్డి గారికి, ఇంకా మహబూబ్నగర్ మాస్టర్స్ అందరూ పత్రిక భుజాల పైన వెంకటేశ్వర గారికి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు కొడదాం.
మాకేమో అలవాటు జీవితం.